Actually, my first playthrough on this, so bear with me with some of the probably failed attempts that we're going to be doing here quite often. Oh, say hi. Well, you don't have a shirt on, huh?
What about me? Can I play?
It's one player. Resident Evil. Well, part 6 was. This is part 3. It's an old one, but it's been remade and redone. Hey, shh. Okay. All right, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get this going. So let me just make sure that we have everything set up here properly. Hold on, guys, and then we're gonna go ahead and start. Okay. Okay, here we go, guys. And now for our hose. Ooh, 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 ooh. First of all, I need to change my camera around, guys, right? Because we can't be having the camera facing in this angle. No. Where did my webcam go? Guys, I can't find my webcam. Oh. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on here. There we go. All right, we got it. It's in front of my face. Right. Okay. Now I'm like facing the screen while we're playing the game, which is good. All right, so let me just make sure that
Goat Simulator.
we have our microphone here so you guys can actually see and hear. All right, let's hit that new game. This is gonna be our first playthrough, so we're just gonna do standard because I'm pretty sure Nemesis is probably gonna kick my butt.
You're gonna play Nemesis?
Yeah, this is worse than Mr. X. Oh, here it goes. Oh wow, they actually made it look like a movie.
The pandemic has spread faster than any disease in modern history.
Angry mobs roam the city, commercial buildings. Authorities are bracing for more rioting tonight.
He was knocked unconscious in
Citywide emergency declared.
CDC has quarantined the lower Midwestern region of the U.S.
Honesty, integrity, these are the core values that create the foundation for Umbrella.
Liars.
It's this foundation that will continue to build a brighter future for all of us.
Hey, how's it going? Uh-oh. Yeah. Okay.
That's Daddy, isn't that Nemesis?
I think so.
They say they're such a good community. Why did they create Nemesis?
Yeah, they're not that good of a company. They're liars.
That's what I said.
I love how it starts all talking about a pandemic and everybody's in yellow hazmat suits. Are they trying to refer to something here?
Daddy, the code name was Nemesis.
Oh gosh.
Is it code name Nemesis?
23 months in a row. Jim. Oh, Jim and Project Zero coming in with that sub though today already, guys. So far, that puts us at 51 subscribers.
Daddy just said code
Let's
name.
keep the subscriptions level strong,
said
guys.
code-
Thank you so much. And Hopsochick, how are you?
Daddy said code name for the monster, Nemesis.
Codename Get Wrecked. So I like this. Are we actually starting in our apartment? Wow, look at that rain. Let me get closer to the screen. I feel like I'm so far away from my screen. Sorry. Okay.
Wait, how destructive is Nemesis gonna?
Hmm?
How destructive is Nemesis gonna?
Wait, am I moving? Oh my god, we're moving.
Is Nemesis gonna be like the original?
I don't know.
Oh, you got a plant.
Wow, look at Jill. She was planning something here. Okay, she's got Raccoon City maps all over the place, guys. We're actually in first person. This was unexpected. I know the game's third person, so I don't know. Maybe some scenes are first person. We get to see what Jill's rooms actually gets to look like before the whole... We got the police cars. We got the whole police department referencing where she works.
Wait, is this Milena?
No, this is Jill Valentine.
Oh, I'm about to say this is Milena, then this is gonna have Lena.
So what happened to the TV? The TV just randomly shut off. She just wakes up. All right, guys. First of all, you guys know me. I like to look around and explore. It's just what I do. I'll have to check it out, Jay. Why did she leave those two things here on this,
Air conditioning?
Oh, wait, phone. Phone's not working. Original colors. Cute, that pops.
I thought it said cute that poops.
That poops. I like that. It's good, too. Then we got style and fashion. Hot autumn looks for Crescent. Okay.
Why does she have a lady on her wall?
These are just like advertisements with the game. All right, guys. Well, let's get moving.
Sandals! Who needs shoes when you got sandals?
Why isn't this pet still?
All right, here we go, guys. We're gonna go into the next room here real quick. Man, I feel like I'm so far away from my microphone. Or maybe I can play like this. Would this be okay? I'm not really sure. Okay, so that's my bathroom. My bathroom door is open. It's actually really dark in this game. I can't even see. Can you guys see? Is it dark for you guys? Oh, Jay, you're so evil, bro. Are you kicking people's butts again? Ooh, that sandwich looks good. I love food, guys. Let's get some food hype in chat. I love food. It is pretty dark. Alright, we're gonna have to go to options here. Display, no camera, no. What was it? Brightness. I don't want to put it too bright. Just to the pattern is just barely visible. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it should look better for you guys now, right? It's still pretty dark, but I think it will change, though. I'm gonna make it brighter for you guys. I want it to be dark for me, but bright for you guys. Hold on while I adjust this, okay? Where's game capture here? There's no 2? There it is. Alright, contrast. I think we need to bump this down just a notch. All right, let me see how this looks, guys. On a. Okay, so that's a lighted area, so that's why it looks. Let's look in a dark area. Hold on. One more time before we continue on here, guys. That might be too dark. So there's small events going on in the Sea of Thieves tricks. Oh, yeah. Me and Jim, we just got to Sea of Thieves boards in Bleeding Edge. This is really dark, guys. This is really dark. I do apologize. Give me one moment. Hold on. We gotta continue this. This is too dark. Why does it look like this? It's just the way the game is, guys. There's not much I can do here, I don't think. All right, let me do one quick walk around, see if what you guys see. All right, let me look at my other phone. Hold on. Yeah, it's a little better. I mean, the game is meant to be dark, so I guess that's the best I'm going to be able to get it for now. All right, so we got a bathroom here. Oh, I opened this. Oh. Why is my water running? This kind of gives me that whole Resident Evil vibe. Oh, what the? The door just shut on me?
Happened?
Where's my character?
Oh, good.
Alright, well, let's use the water real quick, guys. Oh, no. Ooh, solid with that resub! 5 long months! Did I just shoot myself? Solid, you just killed Jill. Oh, she's awake. Okay, that was good scenery though.
It was a dream.
Mm-hmm. Solid, thank you so much. Coming in with that gold subscription, guys. 5 months in a row.
It was a dream.
She did. All right, so we woke up. We're awake. We're at the desk. Yep. Get it. Right. Ha. All right, let's check this calendar here, guys.
Then I can kiss this town goodbye.
3 more days, and then Jill's trying to escape out of here. September. All right, so what's the year? Is there like a year or anything? All right, we can't really do much in first-person mode, guys. I think we're just kind of exploring around, kind of just seeing what's going on here. All right, get the evil labs, guys. Get the evil labs. All right, things are looking good. I like the graphics. Definitely an improvement.
What's going on out there?
Okay, so here's the TV right now. Oh, boy. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. We all remember Resident Evil. Oh, what's this? We still got power. So now it's confirmed that Jill took a lot of medication during her stay in the Raccoon City. What kind, though? Can't duck or anything. And what kind of remote is that? We got boxes. It looks like she was ready to move. Yeah, well, we're not going that way. Okay, so what was she doing here? Oh, I see the doctor. That's one of what was her name? That's Sherry's mom. Investigation notes. Umbrella. Pharmaceutical company's industry leader in market share, focuses on military weapons development while maintaining cover as a pharmaceutical company, also secretly developing bioweapons. T-virus outbreak at Arklay Mountain Surge Research Facility predicted the mansion's incident. Conspiring with Raccoon City's leadership, large donations of Mayor Warren's office effectively controls the city. Oh boy. That's crazy. I don't think we actually ever go to the Umbrella building though in Resident Evil, and neither one of them, guys. Look at these cells, the mutations. Wow, scary. There's the police department. There's a zombie. I don't know what that is. Alright, so wants to review sanctions Pope may visit. Oh, okay, so they try to make it realistic here. We got the Raccoon City map. We got the electrical substation, the Redstone Street station. Raccoon Street. We got the Raccoon line. I don't know who that is. Jill's report. September 26, 1988. It's already been 2 months since that mess with Umbrella. Thanks to the suspension, investigations haven't progressed exactly as I hoped. Perhaps this written record of what I've found will prove to my final duty as a STARS officer. I can only hope that it helps lead to the truth. The T-virus. Those infected by this virus seems to become literal zombies. It appears to be a communicable via several different avenues outlined below. Bite from an infected individual, allowing the mixing of bodily fluids. Contact with crows which have eaten infected carrion. Due to the strength of the virus, airborne infection cannot be discounted. Oh boy. It should be noted that those who survived the incident have not yet developed symptoms. It's unclear whether this is because the virus has a long incubation period or because we just happen to resist due to the infection. We ought to remain vigilant even after this investigation period ends. As for me, aside from my minor difficulty sleeping, I seem to be in fine shape. Still, shouldn't get too hopeful. After all, this could just be an extended incubation. Well, in that case, guys, we really need to be careful here, right? Or like what Project Zero said. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. We need to get out of here. Let's get out of the house. I can't run. I can't do anything. Oh, we got no. Ooh. Oh my God! Look at that pizza. Look. Why is the plate so huge? Is it just me? Everything looks so big in this game. Everything looks huge. Message from a colleague to Jill Valentine. Hey, Hotshot. How you holding up? I still can't believe Iron suspended you. It's such bullshit. He ought to be a pin of metal for making it out of that hellhole back in July. Of course you're going to poke around and ask questions about it. I hope you're not mad at me for keeping my head down. Everything's been happening so fast. STARS was the pride of the force. When the chief a bit disbanded us out of nowhere, I thought for sure I was going to lose my job. Word has it you're planning to leave Raccoon City. I figured you wouldn't take the suspension lying down. Just promise to watch your back. Umbrella won't sit by while you just try to dismantle their business. Take care, Joe. Brad Vickers, STARS, Alpha Team, now and forever. P.S. Had to slip this message to the pizza guy to avoid detection. Enjoy the extra large Mega Meat Supreme. It's on me and the guys. Okay, so that was Brad Vickers that sent us this beloved pizza box and this letter. Okay. Poor Brad. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, guys. You guys are absolutely right. Okay. Well, it's time to get out of here. Why does everything look so big in this game? Oh, I can't change my field of view. Alright, well, that's cool. Why is the light off? Well, luckily for us, we're back to normal, right? It was just a dream. She's like... Uh-oh, guys, we're in third person now. Uh-oh, phone's ringing. Let's get out of here.
Who could that be?
See, now everything looks normal, right? Unsealed envelopes. They've got me pinned down at home. Guys across the street are watching me from their window 24/7. Are they ironsmen? Umbrellas? I don't know. And there's no real difference anyway. I know what they're trying to do. They want to wear me down, torment me into compliance and working. I'm barely eating, barely sleeping. I'm going crazy. I feel like a living dead. But I won't let them win. I have to get out of the city and find a way to make them accountable. Then they'll send someone to silence me. Of course, if you hear that I've been killed or whatever, it is they do to people like me. You must pick up the investigation where I left off. I've enclosed my files. They tell you everything you need to know. As long as this package isn't intercepted, I'll be moving out at night. 5 days. Wish me luck. Get it? 5 nights, 5 days at Freddy. Okay, anyway. Let's keep going. Let's go ahead and answer this phone, guys.
All right, I'm coming.
They really want me to answer that phone, don't they?
Hello?
Jill, are you okay?
Brad, is that you?
Listen, you gotta get out of there.
What are you talking about?
I don't have time to explain. You gotta get out of there right now.
All right, let me grab my...
Oh, Nemesis is the first thing? What? Oh. Oh my gosh.
What the hell is that thing?
Yep, we're out of here. Oh! You better hurry up. They really got us on the spot here, guys.
Gotta get out of here.
Does he come in his room? I don't know if he comes in here or not, guys. Looks like I'm going out through the window.
What the hell?
Oh, yep, this is it. We got survivors and everything. I want to take a look around the city. All right, we got a bunch of cop cars, ambulances that way. I don't think Nemesis is going to come out here, guys. I think we're good. That guy just fell. Why did you keep moving away from here? All right, let's get it through here, guys. Well, nobody was renovating this place. Oh. Yep. Nemesis is a lot meaner in this game. Wow. Joe, you better get going quick. You better run. You better run for your life. I just saw a red herb. Oh, exit. Oh gosh, what the? Okay, give me a break here. Let me try to get out of here. Nemesis is not playing around, guys. Oh boy, we're going down to the city. Oh. Oh boy. What am I supposed to do? Jill, you better run. You better run. Am I doing this right? I don't know. Well, we made it outside. That's always good news. Okay, so we got our achievement there, guys. Escape from Jill's apartment building.
Over here!
Brad,
You okay?
what was that thing?
Damned if I know. But right now it's got a hard on for the only 2 stars left in town.
Well, at least we got survivors in the city, so this is like a different site.
Just look around you. The longer we wait, the more screwed we are.
Okay, so we're gonna follow Brad and see what's going on here.
This all happened so fast.
I don't know. One fucked up thing always leads to another. It's like Arclay on steroids.
And now we're running, guys.
We've got to be dreaming. How could this many people be infected? Brad! Here they come!
Uh-oh. Better run.
There's so many.
Oh, no, you don't.
Door behind you, go!
Oh, boy. Oh, he was bit.
Don't think about it.
Definitely changed the storyline a little bit.
Come on, Jill. We know how this ends.
No, I don't.
Are we still a team?
Always.
Then do me a favor. Don't fuck up like I did. Go!
Okay, all right. Can I go back in there? Or did he just lock it? Oh, boy. That's one way someone did, and a lot of bite marks, right? Well... Oh, I see a gun. I'll take that. Might want to shoot him in the head. Oh, boy. Save your bullets, save your bullets, run! How do I get this vest on me? Okay, so she automatically just climbs over. I got it. Oh, no.
Down there! Get to the parking garage roof!
Oh, they're gonna pick me up?
Sir, are you alright?
Stay back! Don't come any closer!
Hey, come on. There's a helicopter waiting to take you to safety.
What safety? I'm not going out there!
The parking garage isn't far. I can
The
take
only safe place is in here!
Sir, what's your name? I can't just leave you behind.
It's Dario Rosso. And yeah, right. You didn't
What?
steal my safe house. Get your own, Missy.
Missy?
Wow. Well, this looks a little different than I remembered, but the concept is there, which is okay. All right, I don't think we're going to be able to get to the rooftop, guys. All right, first of all, I need to get this, It's too fast. Maybe this is off. Oh no. This is much better. All right, let's. Oh gosh. They can stick their hand right through the fence and get me. Oh. Well, we need to be careful here, guys. I don't think this guy's getting out of here. Is he? He was just doing his job. How do I use my knife? Oh, wait, she does have a dodge. Hold on a second. Okay, down on the D-pad. Got it. Oh, well, yep, that just happened.
Shit.
Oh, no, you don't. Woo! That was close. Trying to save my bullets, guys. Simple mechanics, really. Just swing! Right. Alright, so we made it to the roof. Who is that anyway? Why do they want to rescue me so bad out of the whole city? Yeah, it's not this easy. I knew it. Nemesis. Oh boy.
Sorry.
I'm gonna drive a car? That's a new one. Come on, come on. Come on. Third time's a charm. Oh gosh. Oh. We're upside down right now. Plot armor plus, right. Oh no, he's not done. You gotta get going, Joe. Oh, well, this is when he's on fire.
Hey! Fuckface!
Oh, Carlos already? Wow. With an RPG, that was completely random.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Name's Carlos, and I'm saving you. Come on, let's get you someplace safe.
See, he's not... Nemesis was not designed to attack Carlos. I don't know. That's crazy how they were just pawns and just thrown out here just to make it look like, just to cover their tracks.
I think we're in the clear.
Okay, so this is where the demo was, probably.
We've been bringing survivors here.
Here, where?
My guys have converted some subway cars into a shelter. It's safe.
I'm fine.
Personal space. Okay, I get it. Let's go.
Okay, she didn't see the logo on his arm yet.
Who's the dipshit that closed this? Sorry, we're gonna have to go around.
Hey, what do you know about that monster?
Nothing. I've never seen anything like it.
Wow.
It's no zombie. It knows what it wants and won't stop till it gets it. Don't you like that in a man?
No thanks. He's all yours.
Listen, I promise you're in good hands. I'm with the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. UBCS for short.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You guys are the ones who caused all of this.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you talking about? You don't have to trust me, but I'm going to the shelter. You coming? Come on, it's this way.
Dino bites! So, do we still gotta shoot those blue things? Let me see. Oh, they're not here. Alright.
Hey, Captain. It's fine young lady could use our help.
Carlos, you didn't even think to ask fine young lady her name? She is an elite operative of RPD, Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Her name is something Valentine.
It's Jill.
Uh-oh.
Nice to meet you, Jill. I am UBCS platoon.
What's going on, Lewis? How are ya?
Victor. My team was sent here to rescue civilians.
Right. How's that going for you?
The city is completely cut off, isolated. Most of the 100,000 civilians will wind up dead. Correction, undead. My platoon has suffered serious losses. Just keeping them alive is more than I can manage.
Oh, hey, what's going on? Welcome back.
Corporate overlords for that.
Yes. Well, we are doing all we can. If we can get this subway train moving, we can evacuate some survivors. But we need help. My men cannot do this alone.
All right. I'm in. But I am on their side, not yours.
Oh, hey,
Oh, wow.
it's cool. We all want the same thing.
Thank you, Jill.
All right, Super Cop.
The last people Jill wants to see.
We can use this to stay in contact.
I know what a radio is.
Carlos looks so much different in this game.
We need to get you geared up. Head up to street level. You'll find supplies there.
All right.
Okay, well, let's check around. We still got the survivors in this room in here. But we can't get to them. Oh, wait. Okay, the crafting thing. Yeah, we kind of get the idea of that. It looks pretty. Okay. Yeah, we're here. Just want to make sure the game is not too dark for you guys. All right, so now we're back to where we left off on the demo, guys. Okay, we did remember reading this. Okay. All right, game's running pretty good, so that's good.
Jill, it's me again. You topside yet?
Working on it. So what's the plan?
The old tanks got me clearing the tracks. You mind getting the subway infrastructure back online?
And how do I do that?
All right, Lewis.
I'll navigate you
Oh my
to the
gosh.
station once you hit the main road.
Copy that. Let's do this fast.
Okay. This is all happening way too quick. Let's grab these green herbs, guys. Oh, wait. Why does she do that? She always, like, auto turns around. Okay, so now we're getting gunpowder. Okay, some items can't be combined with other items in order to free up slot or to create something to use, blah, 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 blah. So gunpowder, we're going to go ahead and combine with this, because this will give us 9mm handgun bullets. Okay, good. And then we're going to go ahead and combine this with the green herbs. That should give us the... There we go. That's what we need there. We got some herb. Too bad we can't, like, move things over, because that's kind of annoying. Alright, so we got knife, we got handgun. Alright, let's reload that up real quick. What is this? G19 handgun. Use an item. Ah, okay, so we need like a key or something for this, guys. Oh, wait. And I mixed the green herb already. Dang it. Well, we'll put that there anyway. Why not?
It almost looks like I could get this working if I plug in the right... whatever it is.
Alright, so this kind of looks like the thing from the original. I just gotta remember what it was. Alright, this is the herbs. We know about the herbs and the first aid sprays. We do have a typewriter here, but I have no ink ribbon. Or do we not need them anymore? Oh, we don't need ink ribbons no more. Wow. Alright, well, we saved it, so that's good.
I see Nemesis. He's huge.
Hey, hey, hey. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and put the red herb away for now.
That Nemesis is huge. He's following you everywhere.
Yeah, he tried to take me down. Carlos came and saved me. He had an RPG.
He's like the original one.
Huh?
He's like the original one.
Yeah.
He has a rocket launcher and everything. Wow. Boy, uncle.
Gotta get that train moving.
I want to see if the zombie comes in here. Right. Hey, you know what? Sometimes that happens though, guys. You know, when you play something and you see something else that does look way different, you know? Alright, let's get back out here. Oh, he knows where I am again. Do they drop items? I don't know if they do or not. Not gonna worry about that right now. Oh gosh. We got blood splattered all over the place, guys. Grab the item. Did I grab it? Yes, I did. Okay. Oh! Wow. Get up, me. And I'm wounded already, guys. Look at that. I took a big hit. I'm already in caution. Not good, Trix. Not good. What are you doing? You know? Anyways, thanks for coming in, bro. I really do appreciate it. I really do. And Kiki, thank you. You guys are awesome. All right, let's get this rolling in, guys. Ooh, what's all this? We got a bunch of booze. Not enough water, but plenty of booze to go around. This place is open? No, it's locked. Okay, we're not going in there, guys. Oh my god, you scared the crap out of me. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. First of all, I think I need to turn this light off. This one's like in my eyes. The green screen still works, right? But my camera kind of lags a bit. At this rate, I don't think I care. It's just it's harder for me to see the screen. Okay, let's try and do this over here. There you go. That was terrifying, right? All right, this is much better. So that way now I'm like closer to my to the TV screen here, guys. All right, well, we're gonna keep moving in. Don't hit that box.
Carlos, I've reached the main avenue. Which way do I go?
See a big transmission tower? That's the substation. You'll have to circle around through an alley to your right to get there.
You mean the alley that's on fire?
Maybe. Surely a tall drink of water like yourself can put out a few flames.
Fuck you.
Wow. Can I stab these guys? Nope. That's it, one hit? We get her? Zombies don't want this? You don't want it? They don't want it, guys. Oh boy. Those are strong zombies. Ready for the barrel. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good. I don't think they drop items in this game, guys. I hear gunshots. I don't like the way the zombies look from the distance. Oh, wait. What is that? Yeah, like they move so weird, but I think the other Resident Evil did the same thing. Is there a way to crawl? There's no crouch button. Oh boy. Which way do I want to go, guys? I don't have that much bullets. I gotta be very careful about this. Come here. Come here. Come on. Man, I want to save bullets. I don't want to waste them. Oh, nope. That's bad. That's very bad, guys. That's very bad. No, I'm gonna skip these guys. Don't have time for them. You know we want to go this way? I think we need to go this way first. I don't remember. No, I think this is where we run from the Nemesis. I hit it. What the hell? Oh my god, I can't hit it right. I'm hitting it way too soon, guys. I'm gonna die. You know what? I'm done with you guys. I hit it too soon again. Yeah, I'm not liking the knife kills no more in this game. It takes too many hits. Okay. All right. We just got to be careful here. Stack first, axe later. Right. I screwed up, guys. I truly screwed up. Dang it. All right, let's go back. Well, you know what? This takes us to the other side. Well, this takes us where we were. Yeah, we don't want to go here right now. I got to get some health here, guys. Ooh, what do you know? But I don't have the red herb. If I had the red one right now, we'd be in good hands. Alright, we're looking pretty good in terms of ammunition. I gotta stop being so stingy with it. It's so dark in this game. I need a flashlight. Alright, what's in here? Oh, now we get a flashlight. I don't trust it, guys. No, we're not alone here. The hell is that? Not gonna ask. Drugstore owner's journal. Okay, so we read this in the demo, so that's cool. Oh, wait. Oh, dang it. Well, we'll take the gunpowder. Alright, so how do we do this? Inventory, files, drugstore owners. Okay, so the new blah 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 blah. They said something to violate incidents. Okay. Oh, mark use of the map. The map screen is useful for more than just your current location and surroundings. It can also show you the points of interest and items you found but haven't picked up. Gotcha. The new safe is just perfect. Nobody knows the code, not even my wife. It's a secret between me and my beautiful Aquacure queen. She'll never give it to the thief. Okay, so if it's like the demo, we have to go to the store first, guys, and find it. Unless they switched it around. I don't know. Yep, figured that much. Come on. And then wake up and still watching the stream. But there you go. That's the way to do it. They removed that zombie. Why'd they remove that one? As soon as the server goes offline for this test, I'm getting in bed, watching the stream on my phone. I'm falling asleep, listening to the sound. Oh, thank you. Well, you know what? I hope you get, whenever the time comes and you go to sleep, your rest is very peaceful and good. Alright, so we need to head down. Nice and quiet. I go easy on this one because ammunition, we're not looking too good, guys. My health is pretty low. I do need to find some form of health here. Keep ourselves alive. We got some zombies coming inbound. Okay, is there anything over here? Yes, we have a crate here we can grab. Got some gunpowder, which is good. Oh, gosh. Oh! She bit me! So she's obviously immune. Damn, your legs can really take a hit, can it? Alright, dude, that's it. You gotta come in. Oh! What the heck? Wait, am I not supposed to... Alright, I don't have a choice. I'm going to die. I don't understand this. Am I supposed to hit it when the circle goes around, or am I supposed to keep hitting it? I don't know. Oh, wait. Grab it. High-grade gunpowder. That will come in handy. So we have 937. Nine left, 3 7. She bit me. Oh, what did I just do? 937. All right, let's get back over there, guys. 937. There's some ammo right here too, which is good. We got a bunch of ammo, so I gotta stop being so stingy with it. 937. Is he down and out? I hope he's down and out. Wait, I hear a bobblehead or whatever it is. Got it. Got it. All right, guys, 937. All right, we got it. Oh, trust that zombie there. So do I just combine it? Okay, so that should give us, now we got the G19 with the red dot side, right? Is that what's going on here? Let's go ahead and examine that bad boy here real quick. Can we turn it? Yes, I love that we can turn the weapons. Oh, that's our new weapon here, guys. Wow. Interesting. Okay, what just happened here? That's weird. Okay, well, let's go back. And we gotta go back out that way again. Nope. He wasn't dead, guys. He wasn't dead. Come on. Well, I just heard something over here. You finally dead, bro? I think he's finally done for. We need to reload. Let's head back outside real quick. The zombies can see me down below. Let's be careful. Oh my god, Jim! Okay, we need to watch ourselves here. So what was this flashlight? Who gave this to me? I think it was, oh gosh. What the? Come on, fall to the ground. That's how you do it. I got, oh wait, they do drop items? No, that was just my knife hitting the ground. Okay, so we don't want to go that way yet, but let's check out and see what's in here. We do got the hose. That's what we do need. Okay, so what else is in this room? Subway employee. Violence getting worse, blah, blah, blah. They're talking about the shotgun and cutting the chains. Oh, yeah. We're not going to be able to do this one. We need the pliers. Dang it. Well, you know what? While we're waiting for that, guys. While we're waiting for that, I'll be right back. Okay, we need to get right back into the game. Where's Aaron at? He comes around sometimes. Not too much anymore. He kind of comes in, says hi, do his thing, and he's been pretty busy. You need to consume his voice. Oh my gosh! Get back out there, guys. We need a chain in order to get this thing open. Let's watch ourselves and let's get out of here. Any more items that we can grab? Hand grenade. No, don't grab it. Why did you grab it? How much ammo can I store? Okay, I don't know if that was right or not. Okay, so I'm not gonna mix that quite yet, guys. We're gonna wait it off just to be safe and just to make sure. Let's find out what's going on here. All right, so we need pliers. Where do we get them? I don't remember where we got them. Was it here?
This must be the subway company's offices.
Somebody left a full pot of coffee and donuts.
Nothing.
Nothing is never good, guys. We have to be careful here. We got a note. Pipe Bros Railroad's manual. In the event of an outage, the subway will automatically cease operations once the power has been restored. Please use the control panel to confirm confirm the stations at which their train will stop, as well as which segments will be used. If the route entered is unsafe, an error will occur and the operations will not resume. Okay, well, that's very nice. There's a big giant bag under there, and why? What's with all these chests that I can't open? Okay. A weird reflection with the glass. It looks weird. Well, let's head up out of here, guys. I just saw something pop up on my screen. I'm not really 100% sure. Take the donuts. Waste nothing in this crisis. Yeah, you need the carbs, right, in order to survive? What kind of donuts do we even have there? Let's see. Looks like we got a sprinkle, a Boston cream, a powder, jelly filled, white frosting with sprinkles, glazed. Pretty much the ones you would normally get at a Dunkin' Donuts, and that's definitely... What's the donuts called? Delish Donuts? I guess they are delicious. Oh my gosh. I call the ones with the sprinkles. Sprinkles are good. Sprinkles are always good. There's another zombie in here, guys, so let's watch it. Let's get the knives out and ready just in case. They don't come back alive. Well, let's go outside, guys, and make sure. We got plenty of ammo, so I think we're pretty good at ammunition. Still need to watch ourselves, though. Oh, the zombie looks like The Walking Dead almost. Should have saved those for the Nemesis. All right, so we got these guys out of here. Both are not looking too good, guys. Music's playing in here and everything. A bunch of these lockers with locks on them. Kitchen. Okay. What's this? Fancy box? Can't even grab it anyway. Alright, first of all, let's put the high grade away. Gunpowder we'll put away. Save the bullets, guys. Grenade we'll put away. We're going to be using that pretty soon anyway. So let's go ahead and open up this, get this fancy box rolling. Let's get this green herb. Alright, you can examine an item from different angles by selecting it and then using the magnifier to examine command. You might reveal something that helps you progress. Talking about the jewelry box. Here's something in it moving. Oh, red jewel. This probably goes to that thing that's by the train station. My guess. Or they might have switched it around on us. Who knows? For now, we're going to go ahead and put that away. Just in case. As for herbs, we do have another green herb here. Oh, that's the one we grabbed. Okay, hold on. Wish I had more health items like put away, which would be nice. Okay, so we got that all mixed up. Let's use that. Let's get ourselves some full health. Let's save the game again, guys, just to be safe. Let's get that overwritten. Thank you, Rox, for the follow. You guys are awesome. Thanks for coming in with the follows, guys. I really do appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. If you have any questions, just let me know. We got some awesome viewers here too, guys. I can help you guys with the question as well. I can imagine a demon just appearing and saying, "I am the one with the sprinkles in a demonic voice." Right? I'm the one with the sprinkles. Graphics are nice. I mean, but Resident Evil 2 was no letdown either. It was good. I just hope they live out to their promise. This Jill character, I guess she's cool. I don't know. I still don't. You have a question? Yeah, shoot for it, Jim. You know you're allowed to ask questions. Oh, look at that. We need that plant. Maybe that will give us full health for sure, right? Am I lagging? My camera's gonna lag a little bit because I got one of my lamps off. So that way I can play without the light in my face. When do we get paid? Hey, you know what? Don't worry. One of these days, I got you guys. The mods, I got you guys. Periodically, I try to give you guys things if I have things laying about, but I try to give you guys the things as best as possible. You know. Wait, am I missing something here? I'm looking at the wrong chat, guys. I need to. Oh no, it's okay. It's actually we're good. All right, let's get out of here. We have to be careful. We do have the water. Wait, where was the? I don't remember where the pliers were. I'm going crazy, guys. I really don't remember where the pliers were. Oh my god, look at that. We got fries. Yeah, these zombies are definitely not coming alive. Holy shoot! What the heck? Dude! Oh no, you... No way! Oh, that's annoying. Every time people go live, it blows me up, guys. I need to change that on notifications. Why does it do that? How do I change this? I think I got to do it through here, right? How do I change that, guys? I don't know why. There we go, right in the base, guys. Dude. That's why that green herb is right there. We don't need it quite yet, but we're gonna have to keep that handy just in case. Gosh, here comes this guy. I need pliers. What the heck was the pliers at? I don't remember. Not here. Pliers. I feel like we're completely over missing it, guys. Was it in a pharmacy? Oh. So we got the password for this thing. There's no pliers here, guys. Oh, what the heck? Where'd you just come from? Wow. I don't get it. I totally don't get how this works. All right, nice and easy. Hopefully he's down and out, guys. Okay, we got him. But yeah, the zombies don't drop anything like the other ones. Some say it's traditionally used as a serving dish to keep food warm. Question, what's a chafing dish? Chafing dish? I don't know. But I'm glad that you have the answer to that. Guys, we need those freaking pliers. Where were they? I don't remember. I don't remember! Alright, well, let's head back. I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and take the glasses off so that way I can see better, guys. Okay, here we go. Alright, so the pliers are somewhere, right? They're definitely somewhere. Were they in the beginning? I swear, if it was in the beginning... Am I wounded? I am wounded. I don't want to use life just yet, though, guys. Hold on. Let me save it just to be safe. Saving the game. I'm glad we don't need geek ribbons anymore. Do you guys remember those days? Just trolling. Go watch the Shots One with the Charlie Sheen. Okay, I don't have to watch that because I have no idea. What's a chafing or shaffing? I don't know what that's chafing or shaffing. Any chefs in here? I'm more the one who eats the chef cooking. Alright, the zombies are out here. But what is the purpose of this? Alright, I just gotta keep hitting it quick, I see. Well, I do got the water hose. Maybe I'm supposed to come back later with the pliers. Oh, what the? My God, you trying to eat me? No, I meant to use the knife. Well, he gave me bullets anyway, guys, which is good. Yeah, so I can't go inside this door quite yet. Not until we do that thing. What was beyond these parts? I don't want to go all the way back. What's the point of that? Maybe we got to do the water part. I don't know.
Gotta put this out.
Yeah, I don't think we get the wrench or whatever yet. The Hot Wheels racing game for DS was the best racing game I've ever played, and even more so my favorite game. Sometimes those are the type of games that are really fun. I used to play that one game. It was like micro something, right? Micro mini cars or something like that. Reactivate the power at the station. Doesn't this like activate the Nemesis though? I don't remember when we encounter him. Repair. Oh yeah, this is where we get it. And we're in a little safe haven. There's too many of these. I don't know why. I can't open them with the knife? No. Out of the question. Gunpowder. Put it away. Still good on bullets, guys. I want to make sure we save bullets. Save it again. Okay, let's grab the bolt cutters. I feel like it's about to go down south. Oh wait, what's over here?
Is someone in here?
You don't want to go in there. Nope, just keep moving. No, yeah, I do want to check it out. Curiosity's getting the better of me. Oh boy.
Here, UBCS?
Survivor.
Careful. Come on.
don't look at me like that, all right? I'm not
Okay,
unaffected.
let's take care of
No, wait, please!
Oh wow.
What the fuck?
He was infected.
He might have been infected.
Oh, stars, this soft. No wonder so many of you dead.
And what are you, UBCS? Killing your own people?
He would have turned. There's your sense of self-preservation. Go back to the subway station. We don't need a bleeding heart like you getting in the way.
Wow. Yeah, we remember this. We need to check his body. Was he actually bit? Well, shotgun bullets. Those will come in handy. Training log. July 10, 202 pounds, 12 laps at the yard, 2 circuits. Suck it. Prison. The Umbrella Corporation just recruited me for a job. Don't know how they're going to wipe out a life sentence for murdering 20 gangbangers, but whatever. I'll take it. Beats shitting away the rest of my days behind bars. I gotta get back into shape. 196 pounds, 20 kilometers run, 3 circuits. Target practice at 400 yards, 5 misses. Caught the change yesterday and we got to move to the UBCS training camp. When I fired my first bullet in my 2 whole years, missed the stationary target by 5 inches at 500 yards. I never fucking do that. It's like I forgot everything. Doesn't matter. I'll get it sharp again. Watch me. 190 pounds, 30 kilometers runs, 3 circuits. Target practice, 600 yards, 2 misses. Okay, I've got my shot gripping down to 3 inches. Feeling good, feeling good. After lunch, they put me through the first mock battle. The Cap and the other guys are good people and goddamn beasts of the war at that. But what the fuck is up with the lunatic Nikolai? He used me as a fucking human shield. Just some extra points. Murphy's back, baby. You'll never see me miss again. Another target tomorrow. I go on my first mission, riot control in Raccoon City. I think Jimmy would have done like that. My brother was always the first to reach out to help people. Right up until those street punks took him away from me. Now it's my turn to do some good for a change, to know the best. Oh boy. It's getting serious now, guys. Alright, well, let's get going with that. The heck happened? That's crazy. Oh my god, the doors are controlling me. So this alleyway is clear? What? What's going on here? I ain't buying it. UBCS suicide note. Said 728, the Middle Eastern East Europe. I thought I knew what hell was. Figured I'd never crack, no matter what was thrown at me. But this job, this one was supposed to be easy. A quick wage, I've earned it. It all happened at once. There were 30 guys in our squad, all armed with state-of-the-art assault rifles, and yet we were wiped out in less than 48 hours. I've been through enough shit to know only it's ever gonna get worse. And if that was just the beginning, maybe I'm a coward, I don't care. This is the only way I have left. I just hope my body doesn't get back up after I pull the trigger. Oh boy. Wow. It's messed up, guys. It truly is messed up. It's a tragedy. Why did this happen? There's nothing out that way. Electricians notice. Public use generators provided by the Raccoon City Electricians Guild. Due to the ongoing power outages, the guild has decided to provisionally place a number of electric generators throughout the city. Everyone is welcome to use them, but remember, these generators are running high voltage currents. If one were to be struck or impacted by gunfire, anyone standing nearby could get electrocuted. You got that? If you see a generator spitting sparks, don't go near it. Don't do anything stupid. Safety first. As the saying goes, if we make it through this mess, I have plenty of busted generators for sale at bargain prices. Your neighborhood electrician, Sam. Well, yep, we're in big trouble now, guys, of what's going on out there. Ooh, what is that up top? Oh, boy, I don't like this. Am I supposed to go this way? Is this where Nikolai went? Oh no! Oh my god, the dogs are hard, guys. Make sure the dogs are down and out. Come on. So that's it. The generator's short-circuited now, guys. What the heck happened up here? It's taking out all the power. Oh boy. Oh, I could get them. Some of them I can get, some of them I can't. This one I could probably get. Got him. Look at him, he's hungry. The license plate just said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. Wow, it's pretty quiet around here. This ain't right. But we're at the substation. I'm gonna check over here first just to make sure. First aid spray. Wow, that's the first one I came across so far. I missed those bad boys. Okay. So weird because we're like here in the beginning of the game, you know? Oh boy, I missed a lot of bullets there. No, get off my leg! Oh my god. Run out the door, run out the door, run! A door jam. Alright, we're not gonna have enough gunpowder for this, guys. We have to be very careful here. Alright, well, let's see. Let's get back in there. Nice and easy. I don't know if they're gonna come out here. We're gonna have to get in there, guys. We're gonna have to force our way in there, so let's get ready for it. Okay, here we go. Nice and easy, guys. Nice and easy. Let's get this one. Alright, did we clear it? Let's check around, see if we can get any other clues. We got some lockers here, which is sweet. We'll take the gunpowder. Another locked door gate we can't open. Okay, let's move back the other way. Oh, I could have probably ran past these guys now that I think about it. Alright, so it looks like we're gonna go upstairs. I don't have a red herb or a green herb. You know what? I'll take it anyway. Why did she do that? Oh my god, yes, hit powers and more storage? Oh my god, thank goodness. Oh, I feel so much better. I forgot about those. Yes, get organized. And we got a chest. Woo! Alright, shotgun bullets, put away. This, put away. Red herb, put away. Alright, we're looking good, guys. Alright, facts from Substation Chief. Alright, Chief, what do we got? In response to the violent outbreaks across the city, we have implemented an intentional power outage. Once the situation has been brought under control, please activate the 4 breakers ASAP. Once that's done, turn on the main power switch in the control room to reactivate the power grid. It's easy enough. Alright, so that's good. We got a few things going on there. Okay. Oh my god, look at that power plant, guys. Well, I don't like the way this looks. You can't do nothing with these? Nah. We're gonna save it though, just to be safe. We can't afford to lose anything right now, guys. Alright, let's get moving back in there.
Smells like... Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
Oh, there's a bunch of dead bodies and decomposing flesh and whatever and whatnot. They're giving us a bunch of health items before going in there. That's usually bad news. Green herbs, they work. It's what started to look like Chad was never going to come back from his round. So I poked my head in there and fuck me. Next thing I've got was some kind of maggot squirming down my throat. I was gagging and heaving, but those little bastards didn't seem to mind none. They just wouldn't come up. I was staggering around like a madman. Then I saw it, a green herb. My grandma once told me that green herb are a natural bug deterrent, so I grabbed one, shoved it down my gob and swallowed. And what do you know? The little things didn't want to be in there anymore. I've never been so happy to throw up. Gotta head back out to look for Chad. If anyone else sees this, remember, eat your greens. Oh boy, so is this like something different going on here? Another one of those. I need something to open those up, guys. Oh, those are lockpicks. Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. Lockpicks. Let's see here. Oh my gosh. I don't trust this zombie, guys. What do you think? He's gonna wake up. Well, you know what? We got the case.
Oh my god.
Let's open it up real quick, guys. We're gonna search this up. Get this opened. And what is it? A lockpick. Specialized tool which helps a skilled user to unlock simple locks when no key is available. How long does that last? Well, now we can do the lockpicks, guys. Well, you know what that means. Just to be safe, I'm going to save it one more time. 'Cause it looks like something bad's about to happen in there for sure. Let's get these in here. We got some slots here, guys. I feel like I'm not supposed to, I shouldn't have went this way yet. Substation's internal memo. The key to the high voltage area has gone missing, and the earliest we'll be able to get a replacement is in next week's. To the interim, a lockpick will be provided to a senior employee on duty. We only have one lockpick and cannot afford to lose it, so please keep it in a carry case at all times, or you're not losing it. And please, could you all check once more that you did not accidentally take the key home? If you happen to find it, please bring it to Kate, an admin. Gotcha. I am no longer tired, just dead. Oh, I know that feeling. We can finally lockpick, guys. Thank goodness. Let's get that lockpick in there. Sweet. There we go. That's looking good. Oh boy. Oh no. Don't I gotta take a green herb?
Get it out!
I got a parasite in me. Oh boy. I don't know if I have one green herb just laying about. I should have never mixed them, guys. And I don't have a green herb. Wow. I'm kind of curious what happens. Oh, I just wasted a bullet. So inside it shows, it looks like it's depleting my health over time. Kind of like being poisoned, but instead we got parasites. It really did. That one got up close and personal. The green herbs. So those things are going to be a big problem then if we don't have enough green herbs on us, guys. Wow. I feel like I shouldn't be in here. All I have is a handgun. I think I should have went back. I should have went back and got the shotgun. Oh, we're in big trouble. So they keep going that way. There's a lot of these things in here. This is bad. Nope. Nope. That is their nest, guys. We're in big trouble. Oh, how am I gonna do this? So they're kind of like the lickers from, or whatever they are, from part 1. How am I gonna fight these things with a freaking handgun? We gotta do it. Alright, they're not too bad. All right, we got that one out, guys.
Hold.
Nice and easy. I need to grab that green herb. Oh, what the?
Here we go.
Come on. We got it. Gotta climb up top, guys, where it's more safe. Okay, these things I thought were going to be a little bit more difficult than I thought they were. This is a bad area. Alright, here goes Chad's notes again, guys. Thanks for the grenade. I could use that grenade right now. What happened to this place? I've seen some strange shit over the past few days. Those strange bugs building their nests. That metallic smell wafting through the vents. But fuck it. Then it goes straight to hell overnight. I need to check on my Mao town, but the boss says I can't leave till I drop all the breakers. God damn it, better finish up quick so I can get out of here. Well, fuck me. My stomach hurts so much I can hardly move. At the last breaker, a big, ugly bastard of bug got a drop on me and shoved a big tube down my throat. Ouch. I managed to get away and somehow kept vomiting on the spot. Fucking hurts. Feels like something's moving inside. Just holding it together. I can't breathe. I haven't puked. Fucking hurts. I'm concerned about it. I think it's gonna hurt, but I love you, mama. Oh my god. What a last minute letter to write out, guys. Unbelievable. Alright, guys. Well, let's keep moving on, but we gotta be careful. We got a ladder going down. I feel safer up here, though. Oh, no. I just saw it go right through there. This is bad news. I see the shadows of it, but where? There it is. Come on. They keep coming too, guys. They don't stop. Wow. I'm using a lot of bullets on these guys. Such a ripoff. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, what the? Let's just get this breaker on quick. We get out of here. Oh boy. I wish I had a grenade right now. Grenade would be very nice. Come on, I see you right there. Poke yourself out just a little bit. I could probably run past these guys, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to take that risk. Bullets is going quick, guys. All right, nice and easy. Come on. Is there still another one there? Whoa. Yeah, I just feel like these guys just keep on coming, guys. We got to be careful. Stop wasting so much bullets. Whoa. Whoa! Woo! I dodged that. Ooh! I'm out of here, guys. I am out of here. There's one more. Okay, there's a bunch of these guys around here, guys. There's one more to go through. Well, how the heck do I get in there?
Done.
No! That's crazy. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Not today, buddy. Keep going, Joe. Keep going. Get out of here. You got all the power on. Time to move out. That was a creepy spot. That was a really creepy spot, guys. Wow.
All that leaves is the main power switch.
Okay, now we'd be up here, right? Okay, here we go.
Enjoy.
Wow. Well, got the power back to the city, which is good. Wow. Phew, that was a little creepy. I'm glad we made it out of there alive, though. Okay. We did a really good job. All right. We're not looking too good on ammunition, though. No, 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 don't discard. Alright, let's get it saved. Let's move out. Good job. Alright, let's keep it up.
Carlos, it's Jill. I've restored power to the subway.
Nice going. Next up is the traffic control system. It should be in the subway company's offices.
Right. I think I know the building.
Really? Way to go, partner. One step ahead.
Not your partner.
Uh-oh. Well, we got the lockpick, so we can get this opened. Maybe we'll get some useful things on the way back, guys. Yes, thank goodness, guys. Yeah, we're heading back outside. Too quiet out here. Oh!
You shitting me?
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, gosh. So this is a safe area? Yeah, so he doesn't come in here. Okay, this is cool.
Doesn't. Nemesis? Daddy, trouble, man. Keeps
Oh, look at him. He's mad.
Who? See him? Can I see him? Wait, he's that big? Daddy, hold on, let me see him again.
No, he's one angry mofo.
Look at his face and look how big he is. Hey, look at me.
Come on, Nemesis. What do you want? This is a good place to take him down, really. Look at him. He's not Mr. X, man. He's the mean one.
Daddy, go back into the room. Daddy, back into the room. If he sees you step out that room once, he'll trace you down.
Oh, I'm ticking him off right now, making him so mad.
No, Daddy, he's not like Mr. X.
It's like he's wearing garbage bags around him or something.
Daddy, he's not like Mr. X, because Mr. X will be able to walk out the room. You walk out the room when he's out there, he'll just turn around and be like,
Yeah, I'm gonna let him leave.
Ah.
I'm sure they're using the
Daddy. He has a thing right here. Look, Daddy.
Yes, hold on.
He doesn't turn his hand into a parasite. He has a thing underneath his arm that goes. He's huge.
Does he come in here? I don't hear him anymore.
Hey, he's huge.
Yeah, he's big. He's gonna be waiting for me. I don't have a choice.
Yeah, as soon as you walk out the room, he's not like Mr. X. You can walk out the room, have a chance.
Oh, he's waiting for me.
And you walk out the room, he'll just come out those stairs and chase you. Right? Oh! Oh! You weren't kidding when you said he ran.
Oh, he's fast.
He goes, bow, 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 bow. What's wrong with his face?
Umbrella's
Daddy,
controlling him.
Look. The Umbrella's controlling him? Ow. Daddy, look.
He has one mission. Umbrella made him to kill Star. Fortunately for Jim, he still wears Star. She's one of the Stars Raccoon Police Department. All the Stars and police members were part of the incident that happened with the zombies. So the Umbrella sent Nemesis to wipe them out so nobody can snitch or give out information.
Daddy, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Look, pause the game real quick. Pause it.
Oh!
What is that? Hey, you see what he just did?
Yeah.
Look, his hand doesn't turn into it. Look, he has like a hole right here.
Mm-hmm.
He goes like this. He goes, look. He goes, and he rises up and he goes.
Yeah. Well, remember I showed you the original Resident Evil. Nemesis was still hard. This one, I don't have a lot of room to run around.
I think that guy's harder than the original.
He's waiting for me.
Hey, the other one's harder than the original.
I gotta take him out. I'm gonna have to run past him. He's gonna hit me. Dang it. I hear him downstairs, guys. He's not leaving this. He knows I'm here.
Good luck, Daddy.
Thanks. Man, he's fast. I don't know how I'm gonna get past this guy. Dang it. And I just put myself in a dead end. Oh, no, you don't. I'm gonna use a lot of bullets on this guy. Stop missing right. Oh, you stupid door! Yep, I'm running. I'm out of here. He's gonna run even faster. Why do I run like a chicken? Like a slowpoke? Run! I'm not gonna give him a chance to catch up to me, guys. Nope. Oh, we lost him. Okay.
Carlos, that thing is still alive. It's after me.
What? Run! Come back to the station.
Not until I get traffic control online.
Okay, well, in that case, we need to be careful, guys. Right. All right, we got 2 first aid sprays, guys, which is really good. You know what? Let's put one away. Let's go ahead and put one away. All right, let's head back. Oh, these zombies are... Oh, no. Oh, shenanigans. Oh! Oh, he's on my hiney. Oh, get the hell off of me. And he bit me anyway. And Nemesis is in here now. That's great. Oh my god, does he go into all these rooms? So all these zombies I killed for nothing because now they're all back. Get in here, guys. I need that shotgun.
Back again.
Oh, boy. Okay, use these bolt cutters. We need this bad boy. All but safe rooms, right? Any plans? Any plans I had of sleeping are no more. Aw, what happened? I'm glad shotguns only take 1 space, though. All right, let's get these up and running. Nemesis definitely put you on the edge in this game. He's not coming in here. Thank goodness. All right, guys. So we have a shotgun and a handgun. We gotta get out of here. Well, the power is on here.
The control room. Now what?
Nice. Now you gotta plot out a route.
Okay, give me.
Nemesis happened, right? He is. I'm scared, guys. I'm really scared. Like, I'm actually freaked out. He's fast, dangerous, and like, his encounters are usually not the best thing to happen. We got handguns and shotguns, but I wish we had a flashlight at all times. All right.
All right, where are we headed?
The train is stopped at Redstone Street. We need to reach Fox Park Station.
Fox Park Station. Ow.
Program that in.
Hey, I'm Super Cop. Consider it done.
Okay, so RE to box, I see it. So okay, so we need to go from Redstone Street to Frost Avenue to Raccoon Central Station to St. Michael's Clock Tower. Might be that. Okay, so this one would be one, two, three, four, five. Huh. Be 2, 3, 4.
Unable to establish route. Please try again.
So the last one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, maybe this one. SAO2. Oh, gotcha.
Valid route confirmed.
Carlos, it's me.
Got it.
Jill, you are amazing. Tough as nails, too. Hurry back to the station. We'll make sure the subway's ready to depart.
Are scary, but terrifying. Terrifying. No. Nemesis is borderline uncanny valley because he looks kind of human, so it makes him much scarier. Right. And it's sad because, like, he could have been a great asset. Like, he could have probably helped the city. You know what I'm saying? Like, something like that. Bioweapons could have saved the city, but instead, Umbrella used it for not good deeds, you know? Alright, guys. We got to be careful here. What the hell? Oh. Okay, yeah, that just happened. He doesn't come in here, sweet. Oh, gotta shoot it in the back. Jeez, how many hits do you need? That was so much of my bullets. Seriously, dude? You got an arm missing. Okay, that just happened. Oh, I missed all them shots. All right, I'm out of here, guys. I'm running out of bullets so fast. Pretty good graphics. Yes, it is really good graphics, and it's very spooky. Welcome back there, Hotserb. How are you doing? I'm scared. All right, well, let me get going. Great, more dangers. Okay, that's perfect. I'm gonna run around the zombie because I gotta save bullets. Oh gosh, we got this guy. Yep. Oh, what the? He shot something at me. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, you guys are still there. Good. All right, let me go back in here real quick. Let's unlock this locker. Let's get that lockpick in motion. Oh my god, Kinky, why do you say that? Did you see something on the internet? Did something pop up? That's not good. Is that, you know, just make sure you guys, everybody just be safe. Okay, Umbrella's gonna save us all. Alright? They're gonna send mercenaries. Alright, I'm gonna save it real quick. Alright, we got that saved? Perfect. Grenade. I should probably keep that on me. Shotgun bullets. I'm gonna put away for now. Alright, let's get back out there, guys. Not a safe area. Oh boy. Oh no! Come on, Nemesis, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm out of there, guys. I'm out of there. Go, 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 go. Oh, he's coming after me, guys. Oh, he's coming for me for sure. I don't know. Is he coming in here? Oh my god! Not a safe room. Definitely not a safe room. Oh, dang it. Oh, man. I got myself in trouble again, guys. Bad area. I went the wrong way. Where'd the Nemesis go? Well, it's sparking up again, which is perfect. Something tells me you know what to survive it. Ha 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 ha. That's a big nope for me. What is it? Right? Oh, there you go, zombies. Dance. Get that dance on. Yeah. I like it. Look, there you go. Twerk it. Shake it. Shake it like a salt shaker. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. Do the zombie dance. The monster mash. And they're still alive. Okay. Dude, can you fall to the ground already? You miss? I'm sorry. Get down. Okay, so he's down and out. She's down and out, which is perfect, guys. All right, we gotta book it out of there. Right. There you go, Jay. There you go. I'm sorry. I was in the moment. That's a big note for me. What is that? Oh, gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta run. Gotta shoot. I don't like this guy. This Nemesis. He is one mean man. He is one bad guy here. He's gonna come back out here, I bet you. Oh, he ain't playing around. Oh, he killed these zombies? Well, thank you, Nemesis. That's very nice of you. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, so shotguns actually do some pretty good damage on these guys. What is he after here? Oh my god. Come on. Nemesis, I was joking. I was kidding, okay? We could talk about this. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he is not playing around. Okay, that's it. Now he's just playing with my emotions. Oh! He comes in different areas. He does not want me to get in there, guys. Oh, get in there quick. Oh, wee. Scary. Spooky, spooky, spooky. All right, we gotta save it real quick, guys. We need to save it. Guys, make sure if you guys are here right now, you know the deal, guys. Make sure you guys are joining me on Discord. Sir Jake's like, nope, not for me. I'm out. I'm sorry, guys. I know the game could be a little spooky. I'm scared. I'm still playing it. It's something about the fear. It's very exciting. All right, we're gonna go back down to the substation here, see what's happening. So I think we're gonna be safe here since we shut everything out. It doesn't look like we're going back that way anytime soon.
Nice job, Super Cop. I'm impressed.
We back in business?
Yeah, mostly. But we need 30 to 40 minutes to finish maintenance.
Uh-oh.
Nikolai, how are we doing?
The town's crawling with those freaks. No chance of fighting our way out of the city. Why is she here?
She's helping get the trains running again.
Bad time to start carrying dead weight, Fred. She's unreliable. Can't pull the trigger when it counts.
Hey, take it easy.
Uh-oh.
She'll get you killed.
Sorry about that. Everyone's a little worked up. Oh, come on. Not again.
It's me he's after.
Hey.
I'll buy you some time.
Hey, wait. Wait, Joe.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. So what am I supposed to do?
Come on, you creepy ass.
Oh, no! Yep. He weakened me a bit there, guys. Come on, Nemesis. Get out of here, guys. Get out of here. Go, 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 go! He's gonna pull her by the leg. No, she made it. Oh, that was close. Come on, Joe. Okay, let's keep moving, guys. Now we're down into the sewers. Okay, then. Fair enough. All right, Jill is strong. That's a strong woman right there.
Copy. Carlos. Oh, shit. Oh, I need to find another way out.
Okay, discarding items. You can discard items that serve their purpose, or any other items with the trash mark, or the garbage can icon. Gotcha. Well, in this case, I'm going to grab this red herb. Thank goodness we got some ammo. We're gonna need those. Some shotgun shells. Oh, we're full, so let's put some stuff away. I miss that sound of the safe room, guys. That treasure room is very soothing. All right, so we got 2 red herbs to put away. Put the other spray away. Oh wait, this we're done. I'll just store it just to be safe. Okay, just to make sure, guys. Did I put the right Resident Evil 3 category? I'm gonna check real quick. Give me a second. Because sometimes I put the wrong one in. Yeah, I put the right one. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure there. Okay. All right, let's get back in there, guys. We ain't got much bullets though. Man, this is crazy. All right, what if I put this away and then grab it back again? It's gonna put it right next to the thank goodness. Okay, good. First aid sprays, put it away. Oh, these are the hotkeys anywhere anyway. Okay, so I think that's all we're gonna really be able to do there, guys. We do have a map. We have the sewer map, which is nice. Right now we're in the manager's office. It's for a management office, so we got a upper way and a lower waterway.
A map of the area. Perfect.
Let's save it. Good job. So we got that right there, guys. Grab me something to drink here, guys. Give me 1 second, okay? Alright, guys, get right back into the game exactly where we left off here. Okay. Ooh, that is crazy. Alright. Let's get back in there. We're gonna go right back out into the sewers. Check our way around. Wow, looks like it's been okay here. Alright, come on, Trix. No zombies, no other creatures. I think so far we're in good shape, guys. Alright, let's keep it up. We have to go down the stairs. I don't like the sound of that. Not good. Ah, big giant lock. Looks like we need to put a battery in it.
Door won't budge. Looks like it needs a power source.
Okay, increased sewer security. All right, we've been receiving reports of unauthorized personnel in the control areas of the facility. In response, we're replacing the aging mechanical locks and implementing new security protocols. Unlocking the new electronic locks requires a special-made battery pack to be distributed to all employees. Please keep your personal battery pack on hand at all times when moving throughout the facility. Wow. Really interesting, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. I think I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Okay. All right, guys. So battery pack is exactly what we need. Let's go ahead and find that so we can get this door open and continue on with our mission. I think I heard the Nemesis. What the hell was that? I don't like this sewer area, guys. Pretty spooky in here. I'm not going down there. Oh my gosh, what is happening here? No, 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 don't jump down yet. Oh, we're gonna go against the same creatures from part 2, right? I meant to go up there. Dang it, I probably missed something. This is bad news, guys. There's probably zombies all over in this sewer water, so we have to be careful. Oh, there's a ladder. Heck yeah, go up top real quick. Woo! We're out of the dirty, nasty water. Poo water. And this takes us all the way to the top, and it also has a battery pack, I think. Thank you, Jay. I'm scared already as it is. Oh, yeah. This part definitely looks like... Nope. Can't get that open yet. Guys, this is the Resident Evil 2 part, I think. It looks a little different. I don't remember. Oh, let's be careful health-wise. I think we're pretty good. Actually, no, we're not. I forgot to equip the health. Oh my gosh, I can't go back either. We're in trouble. This is not good at all, guys. We have to be extremely careful. First of all, let's check the map. All right, so straight down will take me to the office. To the right, it looks like it's going to take us many different ways and back to where we came. We're going to do the office first. What the hell is that? Oh, hecky no. No, 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 no. I don't remember those in Resident Evil. What was that? Whoa. Okay, time out. Time out there for a second, guys. I don't get what's going on here. This is insane. These things were not here. These are new. There it is, guys. It's facing the other way right now, which is perfect. Look at that thing. I have to take it out, though. We don't have a choice. What does it show me? Wow. That's it? Climb up! Wow. I'm dead. Jeez. Too much ammo. These things take too many bullets. I don't have the bullets for it. That's a pretty brutal death scene there. If you get close, it might gobble you up. It's probably best to strike from afar. Yeah, well, I was doing that. And then what happened? First of all, health. That would make sense, right? Second of all, shotgun bullets would also make sense. Only have 1, 2, 3, 3 spots left. Did I grab everything else? Okay, well, you know what? Anyway, that's better that this happened because now I can go back. Wow, right, Jagged? That's what I'm saying, bro. I just got murdered. Oh my gosh, yummy! Looks like me when I'm eating a sandwich. Oh, there was nothing this way anyway, guys, so we don't have a choice. We have to go down. No, and she wouldn't climb the ladder either.
I'm definitely burning these clothes.
Was I not supposed to go that way? I don't know, man. Open your mouth again, buddy. Come on. That's right. Oh, one hit, that's it? I gotta wait for him to have his mouth open. That's what I gotta do. Well, let's hit that office room, guys. Kelso, what's going on? How are you? Welcome back. Okay, we made it in. Ooh, finally. All right, what are we doing here? What is this? Explosive B. Okay, we're gonna be getting our grenade launcher later, I guess. Never mind, we're gonna get it right now because grenade launcher is just sitting in the sewers. Why not? Not gonna complain about it. Like that. Definitely, it takes 2 spots. All right, so we got an invoice from Gunshot Kendo. Oh, speaking of, oh no, Gunshot guy was in Resident Evil 2. That's right. Thank you for purchasing the XXXXXX grenade launcher. We made special adjustments to this piece to ensure compatibility with a variety of ammunition types for optimal performance. Be sure to choose the right ammo for the right situation. As we discussed at the time of purchase, this is a refurbished model, and the chamber needs to be manually cycled between shots. I'll take an extra moment, but this is reflected in the prices we agreed. Handwritten notes on reverse. Explosive rounds, explosives A times 2, flame rounds, explosive A plus explosive B, acid rounds, explosive B times 2. Mine rounds, that's a new one, can't be readily crafted. Not worth stocking up on. Won't help if we need to get the gummers in line. Gotcha. Alright, so we just had one of the B things. The bad thing about this is that we don't have much space. So let's put the let's put this away. Let's put the grenade launcher away for now. Let's save the game. Mm-hmm. Okay, game is saved. All right, we're looking good here, guys. Oh wait, what is this? Research assisted logs. Water temperature 18 degrees Celsius, pH 6.8. Gamma's released from tank for the first time, movement sluggish, combat potential low. Experimented with additional hormones and drugs. One adjusted bore positive results with a significant rise in combat potential. Specimen is now available to move quickly and swallow prey whole. Oh, that's what happened to me the first time. Umbrella has officially shut down Gamma research. Managed to smuggle some specimens with the especially high potential for the lab before disposal. Dr. Logan Carousel is more committed than ever to perfecting the Gamma line. Wow, 2 weeks since relocating to the sewers. Increased temperatures have led to a decrease in water quality, but specimens appear fine despite my concerns. All right. So these are this is what the researchers working on these things even afterwards. We were lucky to secure the space by bribing the sewage department chief, but it's beginning to feel cramped due to the Gamma's continued growth. We should begin to consider other possible arrangements. So now the water temperature is 21 Celsius, so it's been dropping. A water treatment worker found his way into the lab, but the Gammas promptly eliminated him. This proves their viability for field use. I'll reach out to Umbrella's European branch tomorrow. Perhaps they will see the light. Wow. So they just wanted to continue no matter what. So what was the purpose of this room? Nothing? Just to save the game? Yeah, so it looks like we're going to have to book our way out of here. Just move our way. Oh, I see the lab. Okay, well, in any case, let's be careful, guys. There's going to be another one out this way, so let's be very careful. There's the other one. We see it. Hey there, buddy. I see you. There we go. We're still alive? Wow, how come this one took more than one hit? Jeez. Okay. That took a lot of shotgun bullets. Guys, we're not going to have the ammo for this at all. Bunch of stuff going on here in the sewers, guys. All right, let's keep moving in. No way. Save your bullets, save your bullets. Still alive. Hey, where you going? Wow. That thing moved quick. There you are. Come on. Open your mouth. Open it up. Still alive? Oh, finally. Okay, guys, take it down. Come on. Look at that thing. Jeez. That thing is ugly. Oh my gosh. You did like, and did you like it? Did you enjoy it? Oh, what is this? Flame rounds? Oh, we got plenty of space. You know what? I almost got this game for PC. I really did. And I just said, you know what? I'm just going to get it on Xbox. Gonna do it. Because my cousin really wants to play it too. So we kind of went half and half on the game, so that's good. All right. It's much cheaper that way than going full price. Wow. I think we found the lab area here, guys. What kind of experiments were they conducting? Were they biological weaponry? Who knows? Not much of anything going on in here. My only thing, though, is the... Got the battery pack. That's exactly what we needed. 2 spaces. Wow. High grade gunpowder. I will take that. Some good stuff here. Get this open with a lockpick. I just wish I had a Micro Center near me. Yeah, what's going on, Jim? Are you talking about like the deals that they have? I was looking at deals, bro, because they email like deals all the time. They had some pretty good sales. Surge 2? I'm about to check it out, Kelsey. I do got the Game Pass. I think I still do. Yeah. Does anybody else have a Micro Center near the location? Right. Yeah, look at some of the deals that they have, guys. Look at that. Oh. Interesting. Okay. We'll take that. I'm running out of space here, guys. So if I mix standard grade gunpowder, combine 2 of these to create a handgun. Combine with gunpowder to create shotgun shells, or combine with another high grade gunpowder to make mag ammo. So I don't have any of the... what you call it. Okay, oh, we got a love letter. Look at this. My little darlings. It's already been 3 months since we fled here together. I find myself back to the day you hatched. Your little voices made me tremble with pride. Your adorable little bodies brimming with incredible destructive power. And of course, that ferocious, insatiable appetite. You are no less than the pinnacle of the Hunter series, and yet they ordered me to destroy you. They said you were unfit for use as weapons because of a few minor vulnerabilities. So what if you're susceptible to heat? So what if your delicate mandibles are exposed when you feed? Haven't they ever heard of character flaws? It is those very flaws that make you so very, very precious to me, but we'll show them yet. Down here, we'll continue to walk this revolutionary path together. We'll prove to Umbrella that you, my beloved Hunter Gammas, are truly superior. Somebody really had a weird obsession. Well, they also ship? Yeah. Oh, they do? Well, Jim, see if they ship it to you, bro. You can definitely check that out. Okay, anyway, we're gonna need shotgun bullets, so why not? Let's combine that. All right. Let's get this reloaded. Okay, let's grab that green herb and let's get out of here, guys. I need another hip pouch, guys. I'm running out of space all the time. The bundles, they don't ship. Oh, no, really? That's not good. That is not good. That is crazy. All right, guys. Let's get back on top and let's continue to roll on. I safe out here? Probably not. Well, I know we're in danger. So hold on, what's going on here? Oh, there was another direction we can go. I gotta go this way. How did I miss that? Oh. Nope, got no room for that. Sewers workers notes. It happened again. They got Kane this time. I saw it all. One of those things just swallowed him whole. Head to toe. I tried to warn them then when Bill went missing from Left 4 Dead. 2 weeks back, the cops said he probably skipped town, but I said no way. Not with his baby coming any day. But did they listen? Nope. This is bullshit. Fucking puking, breathing, toads-faced motherfuckers. Every time I think I've lost them, another one pops out of the tunnels. It's not like I can count on the cops that don't trust those pencil pushers at HQ either. Next time one of those freaks show its face, I'm gonna hit it right in the big ugly mouth. Oh, that's the way to do it. So this what happened to you? Well, at least we know you're not coming alive. That's perfect. I can't grab it. Gunpowder, and I need it too. Oh my gosh. Oh, store pickup only. Well, what about Newegg? Anything good on there? Thank you, guys. I need this gunpowder, guys, but I don't know. Shows that there's a ladder on that side. Am I missing something here? Okay. Do I not need something here? This is messed up. I do need those handgun bullets. No! Wasn't there a chest? Wait, where's the chest at? Down there in the office. This is messed up. All this poo water. Oh no! Unbelievable, man. Oh, no, you don't. Oh my gosh, it got me. Okay, first of all, we don't get enough ammo in this game. Even as greedy as I've been with ammunition, I'm still running out. I'm gonna have to run past these things. They only really get you when their mouth is open, so maybe I'm not meant to fight these things. Well, at least the save was right here, so it's a little lenient, not too bad. Alright, let's get this open again. Nom 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 nom. I just got eaten for supper again. The enemies are eating more than me right now. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so everything's looking pretty good here. Alright, let's head back. I'm glad the save was right here, though. Oh, wait, there was a typewriter here? No, there wasn't. It's nice of the game, though. Don't let them open their mouth. Yeah, they're pretty dangerous. Yeah, they take too many hits. I wasted so much ammo down here. We're gonna have to do the old school running gun. Really? Wow. Nope. He used his tail, smacked me, and then just ate me. No, I don't want that. Okay? Just because I died a couple times. This enemy. Oh! Oh my god, I gotta go to stuff again. Oh my gosh. I gotta get a new HDMI cord. I mean, I can kill it, but I don't want to. I don't think we're gonna have a choice. I have to fight these things no matter what. So what if I didn't have ammo right now? There would have had to been a way to get rid of it. There's gotta be a better way. Come on, Jill, don't let me down. Maybe I can, if I hit the dodge just in time. Or just fight it. Oh, I got him. No, he's still alive. That's too many bullets. It's too much. I'm down to 4 shotguns here, guys. You know there's gonna be more. Oh my gosh. Now, if another one comes out now, I'm doomed. I am super doomed. But I think we're gonna be okay. Okay, I think we're okay. Phew. Alright, first of all, let's get in here. Let's put those away. Put those away. Shotgun bullets. Once we get rid of this thing, that will give us 4 extra slots anyway. We do have 2 red herbs here, so I'm gonna go ahead and take that out. Get that up there. All right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Time out. First of all, we have no more of the gunpowder. Oh, wait, 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 wait. No, Joe, come back up. Come back up. Save it. Whew. Game trying to say put it in assist mode. What? What? All right, we got it saved. We got it saved. All right, let's get going, guys. All right, let's go back this way. And I do want to grab the that thing that was in the corner back there, guys. Did she grab it? Yeah, she did. Okay. Let's combine that. Sweet. Let's get the handgun out. Reload. All right, guys. We got some more shotgun bullets and we got some more handgun bullets. That should help us sustain a little bit more. Oh, gaming dude, what's going on? Yeah, be careful with the periods. Yeah, don't type decimals. Can one of the mods on? I think it's only like a 10-second ban or something. I don't think it's that long. But if one of the mods can unban Big Nerd 143, that'd be great. Okay, guys, we're heading back. We got the battery pack now, which is good. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Wow, these things do not give up, do they? It was 60 seconds. Ah, okay, okay. Not too bad. 60 seconds. Okay. Yeah, I try not to be too crazy about it because, you know, somebody comes in, posts a link by accident, doesn't remember, doesn't know about it, and get banned for like 30 minutes. They're like, what? And just leave, you know. Oh my god, we gotta fight this thing, guys. No, you know what? Let me climb back up here real quick. I'm glad we got everything mixed up here. Sorry, didn't know. You're okay. You're okay. But Gaming Dude, it's great to see. It's great to see you again. Or a big nerd. I hope everything's been going great with you. I know right now we got this pandemic going on, and you know everybody's being safe right now. It's right around that corner, guys. We gotta really watch ourselves here, bro. Woo, okay. Let's figure this out. All right, nice and easy. Trying to get myself comfortable here. It's already midnight? Guys, time goes so fast, right? Say, man, I would love to play a game with you one day. Yeah, don't worry. We do. I do viewer games all the time. I do sub games. I do viewer games. You can even check out our past history too, like broadcast, and see. Like yesterday, we were playing Bleeding Edge. Oh my god, I gotta fight this thing, guys. We don't got the ammunition for it, but we ain't got a choice. Let's go for it. Gotta fight this thing. Come on. Let the thing walk away. We've got some hits on it. Take it for that follow there, big nerd. That's right, buddy. See, as long as we got the ammo, I feel like we're in good shape. But I think less ammo makes it more spooky, too, because now we got to be more careful, you know? All right, let's climb our way up top. All right, got another followers for the stream, guys. Guys, we're doing great here. Thank you. I really appreciate those. Whew. All right. Hopefully the game is like not too dark for everybody. I think we're good, right? All right, maybe I should. Hold on. Yikes. I was gonna say maybe I should have the light on so that way the camera moves a lot better too. You know what, Project Zero and J13? I actually do need to make a command for that to explain the channel points a little more. It's something new that they recently added. If you click on it, it'll show you what you can do with it. So whatever channel points you can get one of those things. And then we also have this too. We also got that as well. Okay, let's work our way to the top. And never let it stop. All right, well, let's get the battery pack in there. So what happens? And once we get the battery pack, we can't grab it anymore? What was the point of that? Where am I? Oh, we're in a whole new area right now. All right, guys, watch our steps here. We ain't got much ammo to play with. Oh! You gotta be kidding me. This is bogus. Wow. There's too much of these things. Whoever had the obsession with these things, now they're everywhere. We need to put a battery pack in here, which we do not have. Okay, what's over here? We have a gate. You're welcome. Okay, so we unlocked it so we can go back that way. Oh, I get what we're doing now. We take the battery pack and we go this way. All right, let's get this battery pack in there right now. Oh, thank goodness, please. Yes, I needed this. Oh my god, that looks great. If I can get 4 more spaces, even better. All right, let's get the explosive rounds. Somebody was eating some candy. Gunpowder. Okay, it's supposed to be coffee. Okay. That's it in this room, guys. There's nothing else. Oh, we got the pouch though, so now we can hold more space, which is very good. I don't have the bullets for this, guys. Okay, well, with that, oh, yeah. I feel like we're gonna fight these things even more. I don't have the bullets for this. Oh, okay. Where was the safe room anyway? Manager's office. Let's go there real quick. Have I been in there? Alright, let's get these, so we got 2 explosives, A's and B's, which is nice. Gunpowder. We don't have any more right now to mix, so put that away. Shotgun, guys, we don't really have the bullets for this. Just for an emergency, I guess. Alright, combine with another A to create explosive, or combine with B to create flame. Okay, so we got a bunch of explosive rounds in case we need it. Once we get rid of that battery pack, we're gonna have more space anyway, so let's save it. Alright, good stuff, Alright. Let's keep it going. Back down we go. Oh boy. We can survive this, Joe. All right, let's move it down. We got this door that we need to put the battery pack in, guys. Didn't I read that? All right, good stuff. I don't think we're gonna need this anymore. Oh, it looks like we're gonna get out of here now. Problem is, even if I get out of here, look at the ammo we have. 10 handguns and 5 grenade launchers. Not much to work with, guys. But staying down here, we're not gonna survive either way, so.
Carlos, can you hear me now?
Jill. Oh, thank God. Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm alive. I lost him.
Great. Subway's ready to go. We'll leave as soon as you make it back.
But they've been waiting for me the entire time. Oh! Whoa! What the heck? Yep. I'm in trouble. He has a freaking flamethrower. Oh my gosh.
You can use weapons?
Yeah, you know that's the work of Umbrella. Looks like we're gonna be going upstairs, but I'm gonna check in here first. Alright, what's in here? Anything good? We need to save it. Wow, Nemesis just grabbed me by the head, guys, like, "Roar." You can call me cheap like the bird noise. Right? Hey, I'm cheap too. Hey guys, sometimes you gotta be cheap. You know what I'm saying? Especially right now, everybody's struggling, guys. People don't have jobs. There's just so much going on. It's gonna get crazy. Save your money. If you have money, save it. Some people don't have to worry about it, depending where they're at or what they have saved up or where they work, you know? I do have first aid sprays and stuff, but I don't think I'm gonna use them yet. I'm gonna save it. What's this? I'll definitely take that. We did have a red urban here, which was great. Let's go and grab that real quick. All right. Now this one, I'm actually gonna go ahead and put away in there. Keep the 4 extra. No, wait. Explosive A. Well, we could probably mix these two up, right? All right, we need to get this saved up here real quick. Oh, the nickname. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. That's okay. Let's head upstairs, guys. Going up. Oh, boy. Get up on me. Go, 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 go.
I gotta get out. Quick.
Oh, he's after me, guys. He is after me. Oh my gosh. He is really trying to take me down. Did he teleport up top? Oh, yep, I heard him. Run! Run for your life! Wow, the spire just came out of nowhere, guys. Oh, boy. Run, Trix. Run, 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 run. I don't know where he is. Man, we're way up here, guys. This is dangerous. Oh. Jill's really asking for trouble. I mean, look where she's standing right now. Like, this thing could collapse any minute. Oh, we got a treasure chest here, which is nice. Nice. So this is the notice of demolition day. So this place was actually meant to be under demolition. It is what people call me. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you though. I only really call people by their usernames just because it's just much easier to remember. I have a bunch of names to remember on Discord, Twitch, the games we play, Xbox, all that good stuff. We have decided to delay the Barnaby office building demolition in response to the ongoing public unrest. For safety reasons, the electrical equipment, including generators, have been moved to the roof for safekeeping. Entry to the premises is prohibited until the current unrest has subsided. All employees are to stay home and await further instructions. Okay. Well, with that being said, I feel like we're going to fight the Nemesis, guys. But just to be safe, let's get ourselves ready and brace ourselves for this. It's showtime. Save it again. All right, let's head up top. It is right. I got you. All right, here we go, guys. We're going back up top. Oh yeah, this is a battle, a big area.
All right, let's do this.
Where is he? This guy ain't playing around. Woo-wee. What's in here? Grenade rounds. Very nice. Let him come around. All right, first of all, we need to mix these up. Okay. I see the grenade launch rounds just sitting right up there. Woo! Come on, Nemesis. I see you, bro. Come on. This thing is not giving up on me, guys. Today's horror night. Hey, saw you on COD earlier, though, about joining you. Oh, yeah, I was on earlier. I might get back on tonight, depending on how things roll. And just for you, Kelso, because you came in, like, super hardcore. If you want Call of Duty, we could rearrange. Okay, let him do his thing. Oh no! He sees me right through everything too, guys. It's on fire. Oh, he's mad. Ooh, he's mad. Oh gosh. Oh, I missed totally. I gotta wait for that electric thing to come back up again, guys. Oh boy, come on, come on. Alright, we still can't use this one yet. Alright, give me a second here, guys. I'll leave it on you, Tricks. I'm just chilling with some hard cider and safe mixture. Oh, sounds really good. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Kelso. Absolutely. Oh. You just flamed the whole place up. Here he comes. Here he comes. Whoa. Alright, he's kind of weakening me here a bit, guys. Yeah, we're in big trouble. He's not giving up either. Alright, Nemesis, you want to play him? Let's play, buddy. How many more bullets do I have to waste on this guy? Oh. Wow. Get out of the fire, Joe! I can't. He's facing right at me right now. I gotta hit the electric thing. I gotta be patient. Alright, looks like it's up and running, which is good. Still alive? Wow. At least I'm behind his wood thing, which is good. He's not giving up so easily, guys. Oh, it's your nemesis. Oh, it is. He really wants me too. For the most part, I think we're good, but wow, the flames. Woo! Can't use it yet. Come on. Nope, Nemesis, I don't think so. Come on, generator, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. It's almost done for. He's still alive. Hey, he doesn't care. All right, come on, Nemesis. Oh, we're in big trouble. There's fire everywhere, guys. Come on. No! I'm gonna go around this wooden thing here real quick. Oh gosh. Come on, there it goes. So now what? Oh, nope. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Still kicking?
What the? Oh, no, you don't. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Gosh, look at him. He ain't playing. Come on, Mr. Nemesis. Keep running in circles. Keep running in circles. Come on, give me some more generator. No! Got the generator up and running, guys. I don't have much bullets. Nice and easy. Everything's on fire, including the bad guy? Right. Yikes. Alright, guys, nice and easy. Come on. We're just playing a little ring around a rosy. Oh, never mind. Whoa. You're so mean, Nemesis. You know that? I thought we were cool, man. You took zombies down for me earlier. Now you're trying to hurt me? I don't get you sometimes. You're giving me all these mixed emotions. Oh, I zapped myself. I don't have the ammo, guys. Oh, I'm in trouble. Yep, I'm in big trouble. Maybe the lightning is enough to kill it down. I don't know. Oh. Come on, Nemesis. Come on. Did I ever say that? You're fired! Like, literally, fired. Oh, gosh. I gotta stand clear of that. I gotta wait for that electricity to come back about again, guys. Finally! Dear gosh. Jump, Joe, jump, jump. You gotta do it. Oh, gosh. Oh, she's in a bad place. Oh, you're in trouble. Oh. Ooh. At least we're back in the ground. I'm not really too sure, Project. I'm not too sure. I want to say it's probably better here. Okay, so we just got an achievement for that one. Nemesis down. Took him down for the first time, but that was way too many hits. That was all my ammo. Literally. Well, we got a nice little traffic jam here. Why do I feel like that's Jill's apartment? This is that police, like, stop that I saw earlier.
Carlos, it's Jill. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. You all right?
Yeah. Bastard's dead.
Good. Fuck him. What were you thinking? Turning yourself into bait. You could have been killed.
Don't start. I did what I had to.
I know. And thanks. The subway's ready to go. Hurry hurry back.
All right, so now we're just returning back. Oh, that's the police car. I thought I heard like one of the bobblehead thingies. Oh, I see it. No? Wait, what the heck? Hold on, guys. See the police department. Okay. Wow. No, is that the police department or is that something else? They tried to do Roblox here, man, but it didn't work. Yep, that's RPD. That's the bottom part where Sherry and Claire goes from here. Okay. All right, now I know where we are. It's showtime. All right, well, let's climb down.
RPD dispatch, this is 153. I'm trapped in North Garden with 3 civilians. West side, cafeteria, back of the kitchen. One of us is injured and immobilized. Please advise.
Wow. Okay then. Am I going down there? There's the gun shop. Oh, wait, I see a chest here. Oh, thank goodness. High grade gunpowder. Yeah, I'm gonna grab it. Well, that's where Mr. X was and Claire and Leon. Ada and Sherry. I don't have the bullets for this, guys. Gotta play it smart. Let me get all these guys gathered up into one bunch and just shoot the barrel. No, why's the one over there? Seriously? There we go. Okay, zombies down and out. What about this one on the bed here on a stretcher? Okay, I think we're clear. Do I play PS4 or just Xbox? I do PC and Xbox. And mobile, I guess you could per se. Like, those are the 3 platforms I play on. Android, PC, and Xbox. Alright, guys. Well, I guess we're going to the gun shop. It looks like it opens, but I do want to check over here first before we go doing all that. Which way do I want to go? I think we're gonna check over here first. Oh, I need to get a key for it. So, yep, looks like we're going in here. Okay, guys. Hopefully we get some ammo up in here. All right, we're getting some stuff. Let's gather up. Semi-auto barrel shotgun. Oh. Custom part with the M3 shotgun designed for a semi-automatic fire. Allows more rapid fire while also reducing spread for greater power. Yeah, well, I don't have the shotgun on me, so... We currently can't really combine that right this moment, guys. Thank goodness, handgun bullets. Oh gosh, thank you. I wish there was more ammunition around here, man. Gunpowder, that works too. Holy crap.
Kendo, you're all right.
Yeah, all right's a stretch. Sorry, I got a little jumpy there. Didn't know quite what to expect.
No shit. Look, we're using the subway to get people out of town. You in?
Subway. Well, that's good thinking.
When we get out, there's gonna be a lot to do. We could use a man of your skill set. What's wrong?
Nothing. Just bad timing is all. Yeah. Look, don't worry about me. I'm gonna make other arrangements, okay?
You better. You're the best gunsmith around.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Stupid.
Oh, that's your job, right? Take care, Jill.
So we get to see him again from part 2, and this time Jill does...
Take that service alley out in front of the shop, okay? The key's hanging on the wall.
Yeah, well, we're gonna save it just to be safe here, guys. Oh, that took a long time to save. Alright, let's get all this stuff away. Alright, grenade launcher, let's put that away, I guess, because that's taking up double space too much. Shotgun was nice. We do got to put the attachment on there real quick. Very nice. Green herb, I'll put it away. So if we mix 2 of these, that's going to give us magnum ammo, but we don't really need magnum ammo right now, guys. Not right now. So let's see. I would say we have the the shotgun did take 2 spaces. Alright, but that's good for now though. Jeez, I saved it 21 times. Alright. What? Let's see. Alright, let's see. That's Kendo's gate, or a key. But we're gonna need that for now. What's this way? Nothing?
It's all right, Pumpkin. It's all right. That's a good girl.
No, I think we see Jill's reflection. I thought I saw them for a second. Yep, that's my reflection. He's gonna turn to his daughter. Poor guy. You know what a parent what any parent would do, you know? Oh, I almost missed these. I don't want to carry those because then I'm going to be running out of space. So let's go ahead and put that back. I got a bunch of these though, which is good. Got 1, 2. No, we don't. We only got 2 of those guys. Not that good. All right, shotgun and handgun. Let's head back outside. We know for a fact we're not done with Nemesis, guys. Like, it's still going on. We gotta be careful. The heck? Okay. Okay. We got pretty far, which is good. All right, let's see. Okay. So I don't know, like what do you guys think about the game so far? Man, time goes fast too, guys. Whoa. It is sweet. You like it? Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, it's Resident Evil. You know, if you like Resident Evil, you're going to like it regardless. I think this one's a little different, though. Like, I think it feels like I kind of get why people complain about the exploration. You are kind of, you have a predefined path, right? So, like, there's no, like, exploration. There's no running back and forth like you used to. So I think that's one of the biggest complaints that people are having right now, is that you're sidetracked, you're good. People are just complaining, like, you know, like the original Resident Evil series, especially with these, it was like open map. You had to decide where to go, where to find the key items, and what you need to do by reading the notes and stuff like that, like by the puzzles. This one's more... It is a nice looking game, though, and the gameplay is cool, and the Nemesis is awesome. I give credit for that. But I don't know. We're going to play some more and see... see what else. You know, we could be definitely missing something here, guys. All right, let me see. Dum 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 boom 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 boom. All right, well, let's see. Let's get through this key door here. Thank you, Kendo. So Jill knew the gun shop guy. That's interesting. I don't know if that's an Easter egg or something we should have been known, but I never knew Jill knew them. I don't trust this guy. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, oh, no, 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 no. Get up on me. What the hell was that? Oh, no, you don't, mister. I need to get inside this building here. We made it inside. We know this ain't a safe house. Of course not. Okay. Those things take quite a bit of bullets too. I wonder if those are going to be in a new resistance mode. I'm going to go upstairs first. Oh, what the... Right, I'm trying to find a motherboard that will get here ASAP. Ugh, shipping is a bit tough right now, Jay. So if you could find something with quick shipping, you're in luck. Shipping is pretty tight nowadays because of what's going on with this pandemic. Alright, let's get this bad boy lockpick. It's funny how everybody in the city has these type of locks on their safes. Oh. Okay, we'll take them. What's this note? Raccoon Times reader column. Dear editor, I am writing to you because I'm troubled. Deeply troubled. Anyone who's been a parent knows that Crystal Promenade is the place to take the kids for a trip downtown on Saturdays, and there's no store more popular or harder on parents' wallets. That toy uncle, however, I've noticed that on windy days, that big statue above the entrance wobbles like the only thing holding up is a couple of screws. If that statue's head tumbles loose on a busy day, children will be badly hurt. I've complained to the manager 3 times now, but he just isn't willing to rectify the situation. Are we supposed to wait until a terrible accident to happen before taking action? No, if heads are going to roll, then we need to let be the managers take Devin to the trap. So I think they're talking about that big wobbly head thing, which I know exactly what they're talking about. We might have to use that later. I think that's a little hint. Well, that's it here? Yeah. But we don't need this anymore. We can get rid of that, but I think I'm going to keep it just in case. Yeah, I found one that I really like, and it said it wouldn't get here until the 24th. Dang, yeah. It's a very sad thing though, Jay, but it's very true. Very true on how that is. Like right now, shipping is insane. Oh, look at that plant. I can't use that plant? No, guess not. Alright, let's look around. Man, the wind is blowing in my ears, guys, and I hear it. And it sounds spooky. Oh man. Oh. Alright guys, I gotta go check something here really quick. Be right Hey guys, why would someone pay 800 for a motherboard? You'd be surprised, Jim. Thing is though, like those motherboards and all that stuff, they all have like different things going on for them for the most part. So it just really depends. Some people have the money and they just want to blow it. A motherboard is very important. Sometimes you do not want to go cheap. Motherboard is an important piece. Alright guys, give me one. Alright guys, let's take a look here. Hold on, before we continue on with this game, we need to add something here. This one I need to do All right, let's see here. All right, I think we got that all set up pretty good, guys. All right, let's continue on here. So we were in a house. The house took us out to the back house here, and now we got to figure out what's going to be next. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Gotta get back into the motion. Missed the spot. You know, Jay, right? You'd be missing those spots out here, bro. Stop. Welcome back. Do you know we can see him? Yeah, I knew you guys can see. My bad. Dust was bothering me. So, alright, so first of all, I had to be careful because there's like 4 cop cars outside, okay? So there's a situation going on, so I had to step away for just a moment, make sure everything was okay. But I think we're good. I think we should be good. If anything pops up, and we know what happened. Did I take my glasses off? Yeah, I think I took them off. Alright. Alright, now it looks much better. Ugh. Things get dusty so fast. Wait, did you guys hear it? Did you guys really hear them? Yeah, they're outside. It's crazy. Alright, I can't do this anymore. What's with these notifications? It's annoying. Friends broadcast, turn it off. Activity feed, new followers, we'll keep that on. Messages, keep it on. Party on, achievements on, captures on. Incoming calls. Looking for group, I'm actually gonna turn it off. Well, actually I have it set to favorites only. Run! Right, alright, we should be okay, guys. So I've upgraded the, thank you guys. I fixed the little issue I had with the what you call it, like, so now I have it like at my disposal. I have like a, again guys, I have like I don't have a real stream deck, so I'm doing something different, and it's cool because now I can use my phone and literally just at the touch of a button we switch, which is cool, right? And touch of a button we switch. Wow. Or we switch. What? And we switch. Like it. It's really good. I can also do this, like, whoa, how about some emotes, guys, or some non-emotes, even better, right? Or do this, yay! All right, guys, let's get going. We got to be careful here. Let's keep the movement going on. Man, we got an ambulance over here and everything. I'll see the graphic. Oh, what the heck is that? Oh boy. Wow. Wow. Yeah, no arms. Oh. Oh gosh.
Jill, you okay?
Carlos, that monster's on my ass again.
Are you shitting me? I thought you killed it.
Me too.
Alright guys, I'm gonna pause it right here. I have to go check something real quick. Hold on 1 second. Run is the popo, hide the pancakes. I like that. That's cool. It's almost like, I don't know, did we run from the... Oh, wait, is that the Pokemon or what the heck? Oh boy, guys. Run for it, run for it. Jeez. Wow. How much RPGs does he have? He doesn't give up. He doesn't give up at all. He's giving her a break. Oh, we're running back up top again. We just grabbed first aid spray, which is good. So we're back at the substation. I will be tomorrow. Nice. Okay. See ya. See you later, Big Nerd. Take it easy, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, guys. Oh, there's the big head thingy I guess they were talking about. So we're back here again. I've been here before. I see it.
Jill, you there? I think I know how to slow that fucker down. Head back towards the station.
And lead him right to you?
It's okay. Trust me.
Okay. There's Jim's Crabs. Jim? Is this your shop, Jim? This is Jim 13's shop, guys. Everything's broken down. What? Oh, that's the generator thing to take out the... See, I didn't know until now. Yep, toy uncles. There it is, guys. Wow. Nemesis is no. Oh! Oh, he's mad. Wow, aimbot. Oh, what the? He doesn't want me to go that way. Oh, no. Oh my god, I'm in danger. Oh, he got me. He got me with the hit. Get out, get out, get out, girl. Run, run, run. He's not gonna let me in here easy. Oh boy. That thing is throwing everything at Jill right now.
You okay? Go. Go!
Come on, forget about him!
Ooh.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
It was, but it's burning. Oh man. All right, we got Carlos in the house, guys. We're at the gas station. Different than what we remember. All right, so we're heading downstairs. Jill, man, Jill's getting like, she's getting it handed to her like big time, guys.
I know we didn't get off to a great start, but thanks for the save.
Hey, you saved my ass first. You're a hell of a lot braver than me.
Well, what matters is that we can get everyone out of the city now.
Yeah. You'll be safe.
I'm gonna check up here first, guys. Huh. Get that lockpick in motion. What do we got? Shotgun bullets? Eh, we'll take it. Why not? Is there a chest up here? Oh, this is the subway thing. Okay. Got the chest right here. How much you guys want to bet I got to use the red jewel on this? I knew it. Oh, so then now we need green and blue. All right, well, let's head back down to the bottom here, guys. Why would you burn my crap place? Wolf of the Battlefield? It's supposed to be like Battlefield, but different? Like, look, that's like a Battlefield. Don't know what that is. Sudden Death Bowling. Strongest Fear comes October 25th. Weekend discount. From September to November, you get a bottle of water for $1. Candy boxes for $2. Popcorn for $2. Alright, look at that. Disaster. Bad luck game. Okay. Well, let's head back down, guys.
What about you?
From the sound of it, I won't be catching the train.
Why not?
No, there'll be new orders. If it means I can help save the city, it's fine by me.
He's believing it? Okay. Health fast? Uh-oh.
Good work. Your reputation is well deserved. Get inside. The subway's about to leave. Carlos, Tyrell, you have your orders. You need to go back out into the city and find Nathaniel Bard.
This isn't the last bite out of town, right?
Do not worry. Once the civilians are safe, the train will be back.
It's all right. You go on ahead. I'm not gonna die on you, leave you in a cold, cruel, Carlosless world.
Okay.
You need to find this scientist. His vaccine research could save us all.
You see? You're learning. The only life that matters is your own.
Good luck. Let's go.
But see, Nikolai has no idea about the Nemesis too, so this will be interesting. See, I don't know.
You don't really think a pencil pusher like Bard is still alive, do you?
I have it on good authority. Why? Are you worried about teammates? Or something else?
Uh-oh.
Funny how brainless zombies can ambush a platoon like that. Funny the gate was locked.
Oh, he knows.
What was that?
Nikolai's backing up.
How is this fucker not dead yet?
No, they're gone. Come, this way.
Nikolai, what are you doing?
It's not after you.
He just blinked. No!
Get off my train. Shit, Bard!
Well, he did the same thing like before. Well, in this one, Nikolai sees the Nemesis. So hold on. If I remember straight, we should be going to the clock tower. And I don't know if we go to the hospital or not. So that means we're nearing the end of the game already? Unless the story is different.
Wow. Subway's got to be clear of the city by now.
Along with your hot date.
Nah, man, she's not like that. Hell, she's not like anybody.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is. This one, he's a new one.
All right, keep your head screwed on, Romeo. This is the police station. You sure? It looks like a cemetery to me.
Okay, so we get to play as Carlos right now, guys. Let's see what he has. So he's carrying assault rifle ammo. He's got 200. He carries stock of 32. And he has a handgun, but not many bullets, guys. Okay, well, let's get going. Wow. Wow. All right, well, let's keep it moving, guys. We're going into the police department right now. Oh no, we're taking it back.
T.
Come on, man. Not you too.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, that's how he got bit. So Jill was before Leon and Claire. Oh.
Shit, it's locked. You stay on the door. I got this fucker. Come get some.
Come on. Why does it miss all the time? What the heck? How is he so much better than a regular zombie? There we go. Did we take down Brad? Oh, poor Brad. There's Brad Vickers, guys.
These stars. That could be useful.
Yeah, so now he's understanding a little bit. Dang, so that's how that officer got bit. So he was perfectly fine. Where'd he go? Okay, we made it inside the police department.
Don't know, don't care. We got a job to do.
Keep out.
If our intel's still worth a damn, then Bard's in the STARS office. Let's find him and take him into custody.
Custody? I thought this was a rescue.
Carlos, take a look at this. I've located the STARS office. Remember, Bard had access to Umbrella's darkest secrets. He knows we'll try to keep him under our thumbs.
So this search and rescue mission is really more like find and detain. Right. Good to know.
Oh boy.
I'll open the shutter so you can get through.
You stay here and find out what's been going on here at the station.
Call you if I find anything.
So we actually do get to explore?
Be careful.
Yeah. You too, man.
Alright, well, we're gonna hit this up real quick. We'll keep the stars things on us. We'll keep the bullets on us, which is nice. Somebody's been smoking a lot of cigarettes here. Let's go ahead and save the game here really quick. Oh boy, what's going on over there? Okay. Well, I think there's only one way we can go. We can't go this way.
All right, you want me to keep out? I'll keep out.
So what happens if we try to go into the room with that cop?
Now here's a weird fucking door.
Leave it. We're here for Bard.
Oh, taking that. Huh. Look, they even... Yep, they blocked everything off, guys. They're not gonna let us go into the other parts. It'd be nice if... Ooh. I'll take the bullets, though. Oh, it's a good thing we went this way. I'm gonna check the other side of the hall real quick. Good morning. Yeah, usually I'm out on the weekends, like doing my, whatever stuff I gotta do, but right now, I'm gonna play it safe. I'm staying home, man. Too dangerous out there. People getting sick. Nope. Means things are gonna be a little tight for a little while. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely stay safe. I'd rather be safe than sorry, Take a little extra precaution. We don't want nothing happening, and I can't leave you. I'm not gonna leave you guys that easily. Not without a fight. All right, let's go to that hallway that this guy opened. How are we looking on bullets and ammo? I'm gonna go with the handgun for now, so we can save some bullets. He doesn't even talk to us on the other side. He said nope. Oh, we got a chest here. Oh, but he doesn't have a lockpick. All right, so ID security protocols. Each member of the force has been issued an ID card. From now on, this same card will be acquired to access all storage boxes. Do not lend your card to anyone. Take great care in using it. If your card goes missing, report it to loss immediately. So that's when the STARS card comes in. Wow. This big giant case for 16 assault rifle bullets. Makes sense. 16 bullets are very dangerous, so they had to lock it away. Yeah, absolutely, Eridar. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think everybody's going to be okay. As long as everybody takes precaution and just watch what you're doing, everybody should be fine. Right? It's funny how I'm playing a game like this during these times. It's weird. Some of the cops were still alive? Oh, they were just alive.
What the hell was that thing?
So Resident Evil 3 takes place before 2 then. That's what they're saying. Or they somehow maybe just didn't cross paths. Oh, we're about to fight the liquor. I don't want to do this. I don't like this thing. It can't see, so as long as we're not running, I think we're fine. Doesn't let me aim at this guy.
Couldn't have been a zombie.
Both of these guys, they were together too. Is it gonna break it through the window? I don't know. Where did it go? Can't go through any of these doors, guys. Or maybe we don't get to fight the liquor. I don't know, right? Poor guys. I feel bad for them. Yeah, Radar. So Jim's on Discord right now. He wants to get the parts, but he is having a big issue in terms of like shipment. Shipping is hard right now, guys. And it's because of what's going on right now. There's a lot of delays with everything. Oh, we got an open window.
Stick around.
Wonder if we're going to see Mr. X here.
Here we go.
That's right. You get on that ground. I'm going to get behind it. Oh, his slicing is much better. So we got zombies behind that. Holy shoot, what the budget popsicles was that? Thank you, Eridar. Oh, it's just a zombie. Is this the same one from Resident Evil 2? Come on. That's right. That's right. Reload it. Reload it. Okay, never mind. Back it up. Back it up. Bad zombie coming inbound, guys. Let's get the knife out. That's right. That's right. Come on.
Warm RPD welcome.
Yeah, big warm RPD welcome, all right. Right? Jim, I'm not that close to you. Who was it that was close to you? Wasn't it, what's his name? Disney? Disney XD, right? Because even if I were to get it and ship it, it'd still be a long way. All right, wait, where am I going? Let's check this room out. Is there anything else here that we can grab? Flash grenade. We haven't used those in a while. Oh, wait, didn't we climb this window with Claire? Guess we're not doing that with Carlos. Yeah, Disney is. Okay, yeah, you might want to talk to him. Let me just... Alright, so we got some more assault rifle ammo. They give us a lot here for Carlos, which is nice because his ammo goes quick.
T, you copy? There's something real nasty in here. I don't know what it is.
Something nasty. All right. I'll take a look with the cameras. Watch your six.
Locker room cap. I don't want to fight this liquor, guys. I'm scared. Can't be as bad as Nemesis, though. Oh boy, we just unlocked it. But first, I think I'm going to check this room. Oh, we can't go in there anyway. That's out of the question. Not 3 weeks, though, right? True. True. It might. It might. Because I hear a zombie out there, guys. I hear something. Yep. It's coming inbound. All right. Let's step back. Let's pay attention. Let's focus our attack. How do I find him? I don't know what his new name on Discord is. I'll try to find it in a little bit, Jay. I think it's I don't know if it's under Disney though. Jeez. Big zombie. Good, 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 good. All right, guys, we're moving in. It's always the wrong motherboard you didn't need. Let's take a look here. So yeah, Discord has a nice thing. Disney. It's not Disney. Wait, let me actually look here. Yeah, I don't know what his name is. Look for under Live Me. I'm gonna look under Live Me tags. Hold on. Right, very true. Honestly, I don't know if he's on Discord. He might not be on Discord. I got you, Jay. Give me a second. No. Here, Jay. I'm gonna send you something. There you go. Yeah, everything's pickup store only. Yeah. Did you see if there's like maybe another store in your area identical to like? Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, we're in big trouble. Oh, we're in big trouble, guys. Oh, he knocked him right down, no problem. Man, there's a lot of zombies. Holy mackerel. That aim though, yeah, because what happens when you aim first, you gotta wait for the the crosshair to like zoom in. And yeah, I'm bad with the controller, guys. TV's still on, but I think it's like paused or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, Jay was saying the same thing. Oh, what the heck? Okay, so we're good here then? Oh, they're coming back in. Yeah, the way they move is so weird. Oh, no, you don't. Come in. Come on through. We gotta dodge me for it. There we go. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A bunch of zombies here, guys. Ooh-wee. Grab that green herb, guys. Never know, we might actually need it. Alright, keep it saved. I think we're going to use the pistol here for a little bit. Bullets were actually pretty good, but the assault rifle's been going down quite a bit. I've been missing a lot, so let's check in here. Can I grab a cold drink? No? Okay. Thing on this side. I wonder what kind of handgun he's using, though. That's the West office. And here's the safety deposit room. I'm going to check that room in a little bit.
Shit. Locked.
Yeah, of course. Get on that ground. Nope, get off of me! Oh, it took a chunk on me. Jeez, knife kills, man. Knife kills. Let me tell you. This was the room with that cop guy. And look, he's not even like really a zombie. Well, let's see what we get in here. Oh, we got a scope now. Look at that. Wow. I'll take it. Never mind, he's not in here. Oh, so it should make aiming a lot better, I guess. I thought he'd be in his office, but I guess not. What was it, Cap? No, that's not gonna work. We're gonna have to do the same thing we did in Resident Evil 2, guys. Wait, I don't see the birthday things. But yeah, I do. Elliot Edward. Well, let's grab the red herb, which I've already mixed them all up, so that's out of the question. Okay, I guess we can get this unlocked. Can't even go that way. Wow. What Welcome Leon? I forgot what it was. Wasn't it the first? No, that'd be the letters. So, suspect was seen behaving suspiciously, blah, blah, blah. Rodney Gray. Former electrician. Okay, producing a small explosive and a time detonator from inside his pocket, leading to your residence. Oh, this is when they were talking about the charges being like in the safe. I remember this. So, the suspect was extremely agitated, and now that the sound of mine, suspect spoke feverishly when questioning began, blah, blah, blah. Didn't do it for me. Why doesn't anyone understand? The storm's coming, but this umbrella is no good. Gotta blow it up or you'll be more than just wet. Gotta get more bombs. They're coming soon. Gotta hurry. Burn them. Burn the corpse. Burn them good. During questioning, the suspect began to shake violently before resuming the shrieking fit. Questioning was ended and his sedative administered. Due to the suspect's unstable psychiatric condition, suspect's testimony changed from a moment to moment. Suspect's delirium made any sort of dialogue impossible. We are currently awaiting the results of the doctor's investigation into the suspect's condition. The explosives collected from suspect's version and residence appeared to be extremely powerful. As a safety precaution, a battery was removed from one destination at a time. Okay. Oh, we gotta get those explosives. But they're in the safe room. We're not gonna be able to get it in there, guys. So let's check around.
shooting cops.
Yeah, it really is, but I think we're gonna check the safe from here, guys. Take the red herb. Take the assault rifle. Okay, this is the internal memo. Office supply, internal relocation notice. Heat resistant 3-number combination safe. Move to STARS office 2nd floor. Okay, so the combination safe's on the 2nd floor. Move from STARS office 2nd floor to West 1st floor. The combo is left 9, right 15, left 7. Please change the combo ASAP upon receipt. So 9, 15, 7. 9, 15, 7. 9, 15, 7. Oh, so Carlos has his own thing. Oh, shoot.
Well, if cameras killed those things, I'd be set.
Right. Yeah, so we don't see anything different here, guys. 9, 15, 7. Well, let's go ahead and go back and open that safe. We'll take it. They don't give you much assault rifle bullets, though. Got it. Good job, guys. All right. Oh. So I guess the hip pouch saves for both? Or how does this work? I'm not sure how this works, but oh well. Alright, so we got that equipped. Let's get the heck out of here. Alright, we're going upstairs, guys. Keep that full health rolling in.
Carlos, the STARS office is up ahead.
Copy that.
Uh-oh, he's about to go. So he's about to go to the STARS office. Look at that. Oh. Alright, we can get that. Okay, let's get going here, guys. 2nd floor, I think that's all we have to go. Do we have to go all the way up?
Fuck's sake. Why is it blocked?
They blocked it! Alright, so we got a note to a friend here. Sorry about that, guys. All right, let's get this back out here. Hold on. Whew. Okay. See what's going on. All right, so I don't know. We have a possible Call of Duty later. I'm not sure though. It just depends. I'll have to get in touch with one of our top leading gift sub gifter guys. So I spoke to them earlier. Just gonna finish up on this. Should have dried my hands some more. Okay, here we go. Right. Oh, you guys doing Sea of Thieves? Okay, well that's good. Get your Sea of Thieves on. Oh, you guys doing the 2 sloops? There you go. I can't even detonate this yet.
Okay. Guess we'll be doing this the explodey way.
Oh, I think I need... Yeah, I need a battery in here. Okay, so I can't even... We'll put that there. Because we don't even have the battery... Or do I have to take it with me? Oh, you were on a patrol. I focused on finding a way to get to the other side. I realized that the explosives might be our best bet. I don't have any batteries for the detonator. I'm pretty sure I sent to the safety deposit room, which we can't get in there. We need battery. We need that battery if we're going to knock down this wall. So I headed upstairs to find you since I know you have the safety deposit key. As soon as I left the shower room, I was attacked one and bit me. I watched... Yes, don't worry about the... Okay. So we gotta go up to the top floor there, guys. We gotta go all the way to the top right now. Yeah, well, I'll see. Let me talk to Kelso first. Because Kelso came in here earlier, kind of made a request. So if they don't pull through, I got you guys. I'll join in with you guys. And Jay, you're more than welcome to join them, bro. No, the screams. Take this guy down. Not today, buddy. Not today. Wow. Still standing. That's right, you stay down on the ground where you belong. I know, don't worry. Actually, speaking of that, I'm going to talk to Kelso right now on Discord, see if they're... I think they're... Oh yeah, they are online. Let's see if we can get them to respond here, guys. All right, let's get back up to the top. Yeah, I can't do that to Kelso. Kelso came in and gave it 26 people gifted subs. Like, that's insane. That's an insane number. Oh, green herb, grab it. All right, we're gonna mix it up. You know what? I got 2 red herbs actually in the chest. Yeah, he's a good guy. Like, he did not have to do that. Oh, the other one was Cap. What's this one? Same thing? No. I don't remember what this one was. I think I know now. Wes. But there's no W's. It's only A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F. Wait a minute. Oh, we actually can't get through to there. Okay. Okay, so this one's staying down. Hold on. Oh, wait. Wow. So it looks like we're probably going to be coming back here. So what is this a key of? Safety deposit key. Oh. Okay. Well, that's it? I thought we were going to be... Well, let's head back downstairs. Watch ourselves with these zombies, guys. Let's head back into the safe room. Luckily, we haven't come across any liquors yet, which is perfect. Now, let's head in here. Let's open this bad boy up. Let's get these all mixed up here. With... Nope, nope, nope. Mix them with the green. Let's get these back in the chest. Okay, we got the flash grenades in there. We're going to have to keep this key on, but I think we're going to go ahead and keep it in order. There we go. We're looking good. Let's save it again, guys. Because we've done quite a bit here. Surprised my PC hasn't been blow up. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Yeah. Jay, how's your computer doing, though, bro? It hasn't been shutting down on you? I hope it's been okay. Alright, here we go, guys. Here we go. Ah, safety deposit room key. We finally got it. Oh, I opened my big mouth. I opened my big mouth. Oh, from all the gifted subs. Yeah, dude. Crazy. Keep those fingers crossed, Jay. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. So nasty looking. Right? Imagine that. Imagine being in a bedroom with that. Oh my god. I want it to turn around. I want to save my bullets because I'm cheap. Go ahead, stand up again. 3, 2, 1. It's got no eyeballs. It's pure brain and mouth. Wow. I can't confuse it. I don't want to waste my bullets. Yeah, he's not going to move. He's programmed to sit right there until I make a sudden sound. Shoot. Right, Jay's right about that. I gotta get close to it. Oh, I got its attention. It's coming. Oh, it thinks it hears something. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's gonna turn around. Come to Papa. I think I'm just gonna destroy it. I'm just gonna take it down. Alright, well, let's be careful. He's not. He's gonna want to keep coming this way. Come on. Come on. Oh, it's so cute. I don't have any of those flash grenades on me. I don't have a shotgun either. This thing takes a lot of shots. I'd rather skip it if I can. What are you doing, dude? Come on, go ahead, move. Oh, it's moving now.
Ahoy, me hearties!
It's coming. Hey, Thomas! Wow, it ran back to the other spot. It ran over here. It doesn't want me to go around it. Okay, so we know how you're programmed now. Alright guys, we're gonna have to take it down for sure. Why are you looking at me like that? Like you see me? Huh? Alright. We're doing it. I did have that flash grenade. Come on. Let's get you in the long open hallway so I can get the advantage. Oh no! Oh boy. Took a lot of bullets to take that thing down. That's why I didn't want to fight it. Oh man. Back to my base, man. That thing did a lot of damage to me just now. Alright, let's get back out there. Fire! Tommy! Wait, what the? Oh, it's still there. Okay, sweet. Alright, guys, let's keep it moving. Let's keep going. Yo, well, I know you probably already saw it, Erdar, but it's coming to Steam. Now, I'm seeing that Windows 10 games are starting to crossplay with Steam games, which is weird, but I'm assuming Sea of Thieves on Steam is going to be the same way. I don't know, man. I'm a little worried about that. You know how Steam players are. Okay, we finally made it in here. Oh, no, you don't. It took a bite on me. Really? Get down on the ground. You stay down there. You stay down there. Oh, no, you don't. How? I don't get that. Like, that attack is so dumb sometimes. Like, look, I'm trying. Oh, my dear gosh. I'm trying to save ammo in this game, and I can't. It doesn't let you. Whatever. Stay on the damn ground. Don't you dare get up. I'm gonna go behind you because you like to do 360 turns on me. Okay, he's down and out. Are we missing keys? Yeah, of course we are. Okay, well, with that being said... Man, he took my health right back down where it was. Actually, there's nothing in here. It's weird. And I gotta waste a bullet. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? We did get a health, so I think the game already knew. We can't get into any of these. The only one we can get into is this one. We got 109, 106, 104. One, 0, 4. Open. One, 0, 6. But we can't do the 9 though. I can't take the 6 key out and just put it in that one. Like, what's the difference? Oh no, you got the Kraken. I think Jim's PC crashed again. No. Yeah, I did. He's not on. No, he's still on Discord. Thomas, hey. Let's grab our stuff, guys. We got the battery that we needed. That's the only way we're gonna be able to set off that detonator. 109. That's only a grenade. Honestly, I'm not worried about. We gotta save some bullets here, guys. All right, so nothing else over here to grab. No notes, nothing. Okay. What's this? Third floor locker, DCM. That's what it was. Been so long, I forgot. Watch out for these liquors, man. They're everywhere, guys. I was about to say. Oh, he does oh, he put, oh, he melees. I didn't know that. Game doesn't tell you anything. But he doesn't dodge. That's why I'm not. Gotcha. Right. Absolutely, guys. DCM. I gotta remember that. Why the game save? Okay. DCM. All right, so that means once we get this battery, this should be the last piece, and we should be good to go. Get that STARS office, and we're out of here. All right, DCM. Got it. All right. Seriously, all that for 20 bullets? What a ripoff. All right, let's head back downstairs. I think I hear a zombie. We've never been to this part of the police station.
Carlos, I've hit a dead end with the terminal here. Gotta head your way.
Copy that.
Mix this together. We got the detonator, and now we're gonna set that down there. Well, you know that made a lot of noise. Oh no.
of time. Take a number.
Oh! What the? So many of them. Oh, I'm done for, guys. Wow, I can't counter this. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Get inside. Oh, I'm so dead. Feel safe in here now.
Dr. Bard.
Oh, thank God. Do you know how long I've been trying to reach somebody?
Don't worry, we're gonna get you out of there. Just tell me where you are.
I'm trapped in a goddamn hospital, surrounded by every kind of abomination. Look, just send in stars. They're gonna know what to do.
No, negative. RPD's overrun too.
Then figure it out! Umbrella's gone crazy. They're killing all the researchers. I am the only one who knows how to make the vaccine to stop the zombies. So you can either sit there with your dick in your hand or send somebody who's capable of getting me the hell out of here.
I like him already.
Wow.
Yeah, you would. You heard what he said. We can't turn him over to the company.
That's not our call to make. That's Mikhail's call. I'm gonna check the computer, see if I can trace the doc's location.
Oh boy.
This will take some time. Look
Oh, you did, Thomas? Okay. Yeah, well, I need to look around because I'm almost dead. Oh, Red Herb, you gotta be kidding me. There's a med kit here. Oh, thank goodness. Oh. Okay, let's check the rooms. Like for anything good, useful. Red Herb, we'll put that away. We'll put that key away. Okay, we're looking good. Alright. So yeah, even he said nothing we can do, but Umbrella's gone crazy, so Carlos is catching on. That was a lot of zombies out there, guys. Oh, this has been wiped out, but we'll go ahead and use this one. I'm hungry too. Wow, 50 bullets now. That's what I'm talking about. Not this, whatever they were doing. Something useful. You probably got to go in that main office. All right, report to the mansion incident. Bizarre incident occurred in a mansion owned by the Umbrella Corporation located in the Arklay Mountains. On July 23rd, STARS Bravo team was dispatched to the Arklay Mountains to investigate a series of mysterious and grisly murders and went unexpectedly radio silent. On July 24th, Alpha team was dispatched as well and became entangled in the events of the nearby mansion. The incident culminated in the destruction of the mansion. Casualties were numerous. The only survivors were 5 members of STARS. The cause of this incident was the illegal bioweapon experiments being carried out in a secret Umbrella lab beneath the mansion. The T-virus being used in these experiments escaped the facility and is presumed to be the root cause of all that occurred. However, all evidence was destroyed along with the mansion, so further investigation has proven to be extremely difficult. Oh, Carlos, you need to figure out what you're going to do, bro.
Is that Jill in the front row?
That's Jill. That's them. This was Wesker's office. Okay, I guess that's it. What else am I supposed to do here? That's it, nothing. So I guess I go back out there. So how did he get here with no problem with all them zombies and a liquor? He just like walked right by like nothing ever occurred? Alright, well that's fine. Gotta be something else here. No, I guess we're going back outside. That's gonna be a dead end. We can't even do anything out there. Alright, first floor was cleared. Yeah, everything's cleared. Wait, what am I supposed to do then? Can't use this computer. Oh, I guess that's... Alright, let's go ahead and get out of here, guys.
Yeah, what's up? Derailed? Was anyone hurt? Jill? Ah, shit. Wait, what? Jill! Jill, what happened? Jill, come in! T, I gotta go.
Do what you gotta. I'll take care of Bard.
Oh, boy. Carlos Express. All right, Joe, don't let me down now. So she contacted Joe. I mean, Carlos. All right, find a way above ground. Well, let's get above ground. Make sure we're safe. What's this? All right, we got to be careful, guys. Man, this train got messed up. Oh, let's try to get through there. Ooh. Right, Thomas? Right? Give me 1 second, guys. We gotta try to stay alive here. Bum 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 bum. Okay. All right, guys, we're moving inward. Oh, we're in a safe room.
Come in. Carlos? Damn it. I guess I'm out of range.
Got the first aid spray. All right, so the UBCS new weaponry notice. Okay, here we go. Good news, dicks. I got some new weaponry for you that's guaranteed to put the brass back in your sacks. They're called mine rounds. These babies were developed by Umbrella's military R&D, and they will light your fires even hotter than the lover you left back at home. They're tough to find and tricky to handle, but trust me, they're worth it. All right, let's take a look at the specs. Mine rounds are designed for standard issue ground grenade launchers. Don't get cute and try to load them in anything else. Fire them on the walls or on the ground, and they'll stay right where you put them. Sensors in the mine will detect approaching enemies and detonate when they get within range. So basically, just toss them at the enemy's path and you got yourself a landmine. There's no such thing as an unfair when you're taking on those giant freaks, so get out here and fight dirty. Well, that's one way to do it. Okay, so they got us a few mine rounds, which is good. Oh, we got another one. 4 of them. What are we gonna get ourselves into now? I'm scared. We're probably about to fight a new enemy now, guys. Oh, why not? Let's try it. Let's put those away. Put that away. Put that away. Let's get the, what is it? Grenade launcher. And then let's get the mine rounds out. Let's get that baby fully reloaded. Alright, let's load it up. Alright, looks good. Wait, another episode came on? Oh my god, I gotta watch it then. I'm scared. What are we up against here, guys? I think we're gonna have new enemies, so we gotta be careful. Left looks blocked. Okay, we're in a mine or sewers or wherever the heck we are. I should have just brought the shotgun. Yeah, I should have brought the shotgun with me. How was she looking at ammo anyway? Not good. Oh, God. Oh, now she stabs better. She wasn't stabbing that good just recently. Okay, so these guys are all taken down, which is good. Okay, watch yourselves. Bunkers are looking empty. People are actually sleeping down here. I see you, Mr. Bobblehead. See you down there. Oh boy. Well, we're going upstairs. Let's watch yourselves here. Oh boy. One way to do it, we save ammo, I guess, right? Okay. The hell was that? Oh yeah, we're definitely not in a safe place, guys. Keep our guard up. Alright, let's get our way up top. Dang it. I know I want to watch this so bad, man. Walking Dead was actually becoming very interesting. Oh, wow.
Walker's still alive. I can't stay here.
Oh, no. Escape the creature? Oh, no. I see the clock tower. Don't tell me we're going to be doing the, that one part. Wow, this is a pretty big area. Kind of, not really. Alright, it's a nice little scenery here. The city looks okay. It doesn't seem like there's any chaos. Seems peaceful enough to me. Right? Looks like a regular day, a regular night here in Raccoon City. Oh, wow, look at this. Handgun bullets, I'll take those. Thank you. Keep looking around, guys. Oh, it looks like we got a letter on this bench. Guide pamphlet. Enjoy your travel. St. Michael's Clock Tower. St. Michael's Clock Tower is a Baroque-style building which stands in the heart of Raccoon City. It's become a beloved icon, and residents consider it to be an embellished the city as home. St. Michael's Church erected it in 1908 with the assistance of several. Okay, so we got a little like sightseeing going on there, guys. That's why Trix gets the game, so he can. Shh, Thomas. You know me, bro. I pick the chicks all the time. The girls need to be chosen too. You know, even like in Sea of Thieves, I picked a girl. You know? Right. Oh, I don't have a red herb, so I can't mix it yet, guys. It's really dark in this area, so I gotta watch myself here. Nothing with these statues? Interesting. It looks like I'm gonna be getting myself way across there. I see ya. I see ya. There's that red herb I was talking about. get that bad boy mixed up here real quick. All right, play the drums. Yeah, look. Doesn't look like we're having a zombie outbreak. It's like way too quiet around here. When the dead sounds dead. Oh boy. No, not start a party. All right, guys, nice and easy, nice and easy. There we go. We're moving in now. We're getting it in. Oh no. Oh, he looks mad.
Bitch can't even swim. Carlos, respond.
Oh,
Yeah, what's up?
there he is.
The train derailed.
Derailed? Was anyone hurt?
No, everybody's dead. Mikhail, everybody. Nikolai left us to die.
Wait, what?
What the fuck? Get back!
Jill, what happened?
Oh, no way. No, 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 no. Nope, I'm out of here. Woo! Oh gosh! Run, Jill, run! He ain't letting me go that easy. That's right, Jill. You get those dodging going. Wish I could hop ledges like that all the time.
What the deuce?
Yeah, I'm in big trouble right now, guys. What am I supposed to do here? How am I supposed to fight this thing? Okay, so what is he doing anyway? I don't want to attack him quite yet. Ooh, Jill, you better run, girl. You better run. Oh no 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 no. We gotta fight this thing, guys. We ain't got a choice. What kind of bullets did they even give us anyway? I think it gave us some grenade rounds. Okay, nice and easy. Nice and easy. There's bullets and stuff around the map, which is good. Ooh wee! Oh boy, that was close. Come on, guys, a little bit more, and he's down and out. Oh! All I have is handguns now. No, 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 no. We can't do this today. Oh gosh, get away, get away, get away, get away. Joe, no. Alright, I got shotgun bullets. There's not much I can do with that though. Alright, it gave us more handgun bullets, guys, so we're gonna have to kind of suffice. Ooh. No, you're not, Nemesis. Not today, buddy. Not today. Oh, gosh. Reload, reload. I wish we had more bullets around the map. Where's he going? Well, he's like a big giant dog. Oh, what the heck? Oh, no way, dude. Yep, I'm gonna run right here in circles. What does it want me to do? Ooh, wee. Oh gosh. Okay. Not the best course of action, but hey. Dang it, I'm not dodging anymore. Okay. Yeah, he is pretty fast. I gotta let him do his thing. Let him do his course, guys. Come on, Nemesis, go ahead and jump it. Oh my gosh.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
But what? Wow, I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets, guys. What am I gonna do? I didn't really become prepared for a boss fight. All I have is a knife.
You're about to take a nasty fall.
I have nothing to shoot it with. I don't know what to do here, guys. There's nothing else around the map here to grab. Oh, wait. We might be in luck. Oh, we might be in luck. Gotta wait for him to go up there. Wow.
I'm gonna kill you.
That's how you do it. I only got 2 bullets, guys. Play it safe. I'm gonna wait for him to go back up top again. Yeah, let him do his thing. Shotgun shells. Can't do nothing with that. Alright, he's not going out there yet. I only got 2 bullets. I think I gotta hit him in the eye thing or whatever it is. Alright, nice and easy. Look, he's like a dog now.
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
I need more ammo. There's nothing else. That's all I have. I got no more bullets, guys. I'm out of luck. Should have brought my shotgun. I don't know. Right, is that the balls? I got no bullets. Almost like a knife him out of there. There's not much I can do here, guys. Nope, not today, buddy. And he got me with a hit on that one. Like there's not much else I can do. Ammo.
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
There's nothing else here right now. Maybe I'll have to try to defeat him with a knife, guys. If not, I'll just have to try it again. What's up, Solid? Oh, that's not gonna happen. That's my only way to hit him. I only got a knife. Come here, Nemesis. Come here. This is crazy, guys.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, how? But really, I wasted too much ammo before. I need to redo this fight. I did do a double headshot, yep. Ooh, come on, Nemesis. No, I'm not dodging no more. He doesn't do much damage with that, which is good. Man, this sucks. I don't like this. I think I'm just gonna die on purpose, guys.
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
Or I might get lucky with the knife. I don't know. Maybe I can clutch it. Let's give it a try. We'll try it. I just gotta make sure I dodge right. I feel handicapped. Come on, Nemesis. Let's dance, buddy. Come on. I'm dead. Oh no, I'm still alive. Oh, okay. Oh my god, he runs around again. This is stupid. Alright, can I just... I can't... I'll just wait for the checkpoint. Yeah, I got no bullets, lady. What do you want me to do? I don't think there's any more in the level. Yeah, he's on that side now. That's all I can do, guys. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Hold on, hold on, hold on, solid, hold on. Yep. Yes, you are. You did that tier 3. You get another for 5 months in a row. Solid, you're amazing, dude. I really appreciate the ongoing support, bro. Big time. All right, where is he? I'm gonna try to win this battle with a knife, guys. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys think I'm gonna do it? You think Nemesis is gonna take Trix down? I'm not sure. I'm scared. He's gonna jump for it. Come on. And I just sat there like an... I should have hit him when I had the chance. I'm almost dead, guys. This sucks, man. I don't like this at all. I feel like I'm on a wild goose chase.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
Mm-hmm. Go, Solid! Go, Solid! Go! Go, Solid! Go, Solid! Go! 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 Latest sub! Alright, he's gonna make a jump for it. Come on. Ah, just die already. I don't have patience for this. Just let me restart the damn thing. I'm gonna, this time, preserve the ammo, guys. There we go. Now we're talking. Oh, he breaks doors and stuff. Okay. Wow. He's moving a little different this time. Okay. I think he opens up the Oh, you almost walked right into that. All right, reload real quick. All right, so we got that fully reloaded. We're gonna go ahead and use this. No, you don't, Nemesis. I don't think so, buddy. All right. Reload it up. Come on. That's right. Get out of the map. Or no, he doesn't want to do that yet. Hopefully soon. No! Come on! Yeah, lucky there. You're lucky I wanted to grab the item. Alright. Okay. Dude, come on, get out the map already. Or do your little climberoo. Okay, so he breaks the cars and he lets me get ammo. Alright, let me just use the handgun, I guess, for now. Ooh, that was close. Why are you still on me, bro? How much health do you have? Okay. This car door still ain't open. He's still doing his, he's not climbing yet. No, you are not gonna grab me. Okay, nice and easy. Wow. You're costing me too many bullets. That's right, do your climb. Okay. Well, this is useless anyway. I can't really do nothing with shotgun bullets anyway. I'm gonna let him climb all the way up top.
I'm gonna kill you.
Reload, reload! Come on. Now we know, guys. We gotta hit him in the weak spot. Alright, he's doing the run around the Rosie again. I wish there was more items I can grab. Alright, let's get the grenade launcher ready. Who's the goose? Yeah, definitely me. Oh, he switched up on me. Alright, Nemesis, which building do you want to take? No? Not that one? Oh, he's not gonna do it. Well, I'm gonna wait then. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna save my ammo. Because I know where your weak spot is. Not wasting it. No! Hey, what's up, Simba? Oh! Yep. First round, I made a big no-no. All right, here he goes. I gotta wait for him to do his thing, guys.
I need a mine in front of it.
No need to get a mine in front of it. I'll wait for him to do his thing. I want you to do the heavy fall.
Come on, you freak.
Come on. Ooh. Not today, Nemesis.
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
Bye-bye. Nope. Oh, I can't switch them. Come on. Nope. Ooh. That was a close Aroni. Come on, Nemesis. Bring it on.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
Come on. Nope. Oh, he got me on that one. Took a nice chunk on me, though. I wish I had my shotgun with me. You know, I'm gonna... No.
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
No, you don't. Ooh-wee. Not today there, Nemesis. Now I gotta wait for him to be stationary. I don't have any more mines.
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
Still alive? Really? You got too much health, dude. I'm about to run out of ammo again. Now you look like Venom. Oh, no. Nope. I don't think so there, buddy. Come on. Nope. Not on Jill's watch.
How do I kill this?
Wow, I missed. Dang it, man. Come on. Oh, God, I'm screwed. I got 2 bullets, guys. If he doesn't die, then I can't win this fight. I'll have to literally reload the game. Oh, God. Why does it gotta be this way? They don't give me enough ammo in this area. He's too much bullets. Okay, I can't miss this one.
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
My God, I don't have the mine no more. Crap, I'm so screwed right now, guys. I wasted 2 launchers. This is a no-go. Wasting my time. Just gonna have to redo it. I'll bring the shotgun next time. But it shouldn't take my whole armory to take this guy down. I don't know. I gotta wait for him to be a little lower. Come on.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
Come on. Wow, no bullets. This is a no-go, guys. Wasting my time. Just load from the last save point. Why do I have 2 of them? Obviously, this is the newest one. This is the auto one. Oh, that's defeat the creature. I'll have to do this one. Oh. That's a little baloney, though. I even used my knife towards it and didn't even matter. Alright, so we reloaded. Let's just stock up. We're gonna have to go all out, guys. I didn't want to, but we don't have a choice. Alright, so we're gonna do... When we get there, there's some bullets too, which is good. Alright, so we do got some hand grenades. We got some high-grade gunpowder we can mix. Now, explosives, we do need to mix these up. Get these going. Okay, once we get those rounds out of there. I'll put this health away because we got quite a bit of health there, so I think we should be okay. Alright, shotgun, put away. This one, put away. Put away. Alright, let's get the shotgun back out. We do need a handgun bullet just to be safe. Alright. Alright, and they give us a bunch of launcher bullets when we're there, so... shotgun shells, we might as well. I think we should be okay. Alright. We good? I think we're good. We got it this time, guys. Oh no, I gotta fight these things again. No, I think I can just run past these guys, really. No! Get the hell off of me. No patience for this. Save my bullets. This guy takes my whole round. Man, he lost my health already? Really?
I can't stay here.
Man, they do too much damage. They do more damage on here than they do in Resistance. Alright, was there anything else around here? I don't think so. Let me just double check. Bum 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 bum. Oh, oh, wait. Ooh, 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 ooh. We'll take it. I'll at least cure me up for now so we can over the bridge. We can fight this thing with full health. Wow, I should have waited. Dang it. Oh my gosh. How do I skip these? All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. All right, we're gonna be ready this time. I mean, we kind of understand this pattern, so we should be fine. Run and dodge. All right, reload that shotgun, bad boy. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and mix this up. We're gonna have grenade launchers here. Hopefully he does his little... He ain't doing it yet, though. All right, right in front of him. He ain't gonna do much right now, though, anyway. I'll grab that in a little bit. He doesn't want me to grab nothing. No. All right, what do I have? I have some handgun bullets, some shotgun bullets. Just doing one of those. Come on, you gonna run around or what? Not yet? Nope. All right, I'm trying to get him just to start doing his little runny run. He doesn't want to do it yet, guys. Of course not. Wow, he's losing life doing all that. No! There we go, he's finally doing it. Okay, so now I can grab these. Only problem is when I run out of these mine bullets, I need to save these. Get yourself on that tower.
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, you might want to sit back. Ooh. Alright, so we got 2 of those mine bullets, guys. I gotta use those wisely because those are really beneficial for this guy. Alright, go ahead, make your little run around again. Oh, we got it, don't worry. Oh, he's mad. Ooh, he is super mad.
If I can get a mine in front of it.
He should be almost down, but now, since we're down with that, we're gonna go ahead and combine. We're gonna do some of these for now. Why? Well, I guess we got plenty of mine rounds. We just gotta go easy on it. That shotgun came in handy, though. New nemesis. Oh boy. Ooh wee. Nope. Not gonna let you hit me. Not today. Nobody. Come on. Run like the little doggy. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on. He's almost got to be down and out, guys. Almost. Yeah, man. Nope. All right, nice and easy.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
Wow, you really... Oh, gosh. You really take a lot of bullets, don't you? So we're only down to grenade rounds here, guys. It won't let me switch, though. How do I equip, combine? It doesn't let me. It's like, how do I unequip certain rounds? Alright, we have to be careful, guys. We have to be careful here. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, nope. Still alive? Well, the Nemesis ain't normal anymore.
How do I kill this?
How do I switch rounds? Oh, I see it. There we go. Now I figured it out.
Let's do this. Stop it!
Wait, when did you want to find out?
You still there? Oh, come on. You're gonna crap out on me now? God damn it.
Wow, that's pretty cool. But that thing took so much of my bullets, guys. I'm in big trouble. Big trouble. Okay. So this gate open. Is there anything else I can grab around here? Nothing in the cop car. Nothing in the van. Nothing on the bus. Nothing here. We do got something in here. I'll go ahead and take the shotgun shells. Oh wow, that's quite a bit of them too. All right. Nothing more there. What is this anyway? I keep looking at it. Oh, somebody left a hot dog. Oh. Okay, nothing in the back of the van. Yeah, but it took like, you know, I try to go easy on them. I still got enough shotguns to hold me off, I guess. Handgun, I can grab some. I'll be fine. I just gotta put some of this stuff away. You should drop stuff. Whoa. Yep, shoot the gate. Oh. Wow, he's been watching the whole time.
You've done me a big favor, miss.
So he's just sitting there the whole time? Interesting.
Jill! Hey, answer me. God damn it.
Uh-oh.
Tyrell, do you copy?
What's going on?
Jill's been infected. I'm taking her to the hospital. Maybe Dr. Bard can save her.
All right, I'll meet you there.
Oh boy. Carlos to the rescue.
You hang in there, Super Cop. I got you.
Imagine if she just turned and like just bit Carlos in the neck. Bum bum dum bum. Woo. We're actually doing the hospital? Poor Joe.
Fight it, Jill. I'm gonna get you the vaccine.
Okay, so...
You're gonna be okay. I promise.
Oh, I can share items with her. Oh, no, we can't. Okay, so Jill's in big trouble, guys. First all, the hospital's clear? I don't get it. Let's get that bunch of flashbangs. I should probably keep them by because it looks like with Carlos, they group up the zombies a lot. No. You don't need that. Okay, so we got 6 extra slots, guys. That should really be good enough. All right, let's save it up. All right, let's get back out there. Poor Jill. Ooh, what's this? Okay, so this is the main floor.
Tyrell, where's Bard now?
Gotta be the lab in the back. Stay frosty, I'm on my way.
Copy. I'll go on ahead.
Oh boy. You know, they are kind of explaining a few extra things. I guess people want to have understanding the original RE3, so it's kind of cool. Oh, look at the thumb there. A healthy family is a happy family. Very true. Advertisement. Like it. Here we got the nice little... Sometimes in video games, if you pay attention enough, you'll see little Easter eggs. It's good to be a little nosy and look around. The computer, CRT monitors too, but this was the 1990s, so not going that way. Wait, which way am I going here? Okay, so this is the only way to go. Wait, what is that? Oh. The game kind of tells you what's in the lobby. That's interesting. Nice and easy, guys. Alright, so we're gonna have some zombies around here. Oh, let's get ready to fight. We going to the right? I don't think so. It's lockpick. Well, we're gonna have to kind of sit back here a bit. So they're not coming through here? Okay, all right. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Let's get back in there, Carlos. All right, down and out. Bust the head open. Very nice. All right, moving in. This one's on the ground. I didn't do that stuff with their heads, man. So weird. Okay, I think she's down and out, guys. Reload. Alright, I don't trust the zombie, but still, we'll check. Yep, I knew it. Okay, I knew it. No! Damn! Wow! I don't like their movements. It's now you're just making me mad. Should have been dead. How many more hits do you want? Jeez. Well, first we need to make sure we're fully reloaded here. Alright, let's check, what is this? Red herb. Can't do nothing with that right now. Alright, let's keep moving, guys. Do we need to get us a drink here? I think we got a couple options there. Don't like hospitals. Hospitals are always creepy, but that's kind of cool now that we actually get to play. I don't know if we played the hospital with the Resident Evil 3, did we? How big is this hallway? Pretty big. All right. Right, Jay, right. You got it, bro. All right, this is the emergency vaccine research. Hey, it's a little bobblehead. Okay, well, I guess we go this way, right?
Welcome to the office of Dr. Nathaniel Hart. Please state your business clearly
Hey, hola, how are you? Okay, into the intercom. Got it. Check the room around, see what else we have here. Alright, the Nurse's Journal, September 25th. Every day they bring in more of these mystery illness patients. The sedatives don't stop their delirium, so we have to put them in straitjackets and move them into the isolation wing. Problem is, the isolation wing is already bursting at the seams. The director has ordered us to admit anyone with symptoms free of charge, but what does he expect us to do? Wish them better? We don't have a cure. That's not all that's bothering me. When these patients die, they're not collected by the usual mortuary teams. We've been told it's special handling to prevent the illness from spreading, but I'm not sure I buy it. Miranda saw some guys wheeling a body through the forbidden door during the night. Why? Where is it going on? Huh. Weird. So people saw that things weren't right, and people were still falling for it. Wow, not good, guys. Evil Umbrella. Okay.
Dr. Bard, are you in there? I'm here to rescue you. Open the door.
No voice match found.
Voice match? What kind of sci-fi bullshit is this?
Oh boy. All right, got them all mixed up. Oh boy, room full of zombies. Let's get ready, guys. Yep, we're in big trouble. They're not coming into the doors? Hey, that works. I know he's gonna break through. Let's get this one on the ground here. Okay, so she's done for. Trying to save bullets, guys. Holy, what the? Oh my god. Scared the jibbities out of me. Wow, what the bicycle, right? Made me jump. Dear gosh, and you quiet. I get too much ruckus there. Oh, he's trying to get in from the outside or whatever that is. Dear gosh, I didn't even see that one coming. I was like, I need to get that recorded voice from somewhere, guys. Let's head on this way. Right, freaked me the heck out. Oh no, we're going upstairs. What's with the teddy bears in horror games? Capcom had to do it. I'm not buying this teddy bear. It's so random. Don't like it. Nope. Gonna take us into a different section here. Okay. Remember, guys, clean your hands. All right. Whoa, right? Yes, we are. It's a good game. I like it. All right, guys. Give me just a moment, okay? I'll be back in like 30 seconds. What? What? Probably tomorrow. Okay. Alright, guys. Back where we left off here. It's showtime. Food hype? Nah, I wish. Alright, we're going inside. Oh, it's blocked off. Alright, so we can't do that, guys. It looks like we're going to be heading upstairs. I do have 2 healths on me, so let me just go ahead and use 1 here. You don't want to be keeping low health for too long of a period of time here. Holy crap. Nope, ain't buying it. Well, that zombie lost its face. Wait, hospital. This one kind of reminds me of like Resident Evil Outbreak. You know, the hospital level was actually one of the levels you actually get to play on, which was really cool. All right. Watch yourselves here, guys. Watch yourselves here. Kind of gives me like that Rick Grimes Walking Dead vibe here right now. Ooh. My favorite kind of rack. Look what I found. Oh my God, Kelso. 6 months in a row. Thank you. Coming in strong, just like a 6-pack. Appreciate it, Kelso. Thanks for coming in. Resubscribing to the channel. It's nice to have you on board again. Once again, nice. Yes, a very good game, Richmond. Very much indeed. Why, hello. Right. Yeah, Kelsey, I don't know if you got it on Discord, but I tried to message you earlier just to kind of see what you were doing. I see that you went live. I'm trying to see if the promotion works. I'm gonna keep my eye on it. Yeah, right. Oh, I'm always there, Kelso. I'm always there. See something. Speaking of that, where's the see something here. I don't think your stream elements or whatever Streamlabs is working. It's weird. Yeah, so like it should have said you were live. That's weird. I think I got it. All right, I got an idea. Give me a second, guys, before we continue this on real quick. I'm gonna fix this real fast. I don't like this. My VIPs are supposed to get announced when they go live. Why is it not doing it? How dare you? Goodbye me. Hey, from now on, it should be fine. TrickSpot is fired. Yeah, that's weird, Kels. I don't know why it's doing it. I think you actually need to go to streamelements.com and actually configure it. I think you don't have it enabled properly. Right. Wait, what the heck am I doing? I made it onto this hallway? Oh, we're going right to this door. Yep, this is bad. Does that mean I become the lead bot now? Oh my god, Jim, you're so hilarious. And put a J13 bot, Jim, or J13 Jim bot. Oh my god, can you imagine it? Okay, now it worked. There you go, Kelso. It shows you went on. I like that logo, by the way. Really nice. I fixed it. It wasn't working. Yeah, because you guys are VIPs and subs, you guys actually, when you go live, it should just automatically post your live. You don't have to remember to do it now. I'm trying to help you guys out. I shot him right in the eyeballs. That's right back down to the ground where you belong, buddy. Let's keep him up, guys. Keep him going. Keep him going. Look, I shot him. He looks like a Kenshi. He almost look like Kenshi for Mortal Kombat. I actually made a Jimbot, right? And Jimbot does awesome. Since I did display capture, I forgot one thing. What it was. What was it? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Since I did display capture, I forgot one thing. What happened, Kelso? I don't get it. Wait, what? You did display capture? And you forgot something with it? Wait. Whoa, what's this? Somebody left a paintbrush here. Alright, we're on the other side of the hallway here, guys. This side looks clear. Behind the doorway. Oh, I'll trust these people. There's like a blood on the other side there. Somebody fell out the window. Let's watch yourselves here, guys. You would think they would have barricaded the downstairs floor and the zombies wouldn't be able to get upstairs, but somebody didn't clear out the area properly here. Where am I going in this thing anyway?
Okay, not this way.
I see the zombies there. But it looks like I can crawl under. Somebody got splattered right there. Oh, what the? Why would I just jump down like that? These Carlos? Oh, what's this? We found a key for the locker room. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take the green herb as well. I don't have anything red to mix it with, so we'll just hang on to it for now. I forgot to turn off sleep setting. Oh, okay. Okay, I gotcha. Well, hopefully you fixed it. Don't worry, Kelso. I make mistakes all the time. Trust me, it happens. Okay. I thought something was going to be like right around the corner, so I had to be careful. Okay, so this was the other door we couldn't get through. Ooh. We got Arta. And then we have Campa. And then we have... Does that say food? Yeah, it says food. Trix is a noob streamer. Pfft, always. Always. Absolutely. I'm always screwing something up. Wait, key. Key for what? We gotta go back upstairs. Yep. Back upstairs we go. Oh, my batteries last me a while. He's human. Yeah, you know, we make mistakes, guys. We all do. You know, for those who stream, you understand. For those who don't stream and just watch me, you still understand. It happens. Come on, Carlos. Don't let me down, buddy. All right. We need to find out which door we want to go through. I'm going to go this way. Oh, safe room. I like the sound of that. Okay. Very soothing music here. Bullets. Green herb. 2 green herbs. I don't know. Maybe I should wait until we get a green one or a red one. I think that's what I'm going to do. You know, I'll keep the FA sprayed on me for now. Key. We'll keep the key. See anything else in these rooms? The Nurse's Journal, September 27th. Admitted over 20 mystery illness patients. Patients in the isolation ring exhibiting severe limb necrosis, fever, muttering, delirium, and signs of hyperphagia? Phagia? I don't know. Possible infection. Tired of a antiseptic. Still no blood work back from the research wing. Ask again. Dr. Young was bitten while testing one of the patients. We disinfected the wound, but his fever won't go down. Nothing works. Meanwhile, the outpatient wing is complete. Anarchy. The patients are delirious and growing more violent by the minute. We've called in our off-duty staff. It's all hands on deck now. We have got to contain the chaos. Yep, too late. It's gone crazy. Okay, everything's put away. Let me save the game real quick. I haven't saved it in a while, guys. Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, game saved up. Let's go ahead and continue it on and get to the next area. Oh, wait, what's this? Wow, now we got the map. Okay, well, that's good. We needed. Whoa, lots of rooms to go through here, guys. Okay, then. Well, let's finish it up. Yep, very bad area. Seems like something bad might happen here. So, first floor. there was that one door, which I think this is where we're going to see the doctor. Not much of him going on. We didn't go into the operating hall or room. Second floor, we haven't really covered much. We only went to the records room, the roof, and then the big main lobby. We just got the side rooms to go through. Okay. There's going to be more than just zombies here, guys, so we really have to watch ourselves on this one. This can get very dangerous. Keep our guard up. A lot of bloodshed, too. I think I see anything. Got zombies. Yeah, it has. It's come a long way. I mean, we all remember when it first started. Like, don't get me wrong, I miss the old Twitch. Like, I miss, like, being able to play music, have song requests, have the streamers have a great time. All the good stuff. But, you know, what can we do? Yeah, Moobot and Nightbot. I've had TrickSpot since 2014, so it's been a while I had TrickSpot. But yeah, I first started... It was interesting. I don't trust that zombie. It's gonna jump at me, guys. Look, bunch of zombies here. They all killed each other. Okay, so he's not coming alive, which is good. Very good and perfect indeed. Alright, so we just gotta watch ourselves here, guys. Not coming alive either, huh? Wow. I'm not buying it. Something's not right here. Ah, none of the zombies coming alive. Something was here, guys. Looks like we're going to be playing Jill through the hospital. Oh, nothing. Nothing. Interesting. All right, so we got a memos from administration. Especially, right. ID cards are not to be taken off hospital grounds under any circumstances. As per our security measures, all employees must store their ID card in their own personal lockers before returning to home for the day. The key to the locker room has gone missing. The last person to have it may have dropped it somewhere in the courtyard. Till it is recovered, we will keep a spare key here in the office. Please stop by administration at the end of the shift to borrow it. Well, we already have the key. That's what this is for. Oh. Hey, locker room, but it's empty. Okay, nice and quiet and easy. Holy crap, you scared the crap out of me, dude. Scared the crap out of me. I knew it. And of course, of all lockers, the first one was a zombie. Hospital ID card. Spencer. Spencer Memorial Hospital. It's funny how the hospital is named Spencer. Take the flash. That's it. Nothing else. We came in here just for that. Now, these zombies are probably going to come alive. Something ain't right here, guys. What do I do with this? A security card for Spencer's hospital. something else in his room to the right. Simple lock. Oh yeah, we can't do nothing with it now. Oh, the zombies didn't come alive, so that's interesting. Thank you, Jim, for screaming in my ear. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'm gonna fix this to... Okay. All right, here we go. So now I'm way over here, but at least I'm like closer to my screen now, which is pretty cool. All right, let's continue on. Carlos, don't let me down. We gotta check the other rooms out, guys. We still got plenty of rooms to check around with. What's with the slash? I knew it. Don't tell me hunters are here. It's exactly what I thought it was because of the eyes. Wow. One hit kill, man. Hunters were always known for that. Its harder outer shell affords extremely high defenses. Wow. Of course there's a checkpoint right here. I don't like the assault rifle. I just... Rip? I got super ripped. Big time, guys. Wow, that is crazy. I am but a little man in a field of giants. By the way, if you could ever... Yeah, Kelso, definitely, bro. Feel free to... You can DM me too. Like, we can discuss some things if you like. I got you. I'll help you out. Just let me know. Or if I see anything, I'll definitely... Oh, gosh. Let's try this again. I think this time I'm gonna flash. Man, the machine gun sucks, though. So where do I use his ID card? Wow, it's like legit. Like it looks real. It's the real deal. So hospital ID card, but which room am I supposed to go into here? So the linen room is locked. The nurse's station, I don't think I can get in there. Well, I'm glad I skipped that thing, so... Alright guys, here we go. Are we ready? Alright, we're gonna do E, P, P, T, O, Z, L, P, E, D, E, E, C, F, D, E, D, F, C, Z, P, P, E, L, O, P, Z, D, D, E, F, H, O, T, B, C, and then I'm not gonna keep going. Forget it. You guys get the idea. Oh my god, Jim. The zombie is down. How much you guys want to bet that's going to be a hunter? All zombies are going to burst in. What's in this room? Yeah, I wish the aim was like this in Resistance. Oh my gosh, I keep missing. That's right, you stay on that ground. You weren't down all the way, were you? Now you down? You staying down now? What about you guys? That's right, you stay down. That's right, come on. Alright, so we have some x-rays going on in that room right there. What's up with this safe? I don't know the combination. Yeah, I don't know the combination right now. Oh, snap, he was actually alive. Totally thought it was dead. Right. The aim is hard. And it doesn't help that the zombies, when they walk, they go... like, their head is all discombobulated, like, within their bodies. Like, it makes it challenging. This is the next room. That's the sick room. Alright, well, we're gonna check the sick room first. Yeah, well, we know she's coming alive. Ooh, look what's here. Yeah, I see it, I see it. It's making me hungry. Trix, a pro aimer, though, thanks to Smite. Not really, I'm not that good. Even on PC it's hard, right? The zombie's coming alive. Get out of my face. Down to the ground there, lady. No! How'd you get me? It's up on her head. Come on. Where's the other zombies at, guys? She's an ankle biter, right? Right on my ankles. I thought it was a chihuahua. Right? Man, combat fusion. Yo, look at these TV screens. Oh my gosh. Hand grenade? You know, I never really used the hand grenades too much. I need to start making use of those bad boys. I see more food on a plate here, guys. Oh, assault rifle. Somebody had a plate of assault rifle? I don't trust the zombie. Oh, you ain't coming alive? Okay, cool. You were on crunches. Well, I bet you don't need them anymore. Alright, so this room's gonna be secured, guys. I need to get the combination lock for that thing. We have to figure it out. Yo, that probably movie was sick too, right? Oh gosh, wrong thing. I think with this, I can use this. Yes, we got it. We can gain access. Oh. Oh, these things are everywhere. Not good, guys. They're gonna jump through the glass. How much you want to bet? So I've been in all these rooms anyway, so I just gotta go through all this to get to the other side of the living room. Yeah, they're gonna jump through. I know it. No? It's gonna get their attention. I gotta... Dang it, I don't have a silencer on this bad boy. Ah, shoot. Okay, we gotta be careful, guys. Gotta be careful. Bye-bye. Lay down. I'm so sorry. Where's my manners? Remember, guys. No smoking. Anytime, anywhere. I feel like they're gonna be coming in here, man. What is this? More assault rifle bullets. I think this is gonna be for... Oh man, I'm loaded on bullets. Look at this. I can't carry anymore. Really? I can't just carry 200? Why is it gotta be 190? No! Jay's throwing grenades at the Green Goblin. Yeah, that Green Goblin, I get copyright every time. I think I'm gonna set something up. So that way, like, when I do my local recording, it won't record that only on the Twitch. So that way, or only on the live stream. So that way I'll be okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, every time I, so the, with that one, I get, here, let me show you guys here real quick. Gives me the, where is it? Yeah, so like right now, I had a copyright yesterday for Bleeding Edge. So the video title, which was the Bleeding Edge game, copyright content was Dame tu casita. It's claimed by Ultra Music. Thing is, it's just a not a copyright strike or anything, but I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Like they're so strict. It's crazy, dude. Okay, I can finally mix it up now, which is good. I'm going in the room with the hunters? Oh, gosh. I see you, bro. Up there, buddy. Are you waiting for me? Is that what you're doing? Yeah, it's crazy, dude. That's how you do it. Get that door unlocked. That takes us back out into the main hallway. We gotta go into the treatment room. Oh, I do have a grenade. How about we make this a shortcut for now? We need it. Oh, they don't even come out. They want me to go in there. Look at that. Look at Kelso. Like, ah, he's a bubblehead, right? All right, I'm going to throw a flash, and then I'm going to throw a grenade. I don't think they come out, which is good. Oh! Oh! Wow, dude. I got him down. Thank goodness. Ooh-wee. That's one down. They get through the door, but they just don't open the door. Wow, these things, they're deadly, man. You know what? Let me see where he is. He's all the way in the side. Okay, so I'm gonna go on with the flash. The grenade did come in handy, guys. Ooh, no you don't. I need to get in there. He goes right back to his post. Okay, cool. Let me get a couple pokes at him and just walk right back into the room. He hit me? Oh no, he didn't. What's in this room anyway? Ooh. I got, oh my gosh. Man, Thing is still alive. He takes too much bullets. Thing sucks. Wow, I don't got much handgun bullets either. Oh! He was still there, guys. My gosh, there's got to be a better way. He takes too many hits. The grenade got him, but I shouldn't have to use so much ammo on these things. Feels like he doesn't die. Definitely feels like it. Got him. Oh, dang time, dude. Stay on that ground. Don't you dare get up. What if he fools me? There better be ammo in here. Jeez, they were tearing everything up in here. The only thing they didn't tear up was the plate of food here, guys. And you give me 30 assault rifle bullets. Okay, like that will suffice for what you just made me wasted. He didn't even get to turn into a zombie. Audio cassette tape. So we needed this anyway. Okay. That's it. 30 assault rifle bullets, but I had to come in here anyway. I wish I would have got them gathered up a little better and threw a grenade at both of them. That would have saved me much bullets. All the zombies take too many hits. Yeah. Dude, when we play Resistance, they make the zombies so easy. But then again, it's 4 players, I guess. Makes sense. But in this mode, these zombies are hard. Alright, first of all, we got the cassette tape. Wait, what's behind me? Oh yeah, I can't do the locker right now, guys. Okay, so that's out of the question. Let's hop out of here. Once we got out of here, we're gonna make a left. And we can't. Wow. I I don't like those. There's... They're... I don't know, man. I feel like... I gotta do this again? Oh my god. Wow. Like, one hit all the time on full health? And they're so cheap, too, like... Dang it, man. I can't run in there and grab the tape and dig because it was... Well, I could, I guess, if I flash in there. That's bogus, dude. Come on, lady, let's go. Let's do this again. Oh, let her come in. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw a flash in there and then just kind of dip. All right, we're gonna go ahead and... Yeah, you know, I'm not even worried about it. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Right, you stay in that ground. Okay. Now I gotta grab every single item in here again that I didn't grab. Assault rifle bullets, can't grab that. Okay, can't unlock that, we're good. Trying to get the... There we go, we got it. Alright, all clear, all clear. We got the red herb, it's gonna get the green, we're gonna mix it up with that. Alright. Oh no, then again, I'm not all the way full. Well, no, I am kind of. Wow, he is not playing around. Oh! That's bogus, dude. That one came right in with no problem. Now the other one... How close can I... How close can I get anyway? Wow. Dude, come on. Those 30 rifle bullets in there, but you know what? I saved a bunch of bullets too. Alright, let's mix these two things together. Man. He throws like a girl, right? I'm gonna go this way. I don't have any more flashbangs? Oh, I'm in so much trouble right now. So when I get out of here, I gotta run. This is better anyway, straight shot. Watch it jump through the glass. How much you want to bet? No? Thank goodness. Yeah, I feel safer this way. I know he's going to be out there waiting for me, guys, so let's be careful. I think I know what happened to the missing tape with Dr. B. His research, blah, 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 blah. Okay, don't care. Never I promise I want to, like, okay. That's just talking about the tape recorder. We did get it, though. I don't know the code. We're out of luck. I should put health on, but it's all good. Yeah, but the assault rifle or handgun are not good for these hunters, guys. I need to just run straight across. Straight across, go down the roof. And then I can use the keycard thing. The girl does better? Yeah, Jill does. Of course he's out there. I'm not gonna be able to run it though. Oh man. I don't know if he's still out there. I hear him. Can I go out this way? Nah, this was dead end. Dang it, guys. I'm gonna run it, but if he hits me, I'm done. You have to be careful. All right, well. He's to the left. I don't think he hears the door. He's right there to the left, guys. I hear him. I don't have any Yeah, the doors are very loud in this game. Absolutely. They're so loud. He's straight ahead. Woo! It doesn't jump down with me? Oh, thank goodness. How do I get what's over there? Oh, I think those are just ways to leap over. All right, guys, so we're almost here now. I feel like we're gonna be in big trouble here, so I'm gonna make a right. And in the operating room, is that where it's at? Whoa. Wow, okay. Oh, wait a second. Or is that for this? Operating room. I'll trust this room, guys. Yep, I could definitely use that. We'll keep that handy. We'll I'll take the handgun bullets. Coming in. I'll take the assault rifle bullets, which is nice. Oh, what's up, Doc? Have a seat. You here to play Operation with me? Oh, man, we grabbed a bunch of grenades. And flashbangs. Jeez, that come in handy. Okay, I guess she's done for, guys. But I think we're in a clear. I'm not sure though. I knew something was off. Okay, let's reload, guys. And they broke it. They broke in through the side door. Not good. Oh, what's this? Bullets? Oh, look at that. I'm missing items all over the place, guys. You walked past something I did? Is it what I just grabbed? Okay, so this is outside. How did it just get right through here, though? In the operating room? Alright, let me get back in there. Okay, so now we can mix these two things up, which is great. Oh, hospital has umbrellas. How nice of them. And the room is blue, so I think it's clear. It was a note. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jay. RE lost items. We've been inundated with reports of lost items. If you find something and it's unclear who it belongs to, do not take it home. Please deposit it in the nurse station safe. The safe combination is 9-3. Thank you for cooperation. 9 clockwise, 3 counterclockwise. What? 9-3. I ain't going back up there. You crazy? Nope. 9-3. Well, I can go back up there. I think I'm about to play as Jill anyway, so I don't think it really matters. 9-3. We're missing a number. I don't think that can't be the whole thing. All right, guys. Well, here we go. I don't like all this glass. Isn't Jill this way though? Hold on. Yeah, Jill's this way. Oh, that zombie's legs up in the air. Look at that. Let me save it real quick. Oh. Poor Joe. Okay, let's clear up some things here, guys. First of all, that needs to go back in. Let's go ahead and try to save some bullets, right? We're probably going to need to keep these, but I want to equip them differently. Oh wait, we're done with that key card? Yeah, this key card's done now. So we just got the tape recorder to do, guys, and that's it. Save it. Nine 3. How are we gonna remember that? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, look at that big giant window. Yo, can we go outside? We hear the wind and everything. Like the front door is all quiet. Should be 6-969. You might be right. You might be right. How do I get in that chest? Oh. Ah, Jill. Alright, well, at least we're covering the ground here at the hospital, guys. Alright, let's go get this doctor. Alright, let's see what happens.
All I wanted to know was what the documents were doing in your office in the first place.
Who do you think you're talking to? I'm goddamn Nathaniel Bard. I'm the best biologist you'll ever meet, you bedpan-changing waste of a nursing degree. Of course I have connections higher up.
Okay. Oh no, he's dead. Oh, I think Nikolai came and took him out. They don't want to cure him. That's crazy.
Bard.
Yep. Shot to the face.
He's been shot.
Shit. And the vaccine?
I'm looking.
Well, look harder. There's gotta be a computer, right?
Banquet invitation. It is my pleasure to cordially invite you to the banquet on September 10th at the Central Hotel, where there will be exchanging viewpoints of Raccoon City's new special medical zone, SMZ. Attending will be Mayor Michael Warren, Chief of Police Brian Irons, and other distinguished members of our community. Thursday, September 10th, blah, blah, blah. We will be honored for you to join us. Nate, I will be introducing the bill for that new drug of yours in August. Bring the cash. We've booked a suit for the usual after party. You're a brunette guy, right? Let Irons. Wow. Yep. This is Nikolai, guys. This guy could have made it. And he made a vaccine. He could have saved everybody. I'm trying to remember what happened to Nikolai. Did an umbrella turn against him? I don't know. Maybe they'll explain more in this one. Oh, well, we found the umbrella computer. Yeah, he's been shot in the face, guys. He's done for. Yeah, a bunch of ammo now. That's good. Email from Nathaniel Bard. Reply immediately. Greg, I know you're watching the news. This virus is going to devour the whole country. The dead will wash over Capitol Hill like a tidal wave. You're not safe. However, you've always been a good friend to me, so I'd like to offer you a way out. I have in my possession 1 dose of a vaccine for the virus, the Holy Grail, and it's not for my family, not for my ladies on the side. No, Greg, I'm saving it for you. I know better than anyone that you're the future of the United States, but if you want the goods, Greg, you have to get me the hell out of here now without Umbrella finding out. Lean on the Pentagon for me. I know you got the clout. See if someone can get a rescue team in here without UBCS involvement. You scratch my back, I scratch yours, which should sound pretty jazz after the parties we've been to. Hurry, my time is running out. So he knew.
This is VRC Chief Nathaniel Bard, September 29, 11 p.m. I am acutely aware that my time's running out. And I hope and pray by making this recording and bringing the truth to light that I can restore some small shred of honor to my name. All of Raccoon City's suffering began with the release of a biological weapon known as the T-virus. My employer, the Umbrella Corporation, engineered this virus, and they ordered my team to develop a vaccine, which we did. Now, I keep samples of this vaccine here in my office. The rest of it is stored underground. But those sons of bitches at the board, they want to destroy it. They don't want the world to know what they've done. So they're trying to erase all evidence that the virus ever existed. No, I'm not a fool. I know they don't want me to...
Wow.
Jill knew all along. And she trusted me anyway.
Uh-oh. The door just magically opened. Sweet. That is messed up, man. Well, at least now Carlos knows what's going on, guys.
Is it here?
Uh-oh, I see one. The vaccine sample. The vaccine.
All right, Joe.
That's it? I didn't have to go to the basement or nothing? Damn, Carlos.
I got it.
Good. I'm headed your way.
Be careful.
Careful. Have you seen this town? It'll be a fucking miracle if I get there in one piece.
He wants to watch what he says. I knew it. Okay. Oh boy.
You're gonna be okay, Joe.
Woo. Just had to run past all those. Okay, so that's all saved, which is good. All right. His handgun holds a little bit more bullets, which is good. Get rid of vaccine. Oh boy. Well, you got lucky. Woo.
Tyrell, what the hell happened?
Attention all citizens. The contagion spreading throughout the city has been designated uncontainable. On October 1st, Raccoon City will be completely destroyed in a missile strike. All residents capable of rational thought are urged to evacuate immediately. This is not a test. Attention all citizens.
I mean, that's only a day away. There's still people in the city. You think Uncle Sam gives a shit? Fuck. Here they come. Oh, you sit tight. I got this.
I think he was bit.
Better grab some gear. Sounds like there's a lot of them out there.
Oh boy. That's it? Oh, you give me one FA spray. He's not gonna help me? Oh. Save it again just to be safe, guys. How did my first ever stream go? You know what? I want to say towards the beginning it was a little slow, and it kind of picked up pretty quickly. But I don't think it's so much the case anymore. I think it's like streaming is very different now. Unless you have something very unique, something very different that could help you. But really, you got to know people, and it's all about how you brand yourself. You know, how to gain recognition and all that stuff. Most people think just going live and keep going live is the answer. It's not. There's more to what you need to do than just going live. Oh, well, thank you, Jim. That's a nice compliment, man. Yeah, or if you come from another source, yeah. So, like, here's the thing. I see a lot of these streamers lie to a lot of the viewers, and it's not that they're lying. It's just what they're saying is not entirely true. Like, you know, it's not how much you stream or what you stream and whatever, or how interactive you are. Yeah, those all do help, but it's not the answer. You know, like, let's say somebody's really popular on Instagram. They're having a great follower base, and then they come over to Twitch. Well, the majority of their followers will follow them on Twitch. That would give them some viewership, and then they'll get partnerships. So now they're getting discovered. Now they're good. You know, they're set as long as they keep maintaining content. So honestly, I always tell people, if you can, find somewhere that benefits you, somewhere where you can gain like a reputation and work from that. So if you do TikTok, do when Vines was a thing, do some Vines or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just gotta grab what's hot, grab some followers, and then just have them follow you on your social media, and then keep them up with your streams and stuff. Right, Kinky, welcome back. You're still awake? Wait, did I save it? I don't remember if I saved it or not. It's already 4 in the morning. Unbelievable. All right, guys. So I gotta go out there and fight. Before I go fight, I'm grabbing me a bottle. Ooh wee. Right. Social networking is important. But you just gotta be careful where you social network. So you think Twitch has become more of an import to platform instead of a starter like it used to be? Yeah, before it was a great starter platform. So I'm going to use an example. So a lot of these like very successful, or not even that successful, there's even some Twitch partner streamers that are not doing super good, but they maintain a decent follower base or viewership because they're partnered. So like, let's say you were here with JTV, okay? The ones that were here with JTV or Justin TV, they took advantage. It was a new platform. It was a new way to become discovered. They gained a reputation. They met the requirements. They got partnership. Even from the partners from back then are struggling today because what they did then does not apply today. Today is a whole different ball game. Like, it's like playing basketball. 1 minute you're Michael Jordan that year, and then later on you got to be a Kobe Bryant or something else. Or LeBron James. You can't just always do the same and expect it to work for the next 10 years. And streaming is like computers. It's like there's always something new to learn. There's always something new you got to do. There's always something you need to update or adjust. Yeah, definitely Kelso. But it's just like, and the thing is, guys, like, I know a lot of this stuff, and really, if I literally took the sacrifice and just said, you know what, I'm gonna stream full time. I'm gonna invest my time, invest my money, and just like just go all in and go crazy about it. I can probably do pretty good. But it is a lot of work. Like, I'll have to really maintain my social media, make sure I'm on par with that, make sure I'm on top of my graphics, make sure I'm on top of, having like crazy stuff going on. It's a lot of work. For one person, it's hard. A lot of these other people, they have like a team. They have an editor, they have a graphics designer, they have someone who's in charge of their social media, so they got like a social media manager. Right, yeah. If the city's locked down, I don't think we're gonna have a choice, guys. But the problem with that though is like now, right now, it's pretty tough. A lot of people, I think a lot of people are looking for ways to make money right now, and that's why we're seeing all these like other type of content creators now. A lot of these and like even celebrities are going live because they need to make money. You know, they're not working; they need money. It's tough, guys. It really is tough. You know, it's crazy. Yeah, you know what though? I used to do IRL streams. I really did. I used to do it on a mobile app though. Not so much on here. You know? I used to do IRL streams, but maybe I should just start doing them. Like even like this, even playing games. I should just do just chatting. Just be like, oh hey guys, and then just switch this and be like, okay, well you know what? We're done playing video games. I think we're gonna just chat. Let's get to know together. Let's play some mini games. Then we go get me a chalkboard. You know, let me write your guys' name on the board. You know, do things like that. Be pretty cool. You know, that'd be pretty cool. Just be like, all right, guys, today we're going to talk about a lot of different things going on here in the world of the United States. Becoming very dangerous, and you have to be careful. You know, some people start off with just chatting and then switch to games. Yeah, it's the way to go, man. Right. Yeah, cooking, IRL, art, creative, all that good stuff, guys. Absolutely. I think gaming alone is just not there no more. You know, even like people who do the games are always pausing and doing other things because that's what you need to do. You know? Oh gosh.
I'm gonna try to lower the window shutters. The less entry points, the better. And how do we do that? I'll try hacking into the hospital security system. Keep them off me in the meantime.
Wow. So I think he was bit, guys. Oh boy, we're in trouble now.
Okay, now the fun shit begins.
No! She got me. Oh, they're coming inbound, guys. They're coming inbound. Oh, what the heck? He just exploded on me? Okay. I'm gonna save my Okay, they're in the room, guys. Not good. Wow, they're coming inbound. Why are they exploding like that? It's weird. Anything else here I need to grab? Wow, they're just there for looks. Yeah, they're just there for looks, guys. Wow, look. That's crazy. I can't even take them out? Okay. What happened?
Find the breaker. It must be somewhere.
Oh no! Don't tell me it's a hunter. Oh my god, I'm about to die. No. I don't like those things. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, first of all, what is going on here? No! Oh, no, 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 no. How does he get me with that? Oh, come on. I'm gonna die. Hold off of me. Oh, not this thing. Okay, nice and easy, guys. Nice and easy. Oh, no, 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 no. Why are you here? Oh, no, no, no. Yo, throw the grenade, dude! Dang! Why is he so sluggish with it? Alright, I gotta get health. I'm in big trouble, guys. You got a swagger now. I just love seeing how comfortable you become over the years. Being a... Yeah, it's comfortable. You know. Yeah, no, there are some really good talent. Like even on some other sites, I found this one site one time where I saw some really good cartoon artists and stuff. Interesting. It's a good thing to give me the extra grenades, guys, because I needed them. Oh, no, you don't. Nice and easy, guys. Nice and easy. Why do I miss so much? Any more? Oh, I'm in trouble. Wow. Oh, get off of me! Oh my gosh, get off of me! Ooh, that was close. Timer tricks, I know. Oh my gosh. Well, that should keep them out. They almost made it inside, guys. I'm getting achievements too.
Not even close. But at least it's over. I'm coming back.
Ooh-wee.
Vaccine's the real deal.
Good. You going somewhere? You damn right.
What do you think you're gonna do? Whole city's about to be microwaved.
Come on, man. Call the government. Tell them we found a cure. You stall for time. Ballsy motherfucker.
Oh no, man. Oh no. I feel like Nikolai's gonna get him next. I don't remember his part though. Nemesis almost nearly took me out. You left Jill all alone?
Jill. Thank God you're okay. I've got good news. It's over now. The city's safe.
Oh no, she's dreaming again.
It's the only way.
Yeah, it's a dream. Well, damn, right?
Where am I? What's going on?
Well, you didn't get just regular medical treatment.
Attention all citizens. The missile strike on Raccoon City will occur in just hours. The payload is designed to eradicate all biological material. You will not survive if you remain in the city.
October 1st?
Evacuate now. Repeat.
No.
Evacuate now.
Can't be.
This is not a test.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, Jill's back in action, guys. Give me a second here. Oh, God, I gotta get resituated again. She has no handgun bullets? Of course not. Carlos has it all. Okay, what do I have in here? Mine rounds? I'm gonna switch them. Okay, so now I got flame rounds in. Okay. So with these, I need to put these away. We're still gonna need a lockpick. Problem is, those things are gonna take me down. Right, she on that good stuff. But you know what? That good stuff saved her life. Definitely saved her life. All right, let's be careful, guys. So I need to figure out what we're gonna do here. So shotgun bullets, we're not looking too good. I don't have much handgun bullets. I'm thinking we're gonna get a lot while we're out there anyway. Grenades, we're definitely gonna carry those bad boys. We're gonna need them. Sorry, the knife. I guess I could just equip the grenade really and just do this and then just throw it. Alright, but that's not going to leave us with a lot of space. What if I would have left that hip pouch up there and would have given it to Jill instead? I think Carlos needed it though. Alright, health, we're good. Let's grab these. right, health, we're looking pretty good out here. Explosive rounds. We have high-grade gunpowder. We don't have any regular gunpowder. Well, let's just try to go easy, I guess. We're gonna save it. We're gonna have to somehow grab some ammo and not get too crazy with it, guys. All right, let's check around here. Where did Carlos and that guy go? He just left me.
Morning, sunshine.
Uh-oh.
You saved my life.
He's been bit.
Shit, didn't. That was all Carlos. He carried you here and he treated you himself. Crazy bastard.
Where is he?
He went underground. Bard stockpiled the vaccine, enough to give the city some hope.
He thinks he can do this by himself. I'm going after him.
Wait, did you see the broadcast? They're gonna blow the city sky high. I'm trying to get a hold of someone, anyone with the clearance to stop it. Leave this mess to him. He's a professional.
So am I.
Okay.
Guess I'm not talking you out of this.
So hold on, what?
Facilities underground, beneath this hospital. I've lost contact with Carlos, so expect trouble.
So he patched his arm, or he's covering up Umbrella? I don't know, but he looks like he's about to turn, guys. Look at him. He's not looking too healthy. Right, Kelso. Underestimates it big time. He does not know. Oh, wait, where does this box just come from? Ooh, hang up bullets, guys. We're getting it in now. I don't have space. Okay, I can't be carrying both. Or maybe we can. I bet I could just like leave this stuff here for Joe. Oh yeah, no, these boxes just came out of nowhere. That leaves me with only 2 spots left, guys. Jeez, Carlos. He's just... I hate that they do that with their freaking head, man. Screw that. You better have died. I was about to say, ain't no way. Alright, she has a lockpick, so I'm gonna go through different rooms that Carlos couldn't. If only you could. Right! Alright, doors open. What's this? Spencer Memorial? Yeah, I'm gonna grab these just in case, guys. I'm already out of bullets. Shoot. Nope, this goes underground. Yep. Alright, I don't want to go underground yet. I want to check the rest of this place. Hopefully the hunters are not out here. I'm listening. Okay, so far we're clear. All right, hold it down. Where was the other rooms at? There's a lockpick on this side. We need items, guys. We need items. What's with the hat? Cowboy hat everywhere. All right, let's get this bad boy open, see what we get. Whew. What's that? Mag ammo. Oh, this is it, guys. We're getting close to getting the Magnum. Pretty late in the game for that. Yeah, Jill's really good. She's a beast. This thing disappeared. Okay. Oh no, let her see this.
This looks like Nikolai's work.
Yep. Well, Joe, at least you're okay. But there was nothing in here, really. But we did get the explosive, whatever. It's gonna put me almost full on items, though. Dang it. All right, we're gonna have to go ahead and empty our inventory. Yeah, I don't want to go in the basement yet. Okay. We'll put the health away, why not? Oh. Oh. We got the G18 handgun burst mode. Okay, well in that case, let's go ahead and put this one away. And we'll go ahead and re-equip that again. I don't know about that burst mode though. I don't really wanna. That's gonna waste ammo. 3-round burst feature. Its quick rate of fire allows to do a lot of damage in a short time. Be 3 shots per zombie. I don't know. Only man complaining of full inventory. Right. Alright, you know what? I gotta remove one of these. Alright, let's put grenade launcher away. We'll keep shotgun. My shotgun to go here though. Handgun bullets, let's store those away. Handgun bullets here. Grenade away. Grenade here. Alright, 4 slots, guys, which is good. Alright, we're fully loaded. Let's go. Alright, showtime. Yeah. Well, that's kind of good that they do that. I mean, I guess... Wait, was that even an option, though? Camera wobble? Nah, I'm about to say... Yeah, I mean... Yeah. I heard that earlier. Alright, let's head upstairs, guys. Zombie headshot. I'm gonna make a right? Because we already did all these rooms. Except the courtyard, which I am gonna check out. Gotta conserve ammo, guys. All clear? Nope. Nope. I don't like those things. Those things are very deadly. Oh, man. All right, Joe. Hopefully she could throw the grenade quicker than Carlos could. Where is it? Goodbye. I don't like you. Alright, so we got a safe lock here, guys. Woo! That was close, shoddy. Yeah, well, I'm glad we got the shotgun. She's getting explosive rounds. I feel like we're gonna have to use, there's nothing in this room. We're gonna have to use, I should have used grenade launcher. Teddy bear man. This is not the way to the courtyard that I want to go to, though. I have to go upstairs. Shoot down. Upstairs is dangerous, guys. I'm scared. Oh my god. There you go. There you go. Why is that door wide open now? Take a left. Now, the regular Resident Evil usually is 2 shots for the shotgun, but I don't know what it's going to be like in this game, so I got to be careful. He's not coming over here anyway. Which is perfect. Once I go this way, staff room had a locker, and so did the linen room. We're gonna come across a lot of hunters for sure, though. I don't want to die. I gotta do it, guys. I gotta do it. Show yourself. I gotta make a left. Ooh, records room is a safe room. Oh, I feel safe in here. Why don't I hear no safe music? Why don't I hear no safe music? Wow, how come I only got 3 there? If it helps, she already died before. That's true. She did. She did. She really did. And she survived. She can do it again. We got Carlos. Thank you, Stone. I appreciate it. Yeah, we definitely got Carlos. Carlos is here to help. Oh, boy. Yo, don't let me down. You got this, girl. Come on, we're gonna open the door. Gonna be right out there to the right. I gotta... Wait, I can't go out that way. Can I? You know what? I didn't kill the one in here last time. Well, too late now. All these zombies are coming alive now. Great. Geez, stay down. Wait, it's 3-round burst, right? Or if I hold it, maybe. Oh, if I hold it, okay. Oh, what the? No! Oh, you little cheater, you dude. There goes another chunk. Whatever. I'm trying to save bullets in this game, it don't let me. Get off of me. Okay. I wasted a lot of bullets there, guys. Low caliber pistol ammo. Yeah. Well, at least it lets you single fire. That's good. I don't like the recoil, though. I don't think I'm going to see much use of this. There's dead zombies everywhere, so let me try to save it by getting some melee attacks here. Nope. Deuce. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god. I'm dead. No, can you stop asking me that? That's annoying. What if I press it by accident? Damn. Wow, I'm right here. Well, I wasn't really that far. Oh, you know what? First of all, I don't really think I feel this gun. I'm gonna stick to my single fire. Because I wish there was a way to show you, like, damage-wise. Handgun with 3-round burst feature. Its quick rate of fire allows it to do a lot of damage in a short time. But see, it does more damage in a short time because it uses 3 bullets. Doesn't mean each bullet does more. It does hold more, though. I'll keep it. It's fine. I just won't. I'm just not going to rapid fire it. Yeah. Man, I got wrecked, man. By a zombie. Unbelievable. Because I'm so cheap with ammo. I'm trying to save and conserve. Game doesn't let me. What's in here anyway? All this for safe? Of course you want to wake up now, right? Right now. I know you're not dead. Come on, zombie, let's go. Oh my god, stop with that neck. Jeez. I know you're not dead. Yeah, you are dead. Good, sweet. Okay, you? I know you're not dead. Stab him in the head, guys. What we need to do. Okay, so when I go this way... There's nothing in that other room. Is there another zombie this way? Oh. Unlock it. That's it. I'm done. No need to be here. Room is secured. Let's go. Save ammo. All right. I'm gonna save it again just to be safe, guys. I saved it 35 times. Can you believe it? Yeah, don't let you kill zombies, OP. Zombies are OP, guys. All right, first of all, let's look back into this room on the map. Main hallway is not secure. I gotta make a right and make a left. The thing's gonna be out there, so let's be ready. Let's see if the shotgun does anything. Wait. Nurse's station. All right, let's get ready, guys. I do hear it, so let's be ready. Nurse's station is clear. Sick room I do need to go into. Why is a sick room? Did I miss an item? It's interesting. Well, we only got a couple more rooms to go anyway. Right, like in the movies? That's very true, guys. Do one more. Alright, guys. I don't know what time it is for. Oh, actually, I think it's frozen. With the one and only Aqua Tecoco. I gotta let that warm up. It's a little frozen. Can't drink it yet, guys. In one of the movies, were dipped in carrot juice, making them more potent ammo against these. Right? Kelso got some point. Alright, guys, let's go. The thing's gonna pop out at me, though. Where is it standing at? There we go. Shotgun works. They have like little orange parts on their head. Alright, what's in this room here, guys? Anything good? Watch ourselves. I wish the flashlight wasn't auto. I wish it was like all the time. Yep, this room. Okay, I'm just making sure. Room is clear. Now, we're in the room with the safe anyway, so we might as well try to get it opened. Make sure these zombies are dead. Hey, somebody opened it? Or maybe I was only able to get it with Carlos. Wow. Okay. Oh no, it's still alive. I should have took it down. Alright, well. Here we go. I like how the zombies are here from when Carlos came through. Like, that's amazing. I love that. It's gonna be living room. Look at that. I love how they're still here. All right, so let's go ahead and get this bad boy open real quick. Charge my controller just to be safe, guys. More mag ammo. Yeah, a lot of shotgun bullets. That's good. They don't combine? Oh, I was about to say. Alright, well, let's get ready. We're going to have to take this thing out. Should be one more hit. I think it should be down. One thing I didn't like about this game is the melee. Yeah, the melee's a bit weird. I think Jill doesn't really do the melee. Carlos does, though. Got you down, buddy. This hunter's got big, giant hands. Look at that. No wonder they're so deadly. Where's the item? Oh, I see it. We'll take it. Room is secured. All right, we're gonna move out, and then we got. Why is the main hallway red? Or the courtyard is red, I think. Yeah, we're clear up here. I think we're gonna save it though, just to be safe. Right. Magnum, put it away. This, put it away. Put it away. Lockpick, we're done. That's it. No more. Guys, I think we must be getting to the end of the game. Why is it doing that? I need handgun bullets. I don't have any. I don't even have gunpowder. Just the other gunpowder I have. Alright, let's save it real quick. Let me think here for a second. Yeah, resistance came with it, yeah. There's only one thing bad, JJ. I ended up getting this for Xbox. Because I'm game sharing and we went half and half on it, pretty much. Or actually they might even go for the whole thing. I don't know yet. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to play this on PC. When the price drops, I might, so I can use mods. But I don't know. Wait, where am I going? Okay, we need to go down into the courtyard. Yeah, because my my cousin got it. So I was able to just play it right away, which is nice. I saw it downloading. I was like, yes! Okay, so while we're down here, I can't get whatever that is. How do I get over there? Oh, the other window. I see it now. I see it. Do I like spoopy games? Yeah, spoopy games are fun. They're fun. I don't know why she does like that weird auto turn sometimes, guys. It's so weird. Spoopy scary skeleton. I remember that. Yeah, not this window, guys. The other one. Are you serious? Oh my god, I still missed it. So it wasn't that one either. Spooky. I used to like that song. Wow, that's a throwback. Spooky, spooky skeleton. How's your music thing going, Kelso? Do you have a SoundCloud? I know you talked about the music thing before. Oh, maybe it's over here.
I think I can squeeze by.
Okay. At least I don't have to worry about Nemesis. Oh, don't. What is it? Don't tell me these are children's shoes. Oh, that's messed up, man. Oh no. A rabbit. A rabbit. Kids' drawings? Oh, no way. Don't tell me that's a child. Oh gosh, I don't like that. That's not cool, man. Not cool, man. Okay. Hey, wait, hold on. Why is this guy here? He's one of the umbrellas or the hunk squad thing. I'm glad we came this way.
Guaranteed to give you a headache.
Pendo's army. That's good, guys. I'm glad we actually got that finally. Okay. Extreme but close up, right? Still going, yeah. I have a sound club, but mostly for grabbing songs. Gotcha. Okay. Oops, wrong way. Okay, so this entire area is done then. All green, guys. Now we just go to the basement. That's it. We clear out the entire hospital. We're done here. We might magically get ganked, so let's be careful here. Oh no. That'd be kind of cool. I've seen it in action. That's really good. Two shots. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. All right, before I go into the basement, guys. I love how this hunter was here, but not after him. Yeah, he ain't gonna last much longer, guys. All right, let's save it up. They're giving us the Magnum and all this. We're getting towards the end, guys. All right, let's go. Can I talk to him or no? What is he looking at anyway? He's on a command prompt. Close enough. At least it's moving. I'll give them credit for that. All right, well, we're going downstairs. I don't know what's down here, guys, so let's be careful. This is a whole new region. We don't even have the map down here. There's an elevator going down. Oh. This room is bigger than I thought. Yeah, you might want to look into that for sure. Thank you for the follow there, DEFCON. Yeah, I would definitely look into that. Yes, sir. Hey, how's it going? Okay, we got a little crate here, guys, we could break. Gunpowder, finally. I could finally get some gun or ammunition for my weapon. Open circuit breaker. Somebody broke it. All right. Well, let's keep moving out. All right, Defcon. I appreciate you coming in with the follow, though. I really do. You have a wonderful night or a good morning. I don't, depending on your time zone. Yeah, live way more than expected. Yeah. What's my uptime anyway? Holy mackerel, yep. I think the past 2 days I did good for the week. Alright, where...
This must be the way underground.
Yeah, this is definitely, Yep, umbrella trucks. Not good, guys. They played a big role in this, you sneaky company. Got it. If I can save bullets, save a bullet. I don't want to waste it, guys. I'm so cheap on ammo. Wow, it's a large elevator, too. Do I stream every day? No, not every day. Like, I think I missed Monday and Wednesday. I've done Tuesday, Wednesday, or... Yeah, I missed Wednesday, actually. I did Tuesday, Thursday, I did today. Yeah. So far. Alright, we got a big truck here, guys. Why? I don't know. These trucks look like they should be fully operational. Even got the headlights still on. Wow. Must have really good batteries in there. Oh boy, we're going down, guys. On a roll, right? Yeah, every day. You did like 2 days in one. True. Very true. Now, if we were playing Resident Evil 2, I'd be saying we have William Birkin to worry about.
How is it no one in the hospital ever noticed all this?
Wow. Yeah, look at that. In a hospital, too. Bunch of umbrella guys. It's almost like the movie, kind of. Thank you, Wait, what? Grab it, why? I don't have nothing to mix it with here. Another elevator. Alright, well, let's get on there. Going up. OG did super long hours. Just so happens he's playing a game that he's... Yeah, true. It is. It's got me interested, guys. Like, I'm enjoying it. I really am. And I'm not even paying attention to the time. It's okay. Oh, we're in a safe room. Sweet. But I would love to do full-time again. I think I might get back in a row. If I can do 5 days a week, I'll do it. You know. I just don't want to promise anything and not do it. Oh, thank goodness. Hip pouch. Yes. Oh, Jill, that's so much better now. Okay, let's grab whatever's in the room first. Thing over here. Let's see. What do we want to... Oh, wait. We got a letter. Elevator notice. We identified an issue with the electrical box where concurrent use of heavy machinery overloads it and causes the fuses to blow. If you encounter this problem, you can get the elevator running. Please stay calm. Gather fuses from the sub-generators situated around the warehouse and use those to restore power from the main generator as quickly as possible. Oh boy. Oh wait, well, quickly as possible is the way it's going to be. Three 8-hours a day are nice, yeah. I think 3 days a week is always good. Or it depends on how you want to do it. You can divide it. Like typically I do 3 days, 4 hours part-time, right? So yeah, 3 days part-time will be 8 hours. It'll be the same thing. 8 times 3, it'll be 24 hours. I mean, for a job that we consider part-time, but streaming, I think that's yeah. All right, let me save it up here, guys. I don't know, I feel the end. I feel the end coming. I'm scared. I don't want to beat it. Oh, gosh. Do I have any other health in here? No, no red herbs. Oh, got another green one. I'll put it away. Why not? But we're gonna have to be careful. We don't have the health, guys. That could be dangerous. Oh, well, we're not going this way. It's locked. We need to get a map, too. I like that. That's pretty cool. Do it. Do it. You know you want to do it. How's these going, Jay? Oh, gosh. What is this? We're about to get into a boss fight. Yeah, this is definitely a boss fight, guys. I think. I see Nikolai. Oh, no. Should I get prepared? Something ain't right, guys. My PC crashes twice, so I quit gaming for the night. Oh, Jay, we gotta get that fixed, bro. Did you find the motherboard, though? You might just have to be patient and wait for the shipping. You know, it'll get here eventually. Yeah, Nikolai's there, guys. This is bad. How do I look on ammo? Shotgun bullets, that's it. And handgun, not so good. I would assume there will supplies though once we get in there. I do have it saved. If we gotta restart, guys, we'll restart. We'll be fine. Yeah, look, he's in a pretty cool room too. You know what? Didn't lock it, so that's good. Where'd you order from? Where'd you order from? I found the parts I want to get. I have a mobile in my chart at a Micro Center, and I think I will get my processor from Amazon. Oh, okay. Yeah, what did you get? We gotta save. Let's go. Oh, can't take the stairs. So once we jump down, that's it. We're screwed. Yeah, Nikolai's a bad guy. I knew he was up to no good. There's crates down there. He's up to no good, guys. Hold on to me. Oh, I can't even open that. Carlos came down here too? I can't even use this. Why is he just looking out of there? This is bad. Good. Well, he knows I have a grudge against him, so he's probably up to something anyway.
I must admit, I respect your tenacity, but I'm afraid our games end here.
You think this is over?
Oh, she could jump down and climb it. Oh shoot! How do I do this? Oh, what the hell? Okay, that's it. Now you're just getting annoying now. Oh, you're still alive. No! How do you bite me? I hit it quick. I don't understand. Nah, something ain't right here, guys. It ain't dying. No, I don't think I'm supposed to attack this thing. Alright, hit the switch quick. Oh, come on! Go, 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 go. Oh, zombie. Yeah, don't let it in because... And look, he's still just standing there. I didn't bring no health with me. Of course I didn't. Oh, well, you know what? Got some health here anyway. I don't have nothing to mix it with yet, but... Yeah, I think that zombie has like infinite health, guys. Holy macro. There's gonna be more on these ends, so I gotta watch myself here. Oh, nice. That into 1600? You deserve it. I'm excited for you, Jim. I found... Okay, wait. Oh, that's the parts? Okay, so this is the motherboard you're going with? Gotcha. And you're going with the 1600 AF? It's a good motherboard. Gigabyte. And you get Wi-Fi with it? It's nice. Yeah, I mean, you save 20 bucks. That's really all you're really saving. So, I mean, if you got to spend a little extra on a processor and the shipping's quicker, go for it, dude. What is this motherboard? Let's look at the specs real quick. Yeah. Got Bluetooth. It's got dual band Wi-Fi. It's got lighting, 4K resolution. It's got the 2 BIOS, which is good. Which most Gigabyte boards, I think, do. Damn. It only supports up to 16 gigabytes of RAM, so make sure if that's what you want to do. It does DDR4. The highest clock speeds you're going to be able to do is 2933. Oh, memory supported per slot, 16. Completely ignore what I just said. You can do up to 64. My bad. You got 3 PCI lanes. Yeah, it's a good board, man. You should be fine. You get 6 core, 12 threads. Yeah, you should be good. It's a Ryzen 5. How much? 85 bucks? Not bad, dude. It's literally almost what I'm running. I didn't even look at the core count, but it's there. Most boards with Wi-Fi are expensive. Yeah, they are. My board don't even have Wi-Fi. It don't even have Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. I paid a lot. I paid like 2 something. Probably because it's an Intel board. That's what it is. All right, guys, I got to jump down. Oh, there's a ladder. Wait. Yeah, I wasted my bullets in that thing. Oh, no, not the dogs. Oh, gosh. Oh, get off of me! Bunch of red herbs, no green herbs, guys. What kind of baloney is this? Wow. Alright, before I do this, let me see what's up here real quick. Oh boy, I do need to go in there though. Okay, we got that one. I'm in trouble. I need to... Oh, that takes me back to the safe room. I have to go that way, guys. I gotta clear it out. They're just zombies. We should be okay, but then... And then again, I died by a zombie before. It's a good board? Sweet. Oh, do you think the 1600's okay for Jim? 6 core, 12 threads? What I run? You should be sweet. You should be good. What? 120, 80, about 20 bucks? Sounds about right. That's good. Better than what you got going on now, though. Oh, no, 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 no. I almost died. Oh my god, Trick's almost screwed up, guys. I almost pulled a bad one there. They're practically giving it away. Yeah, you should be good, dude. Sometimes those doors don't shut in time. Man, it's still frozen. What the heck, man? What's going on? Oh no! I don't know how I'm gonna take this one down. I gotta get past them though. I got all this red herbs, man. This will determine my fate, if that door even opens. Okay, come on. I'm almost dead, guys. I'm almost dead. There's got to be a better way with these zombies. Yeah, I found a mobile earlier that they had on sale, but I missed out because they sold out. It was $150 board for $24. Wow. Right. I don't want to waste a... Alright, it's got to be quiet here. What's in this room? Is there items here? Shotgun bullets. All right, zombie doesn't see me, guys. We got to be very quiet. Shh. Oh, no, you don't. Ooh, I made it. Grab a health, guys. I'm glad I have those green herbs. I did not, like... Okay. Ooh-wee. Ooh, that was close. I got no handgun bullets. I need to start making explosives, guys. Okay. All right, let's save it. Let's make sure, and we're good to go. What happens when I open this door, though? No! There's got to be a better way of dodging that. Yeah, it's all good. One hit, I'm ready to go. All right, so we got to get this last one that's on the ground here, guys. There's something inside of there? No! Ooh! Of course that thing was down there. Wow! Oh my gosh, Buck, what's going on? How are you? I don't like those things. Okay, bullet-wise, guys, we're not looking too shabby. And then we can't really see where the... Alright, wasn't there a, Oh, there's no switch for this? Okay, there's only 2 zombies, guys. I think we should be fine. We gotta save, too, so... Okay, let's go. I love how they all like go back into place. Yeah, those things are scared deadly. Alright, are there items in here? Wow, these are people that were trapped. Oh. Oh, heck yeah, I'll take all that. Thank you, thank you. Now, I know there's got to be something in here. Just a green herb. Well, not just a green herb. I do have a red herb up there back at the treasure room. We'll go back. All right, so we got all the pieces there. We're done. Whew, that was close. Okay. Think finally got some gunpowder, but I think we're just gonna put those away just to be safe. I wish there was a way to get more gunpowder though. Oh, these are all lift levers. Okay. This guy again. Get in there. Ooh, that was close. All right, save it up, guys. We gotta save it up. We made it pretty good. Jill always gets good stuff. Yes, she does. Okay, good job. You know what? Let's keep the herb on us, guys. So as for explosives, all right, so we have combine with another A to create explosive, or B for flame. A and B for flame, B and B for acid. All right. So combine with gunpowder to create shotgun, or combine with another high grade for magnum. Oh. Okay, so we got magnum ammo now, which is good. We got grenade launchers. We got a bunch of grenade launcher rounds, guys. We gotta start saving these up. I don't have any more red herbs to mix. We have a few health items, which is good. Right. Well, I was trying to save it. Just the regular gunpowder ammo I just couldn't find. Shotgun were pretty low. Okay, well, we're gonna save it real quick. Be safe. I think we're good. Oh, he's gone. He left. There's one more? Seriously? There's one more. Wow. Alright, let's reload that. I'm not going all the way around like that. I screwed up, guys. Whoopsie daisy. Okay. Right. Oh my god, I wish we could just kill this thing. I think I gotta use flame rounds on him, maybe. Oh, he's right there. Yep, bye. Alright guys, so we're missing a third one here somewhere. Where is it at, guys? It's got to be somewhere. Oh no, I'm scared. Then again, let's hold on. Let's bring this back down. Maybe it does need to be down here. Yeah, that was a super epic fail there, Jay. Where's the other dog? Okay, both dogs down. Sweet. All right, let's check around here. What did I miss down here? Because I missed something. Oh, okay. We need to get in there. But how? Oh, this opened up. Yeah, we'll take that. Thank you. Reload that bad boy real quick. That dog went head over heels. Yes. And those dogs hurt. Those dogs really hurt, guys. All right, let's be careful. All right, I got to get beyond this part, but how? Let's take a look around. Looks like I jumped down. Let's hear. Wait a second. Hold on. All right, I need to get up there somehow. Okay. Let's go ahead and rise this up. Oh, hold on. Shotgun shell hold. Okay, look at that. Heck yeah, put that bad boy on. Now we should be able to hold more. Oh, it just has it ready to, so it's quicker to reload. All right, let's go back up top. We got this, guys. We got this. Don't worry. There's one more fuse that we have to get. How do I get over there? That's the question. Let me look this over. I jumped out from over there, but I'm thinking too, with that being there. Well, we gotta raise these down if we want to get around it. So let's go ahead and put it down one more time. We got this. She doesn't want to climb the crate, so climb up top. All right, we're missing something. Need to get in there. How do I get to the other platform? I can't get to that middle one there. Can't raise this down because then I can't get up. We missed something. All right, let's think carefully here. It's nothing with that. Nowhere this way. I think I figured it out, guys. This whole time, that second door is to the left right here. Right there. Unbelievable. I missed it the entire time. Alright. I get past this thing without wasting all my ammo. Feel like we're not alone once we get down there. Watch ourselves, guys. Ooh. I'll take the gunpowder. Yep, climb up. Oh, God. Where did it go? Of course it'll be this thing. And I don't have, well, I have shotgun. I should have just shot it, really. Now I doomed myself. Or I can go on that second balcony there. And then this guy's gonna be in my way again. He's gonna one-hit me. How come this zombie doesn't die? Come down there in that corner. Oh boy. What? Oh my God. Shoot! What the hell? Oh my god. How many hits do you need, Hunter? That's my whole 8 bullets. Should okay. You know what? All right, I got you. I got you. Didn't I grab a couple items too? It is grenade launcher time. Does it die? Takes too many bullets though with that. Please tell me I mixed all my ammo. Oh, thank goodness. I did something right. It is grenade launcher time. I'm out of bullets anyway, guys. All right, let's put the shotgun away. A good idea, Kelso. I'll stick to the regular explosive rounds. I'm not even gonna grab anymore. Well, no, I'm gonna need them. We'll keep these. Now we're still gonna have a bunch of other ones, which is nice. All right. Also, what? Right? All right, guys, come on. All right, let's head back down to the bottom. Nice and easy. I'm glad that thing is finally dead, though. Thank goodness. All right, let's go down. Better be one hit. What the hell? Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, that's baloney. You're still alive? Oh my god, no, that's too many bullets. 6 grenade launchers to take you down? No. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Do I need to go grab that fuse and run? Why so many bullets? I don't like that. Maybe this grenade launcher just not good. Alright, maybe I gotta shoot him, let the flames do the job, and just run? Yeah, let me try the other one, because the flame rounds, they're not cutting it. Alright, let's try this again. Wow. Yeah, these are better. Oh my gosh. Grab it. Flame rounds are not good, guys. Don't like them. Nope, not at all.
Alright, here goes.
I'm not making any more flame rounds. Yeah, the grenades are good. I don't think I had that many flame rounds anyway. I know the explosives are like the originals, and I feel like they do much better anyway. Six, 7, I got 8 of them. I do got explosive rounds. Too many flame rounds. I think they just do damage over time, that's all. Okay, so we got it saving up right now, which is good. Oh, you know what? Might as well use up the flame rounds anyway. Kills them over time. maybe not. That's crazy. Oh no, come on. Wow, you're so cheap. Come on, put the damn fuses in, girl. All right, put them in. Next one. Next one more. Launch it, launch it. Thank you. Look at that. Look at all those. Oh my gosh. And Nikolai is gone. What was he up to here?
Shit, he got away. What was he doing in here?
Oh, very nice. Put that on a Magnum. He was just standing right here. What if the zombies probably do attack him anyway? Oh wait, we gotta save. There we go. Now that's the real deal. Any bullets? Yeah, see what I'm saying, Stone? That's a lot of rounds. You're not gonna sneak out of them? Yeah, that's a lot of rounds, though. Well, maybe I'm just thinking... Oh, wait, hold on. What did I just... Oh, I just skipped it. Dang it. All right, Nikolai, what were you up to?
Tyrell.
I got through. They're willing to negotiate.
Yeah, I knew it.
They'll call off the strike if, and this is one big-ass if, we can deliver the vaccine to them before they launch.
How long do we have?
Hours, maybe.
Then let's not waste one more second.
This way.
Do they not know he's infected? Why is it playing that music like it's the end of the game? I don't know, guys. I feel like I should get myself ready here. God, how do, okay. First of all, first aid spray. Let's just take it. What? Screw it. Whatever. I'll wait it off. Yeah, the Lightning Hawk is really good. I'm trying to save it because that's like, it should be one hit. How do you know for sure? Sure. Where's Carlos? Oh, wow. Why can't I run?
Sure you don't need to stop?
Stop and do what? I got your back.
All right, let's get this done.
Oh, we're in trouble, guys. Oh, you missed the mag on your playthrough. I have a good thing of checking room except for this one. I just said screw it. I feel like I should go back. I'll reload it if anything. Is he gonna pull a berry on me?
Tyrell!
Oh gosh, not Nemesis.
Now! Keep going. We're almost there.
Oh no.
No!
Well, that's not much time. Yep. Good thing there's a lot of heavy doors everywhere we go. Okay. Wow. This is the pursuer? Oh god, Nemesis is back, guys. Decontamination. Might be what we need to stop the coronavirus. Uh-oh, we're going into a secret area, guys. Oh. I don't have the ammo for this. Shoot. Oh, okay. Oh, can't do anything there. I need to get out of here. We found a safe area. Well, that's good. Nest 2 employee regulations. The objective of the T-Virus research facility different from those of Umbrella's main Nest facility. Here we focus on real-world use cases which arise as new bioweapons are created to introduce the need for the T-Virus vaccines and new weaponry capable of suppressing bioweapons. Some aspects of our work here can be dangerous, so it is imperative that all employees adhere to work regulations without fail, in particular unauthorized entry by unapproved visitors or removal of work-related data or materials will be met as disciplinary actions or measures. It is a great honor to be a part of the finest research organizations in the world. Keep this in mind and stick to the rules as we forge new and revolutionary technologies. Yeah, sure, no problem. Okay, well, with that being said, we're going to... Didn't I have a red herb? No, I got another green herb. Alright, we gotta save bullets, guys. Big time. Oh, wait. Save it. There we go. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, it's not just that, though, Jim. I think it's just everybody. Everybody has to work together, you know? Hell yeah. I feel the tiredness kicking in now. I can't give up now, guys. I'm there. I'm almost there. I got this. I know what I need. What's going on down here now? Let me get this can open. There we go. Oh yeah, there's ice cubes in that one. Yeah. Just tight quarters. All the zombies are dead. Hopefully this will be an easy walk in the park here, guys. A little walk in the park here for us, you know? That'd be great. We're gonna get some zombies here soon, though. I'm gonna go left. Oh, you went back to sleep. Okay, good. Okay, good. Oh, we got shotgun bullets. What do you know? Reload that bad boy. And we got a letter here, which is nice. Isaac Graves' diary. Why does that name sound familiar? Pay was generous. The benefits were good. Most importantly, they promised me I'd be contributing to the state-of-the-art medical tech research for a university teacher stuck working in nowhere America. It was a golden opportunity like winning the lottery, so I went for it. I made a pitch for my family and agreed to move here to Raccoon City. Well, hindsight is 2020 because this lab is the den of monsters who conduct cruel and barbaric experiments for the sole purpose of taking human life in the most sickening way possible. It's messed up, the world needs to know, but every time I work up enough courage to blow the whistle, I think of Penny and Casey and immediately chicken out. Umbrella owns this town. There was this guy they caught trying to smuggle out company secrets. They essentially fed him to one of the betas. Fed him. I saw the whole thing. Wow. I got my wife and daughter into this. I just need to do my job, do as I'm told for their sake, but let this be the testament that I have to do with it. Wow, oh my, can you imagine it? Somebody failed to follow protocol and get fed to one of the demons, one of the monsters. That's crazy. I don't have the ammo for this, guys. At least Nemesis is not around here, so that's good. We get a little break. Okay, so we're good there. All I know is if we come across any more of those like hunters right now, we are screwed. Okay, high grade gunpowder, we can use that. Okay, so we got a zombie that's probably gonna come alive. Never mind. Never mind. I'll take the bullets though. For sure. Go ahead and reload that bad boy. Scissors. Wrench. Tweezers. Oh, man. Alright. What else do we got? More zombies? I'm not going to activate that yet. Essay on vaccine synthesis. To the most efficiently synthesize a vaccine, both the antigen and adjuvant are required. The antigen produces an immune response, while the adjuvant increases the effect of such responses, leading to the increased antibody production. By combining samples of these two ingredients, one can create a potent vaccine base. The larger batch of the vaccine can be created by astonishing ease. What's more, my latest antigen and adjuvant samples yield Okay, so we just gotta get a couple things here, guys. Are you gonna come alive? Are you gonna come alive? Trust you guys. We can actually go out there. Oh, just in case. Alright, fellas. Just gotta double check nowadays. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out this machine first then.
To begin vaccine synthesis, place the materials in the chamber.
We don't have it.
Synthesis? I have to make it myself? Alright, gotta figure this out.
Oh boy. That is crazy. Well, I don't think we have a choice but to press this.
generated.
What have we here?
Override key removed.
Oh, we need it anyway. Override key? Did I grab every other item in here? Well, it's still gonna be red because we still got this vaccine thing to work on as part of our objective. Let's get out of here. Okay. Ah, I wasn't able to get in here last time. No, yeah, I did. High grade gunpowder. What was it again when I mixed these? It gives me well, for now, I'll put it away. Save the bullets. Alright, so this gate was locked last time. Oh, USB stick.
Override complete.
Good. See that zombie on the ground? Yeah, I see him right there laying down. Oh no, man. I don't have the bullets for this, guys. I might have to just keep the shotgun grenade launcher and just stock up on ammo. Put the handgun away for now. Or just carry the Magnum. Yeah, because I'm putting myself in a bad spot right now. You know, we might as well just use up these flame rounds, guys. I think I have explosive in it right now, so let me switch it. Yep. Okay, let's go. Oh, it's just a crawler. Okay. Okay, it's not too bad, I guess, if you do it that way. Another one, really? I want to check down there. That's the problem. They did. All right. We have a letter. Okay, so this is all about the shipment of the materials, and all transit in the United States is to be made via helicopter. Take extreme care during takeoff and landing. A shock in the person may potentially lead to self-activation. We're in the European branch here to your thoughts and evaluation to do as prototype and also pivotal instrument and create destructive power. Wow, look at that, Dr. Herman Frank. All right, so what's down here? There's another one. We need to mix these two things together here real quick. So we're gonna have 2 health items. We need more ammo, guys. We need ammo bad. But we got it. Okay, gunpowder, sweet. Am I going the right way? Yeah, I am. I don't really want to waste my magnum bullets. Okay, we're not going through there yet. What's back here?
This must be what powers it.
Oh. Yeah. Of course. Blown his head off. Alright, let's check inside here. And another health item. I think we're just going to have to accept the fact that we're going to have to get bit a few times. We're just going to push one more thing in. Come on, a little more, Joe. We're going to go through there anyway. I thought something was forming there. I'm like, wait, what? Oh no, I think it's that room with the test subjects. Shoot. Yep, we're in big trouble. Oh, it's these things. Look at them. Oh man. I don't want to have to fight these things right now. No way. We get through and there's a dead end. Elevator. We got hunters. Okay, we know they're jumping out, but we don't know which one. Okay. Man, I don't really have any ammo.
These are tyrants.
Yeah, we remember those guys, but they don't have claws on their hands, though.
Jesus. Is this where they're made?
They summoned. They all look a little different, though. That one almost looks like a Mr. X. These guys, they all look pretty much the same. Yep, you can see the faces. Thank goodness they didn't come out. I thought they were gonna jump at me for sure. This ain't good. Okay, nice and easy.
Out of the way!
Oh, God. I could have ran right past them, honestly. Wow! Shot through all three of them. Wow. Wasted a bullet. That's okay. Hopefully I don't have to use any more. Hurry up and see what's in this. Okay. I guess. Oh, hurry up. Get inside. What else is in this room?
An adjuvant sample. These are combined with antigens to increase immune system response.
Oh, no fair! Oh, God. Okay, did I grab everything in that room? No, of course I didn't. So this is A and B. A and B makes combined with A to make flame. No, I don't want that. See, that's the problem. Okay. All right, we got to see something here. Don't know if I want to get in there or not. There was gunpowder. Man, those things don't go down so easily. Ooh. Yeah, flame rounds are pretty pooey. Have to shoot it in the head. We're about to get gunpowder in here anyway. Oh, see an action figure. Okay, please allow me to send my heartfelt congratulations to you and your colleagues at Umbrella or Euro for your completing Nemesis, a truly remarkable achievement in the field of bioweapon research, introducing a parasite organism into a tyrant's brain to gain external control of it. How can I not marvel at such a wild idea? However, from a medical perspective, I must emphatically state my disapproval of this shit away from established Umbrella policy. By turning to use of a parasite, you are setting a dangerous precedent. Viruses can be kept in check. I believe an effective vaccine can be developed for any virus on Earth with abundant funding and bounty of samples of. Can you say the same for parasites? However, doctors have tried in vain to develop a vaccine. Wow. I look forward to talk to you in the forum in Berlin. In the meantime, I shall be exploring medical solutions. Wow. Nathaniel Bard, let's see him again.
So it's called the Nemesis.
All done. Let's get out of here. Now we have to go back past those things again. Oh boy, am I able to just run for it? I don't know if that's gonna be enough, guys. We might not make it. I'll see. We'll mix these probably in a little bit. Let me wait till we get back. I ain't bringing no other grenade rounds. Shouldn't really be wasting this. Don't be looking at me. Holy shoot. Oh god, I'm dead. Oh, what the hell? Oh, that's not fair. No, 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 no. Come on. Wasting my bullets. Wow, wasting my bullets. I'm gonna have to make me some Magnum rounds, guys. I feel bad. Let's get out of here. I'm running out of ammo of everything. All that ammo for nothing. Wow. Hold on, guys. Okay, we're good now? Well, this room we weren't done looking around. I don't know why. Alright, book it out of there. Right, hold on, what did we just grab? Okay, we need to go. Safe room. Oh god. Okay, let's take this thoroughly for a second. Okay, so we got a bunch of these, right? Alright, we got Bs, 2 Bs, 2 As, 2 gunpowders. So what else do we have here? Only got 1. Oh, we got another gunpowder. And another high-grade gunpowder. Alright, let's mix these up real quick. Gunpowder and high gunpowder is going to give a shotgun. We're not going to be able to get Magnum rounds. Shoot. Good morning, Anytime. How are you? Two A's will give us explosive. That's definitely what we're going to do. What does 2 B's do? Takes acid. Okay, cool. Good way to do it, guys. We're going to put the acid away. The grenade launcher. Okay, so. Oh, you woke up a while ago. Well, that's good. Oh my god. It's already daytime outside. Okay, well, let's figure this out, guys. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do... Let's figure this out. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna put this away. One of the gunpowders away. We'll go ahead and mix these up. Not much ammo, but it's something. Magnum's gotta go. Let's get out the regular handgun again. Just get the G19. Let's reload that bad boy. Grenade launcher is looking pretty good. I could make shotgun ammo, guys, but we're gonna hold. Yeah, we don't even have shotgun ammo right now anyway, so let's put the shotgun away. Okay, let me go get me some water. Alright, showtime. Let's get back up. Okay. We did save it, right? I think we did. We're gonna make sure. Can't be too safe, guys. Alright. Got space, but I don't know if that's what I want to do. I mean, we really need... Switching to the flame rounds, guys. Area is clear. Wait, why is the storage room still red? Oh, what do you know? Look what we found. Unbelievable. And my old god. Oh. Are you serious right now? What's my Xbox like? There we go. Alright, let me give it a second, guys. Try it again. Good thing I saved it. Oh, it remembers. Okay. Thank goodness, just to be safe. Scary. Okay, we're gonna mix these two together. Alright, that's gonna give us the Magnum bullets. Very good. Let's put the Magnum bullets back in here. Alright, let's get going. So, where are we going now? Okay. I I guess we're going to the second floor. Oh yeah, second floor. All right, so we saved it up, guys. We're good. Well, let's put the vaccine in. See what happens now.
Unauthorized materials detected.
Either I've got this wrong or I'm missing a step.
What? Test tube filled with liquid. It looks like for medical use. Boost the production of antibodies when combined with it. Oh. Where's the other piece? Wow. Did I completely miss something here? Okay, so we need 2 pieces of the vaccine or whatever, and I only have 1. It's a really good game. Okay, where's the last piece? Check on the map here. That's the vaccine equipment. Doesn't say anything here. That's interesting. Maybe we're supposed to go back then? That is interesting, guys. Where the heck did Carlos go? Thank you, Skull King. I think we're gonna try to go back this way, guys. Wasn't there. Yeah, we can't go this way. This is where we first started. You went back to sleep? Hey, I'm about to do the same thing pretty soon, Thomas. I am tired. Well, you know, I didn't really go all the way up here, did I? No, I didn't. There's that one. Just from Resident Evil 2. I remember that machine. Culture sample?
Oh, an antigen sample. I'll definitely need this for the vaccine.
Okay, weapon authorization request. I would like to formally request a weapon in reserve for the biometric team. But I believe that the weapon authorization device will be outlined below. Recently, some subjects has a new mutating granting and a very high regrowth ability. See, that's not good. I don't like those. Okay, so this is good. We're all done here, guys. What did we just grab? Good, we got more handgun bullets. Now we got the vaccine base. All right, we gotta get out of here, guys. Wow. Let's go back upstairs. They came crawling through the vents. What the heck? So far we're safe. I think so. Okay, good. Okay, now we can do this. Temperature control ABC. Oh gosh. Go, 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 go! 10 hours? Yeah, long time, bro. Long time. Got it. 50.
Activating vaccine. Synthesis complete. Please remove the vaccine canister.
Wow, look at that vaccine, guys. KTW0002. Oh, he never quits, does he? Oh, I think I just threw myself into a boss fight. Oh, I'm not geared up for this, guys. Oh, not this room again. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to go down there again. No, 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 no. I know, right, Thomas? Come on, Joe. Let's get through. I don't know how that Nemesis is still alive right now. Oh! Keep crawling, Joe. Keep crawling. He's trying to take me down. I'm not gonna let him. Get that elevator. Get out of there. Fire takes. Oh, thank goodness they put us in a safe room. I think the game's giving me a hint. We're about to get into a big fight, guys. Grab what we can here. Yep. This is definitely a boss fight. Okay. Let's put these away real quick. Oh my god, forgot the we'll take that. Okay, so we got everything now, guys. We got to mix it up. Right, Rick Scott, it looks like it, don't it? All right, I gotta do this now. Hold on. Okay, let's mix. Okay, guys, what else do we have? We have another gunpowder. All right. Do I need to carry this with us? Okay, we need assault rounds or. Yeah, I'm on the Xbox right now, Thomas. Yeah. I'm gonna save one more time just to be safe. I don't know if I saved it or not. Okay, now we got it. Disposal center. Facility used to be used for dissolution or disposal to test subjects in the S2 experiments. Always confirm that no employees are in the chamber before beginning the dissolution process. Always use regulated about a solvent. Yeah, we're definitely going to get into a boss fight. How are we looking here? Get that ammunition rolling in. That's rolling in. We don't really have shotgun rounds, so that's not going to matter. Yeah, we saved it. All right, let's go.
What in God's name is this place?
Yeah. Boss fight. Well, we'll take it. It's giving us stuff. Take it all, guys. Take it all. We could use some more health, though. About time. I know I haven't been on my Xbox in a while. Nothing else this way, guys. We have all these tanks, and Nemesis, you ugly. Jeez. Oh, no, not the vaccine.
What do we have here?
Nikolai, don't! The city needs that vaccine!
More than I do. I don't think the wisdom I've been trying to impart on you is getting through. Now, I know you can't put a price on life. But I'm in this business to get paid. So, let's make a deal. You go down there, battle the Nemesis, and I'll recall it all and sell the combat out. Put on a good show, and maybe I don't need the vaccine. Agreed? Good.
Wow. Wow. No! Yeah, Nemesis didn't even attack him. Oh, I'm in trouble, guys. Okay, yep. Oh, I'm doomed. I am so doomed. I am gonna need some more. Oh, now we want to get. Now we get shotgun ammo. Oh no! Ooh wee! See, once I use this up, I'm gonna be I grabbed another one, so that's good. Okay, Joe, you better dodge it. Nope, not today, buddy. Come on. Okay, reload. Woo! Nikolai, you little dirty butthead. I'm gonna get you, bro. Oh my gosh. You nearly had me. Oh my gosh. Do I need to do anything up here? I don't know if I do or don't. Oh, wait a minute. Of course he hits me. Oh, am I supposed to hit these or what? I don't know, guys. Let's use a little bit of this on him. Feel like,
Jill, is that you?
Carlos?
oh boy.
You're okay. Let me spot for you.
Good idea.
Oh, not this again. Not this again.
Watch it, you've got company.
Are you serious? It's coming out of nowhere? Oh boy.
He's hiding behind tank 4. He's behind the 4.
Oh, he just kills him. He don't even care. Oh. Oh my gosh. Move!
Here comes some more. Storm, hide behind 6. Number 6.
Oh my gosh. Seriously? The zombie didn't even affected by that? Okay. Good thing. Oh, I'm in trouble. I wish I would have had the mine grenades right now, guys. Those would have helped out.
Got some more incoming.
You think so?
Number 3.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot! Get off of me!
Not what I intended to hit. But I'll take it.
Oh my god. Dude, you're so cheap. Move out of my way. All of you. Oh, what the heck? Oh my god. Can I get more health, man?
Here comes some more. On your right.
Dang it, I got the zombies in my way. Dang it, man. I knew it. She runs so pathetic, to be honest. Man, run. I hear her run. Yeah, I tried. Dang it, man. Oh, I gotta do all that again. You know what? Don't need this many flame rounds. Put those away. What we're gonna do is see handgun, magnum is good. We're also going to do all of these. Can't store it? Of course I can't. Why would it let me store it? Alright, Alright. We got it this time. I'm ready. Where's your points? All right, right? Let's get down there. Wow. Whatever. Come on, let me just grab my items real quick. Ooh, dude. Oh my god. You're annoying there, you know that? Whatever. Alright, let me see what we're gonna do here. We're gonna do... How is he hitting me every time now? Game is random. Come out quick, come on. Whoa!
Jill, is that you?
Carlos?
Oh.
You're okay.
You won't let me, Alright, let me see here. Hold on a second. Let's do... We do need a handgun to shoot those. I didn't bring a shotgun with me. We do need a health. We gotta use that. Alright, well... Problem is, we're gonna have company.
Watch it, you've got company. He's hiding behind tank 7.
Oh yeah, he's not letting me do all that. Oh, he's mad. No, come on. Stupid zombies are annoying. Move, man. That did a mad damage too. I should have brought more health. You know, both of you. I'm out of my way.
Number 3! I got this.
Oh, nice.
Not what I intended to hit. But I'll take it.
Wow, you screwed me up, dude. Move! Dang it. I'm so dead. Okay, you know, Nemesis, you're really making me mad. With your little cheap shots. I got no health items, guys. Alright, let me think for a sec. Did I put mines in there? I think I did. I don't remember.
Here comes some more. Look out!
Move! Oh, God. I'm dead if he touches me, guys. No, 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 no. Stupid zombies, move. Oh, my dear jeez. Move! Oh, gosh, Joe. Wow. You only let me get one shot in on him?
Got some more incoming. Number 4. And smash time.
About time. Oh my God, just to make the battle longer. Oh, some more items will come in. I don't got no more health, guys.
Here comes some more. Look out!
Oh my God, no, my move. It's not hard, it's just so tedious. I guess I gotta do something in order to make the fight challenging. I mean, he's pretty much doing the same moveset from when we first fought him. And I think Carlos is just making the fight harder. We had him better the first time we fought him. And then the zombies get in the way. So let's see, we just need more health items. Let's go ahead and carry first aid spray. Really no need for handgun bullets. I'm just gonna put those to the side. We'll just keep using grenade launchers. We should be fine. Yeah. Well, we've been shooting a red box. But this gets me sometimes, so luckily. Could be I'm just tired. Alright, come on. Here we go. I should maybe just say this tomorrow. But it feels like we're towards the end. It just feels like it. I have to do it 8 times. Yeah, just skip this. Alright, alright. Nope. No. Why is the camera zoomed in on me? Get off of focus, man. Why is my camera so close to me? Yeah, I don't like that. All right, grab this stuff. Nope. Wow.
Jill, is that you?
See, he shouldn't be interrupting me right now. He just ruined it. Now he regenerated. Wow, totally missed that zombie.
He's hiding behind tank 7. Now, rip that fucker apart.
Get away from me. Come on. No, you're gonna miss.
Not what I intended to hit. But I'll take it.
Dang it! How? No, Carlos, shut up, please. Just hit this guy, okay? I'm about to die. No! Oh my gosh, he is not on his last legs. I don't like running this way. I feel crippled. Alright, the zombies are gonna be running out again. I hate it.
Got some more incoming.
I gotta let him just take out the zombies. Wow. He does way too much damage. Well, I mean, you would think he would, though. He's a big guy, so. Nope. Just hit the zombies, please. Hit the zombies. Thank you. I hit this one now. Dude! Jill, get the hell up, man. Come on. Oh, you're so bad. Health. Oh my god. All my health again. No! I'm getting really mad right now. Dude, just come on. Just do your little run around. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Our running is so inaccurate.
Here comes some more.
The zombies shouldn't even be here, to be honest.
Number 3. Surprise, asshole.
I think it's working.
Oh my god, really? Couldn't even hit him? How am I low in health again? Oh my god, whatever, dude. Yo, can you move, girl? Why? Like, look how this is running. What the hell is this? All right, zombies are gonna come back. I have not much handgun bullets. Run, run, run! Where's that other zombie? Stay away from him. Yeah, I like running this way. Oh my god. How and why? He's gonna jump on me. Nope, run around. There you go. That's a good boy. I gotta focus.
Here comes some more. Number 7. Surprise, asshole.
Oh, thank goodness.
Here comes the crane. Use it to climb up.
Oh. Wow, Carlos to the rescue. Look at that. It ain't done yet. Oh, he's dissolving. That's the way to do it. Wow, the Terminator. You gonna do the thumbs up too? No? No.
Nikolai, where did you go?
Nemesis down. We took down the Nemesis, guys. Okay, hold on. Let me think here for a second. Get this grenade launcher reloaded real quick. Yeah, we did it.
I have to get that vaccine.
Right. Woo! What a relief, guys. What a sense of relief. What am I doing here? They're hanging away. Hanging up there. These, why not? Put them away. Alright, shotgun. Let's get shotgun out, guys. Okay. Oh, gunpowder. So we're about to get into another fight, or what's going on here? Weapon spec sheet. Next generation railgun development. Oh boy, codename Finger. Ouch. Extreme firepower provides secondary benefit of completely okay. Well then, it's showtime. Well, in that case, we're gonna have to. Fire! Didn't I have another? Oh, we don't. All right, let's put that away. Alright, we're gonna save it up here real quick, guys. Hey, cannons! Alright, let's go back out. Oh, man. Another fight. One boss fight to another. Oh, wait, that's the real gun.
It's done. Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No. You brings money. I like money. We shall make ours an ongoing arrangement. Now drop the gun!
The heck? Oh, no way. Thing never stops.
Have you ever seen anything so incredible? The data on this would be worth millions. But, you know how it is. City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life. Good luck!
Nikolai!
Jill!
Go after Nikolai! He's got the vaccine!
What about you?
We're running out of time. I've got this.
I know you do.
Look, just so you know, this is the last fucking time.
Oh man, we're in trouble, guys. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Okay, so what do I need to shoot him with? Oh. Gotta recharge, guys.
Please reactivate power sources.
Damn, it needs power.
Okay, so we don't have to do each and every single one, just the red ones, guys. Of course, one of them is right by him.
Felt that, didn't you?
Oh no. Wow. I think I gotta shoot the things on the side. No, I don't want any missiles. Can you please, Capcom, for the life of me, stop asking? Why's my health low? What the hell? So annoying. All right, guys, before I continue this up any further, hold on. It's okay, guys. All right, we got this. Let's try this again. All right, so we got full health. We have our weapons. I don't know if we're gonna need all this, really, to be honest. Let's put the shotgun away. The shotgun ammo. The health away. We're gonna grab the health again. We have those. We're gonna grab another All right, I will go for that. All right, let's get going, guys. Oh boy. There we go. Wait, no! Get this.
Felt that, did you? How about some more?
Wow, what the hell? Well, let's hurry up and get these pushed in, guys. We gotta push these in quick. Go, 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 go!
Power sources remaining.
Yeah, he's down and out, but this is gonna hurt, guys. Oh boy.
Go ahead! I'm gonna put you right back on your ass.
Damn it! Alright, we gotta get some health on, guys. Seriously? Thought I had more flame rounds. Holy shoot. Oh, in any case. Okay, so he's falling back down to the ground. I saw his eye or his heart or whatever. Alright, let's get this railgun going in. Too close to his body right now. Poor thing. Poor thing. What? This thing is evil. It's gotta go.
All power sources activated. Powering
You think I don't know how to fuck you up?
I don't think I was supposed to do it yet. What are you doing? Oh.
Come on! Next time, take the fucking hit!
She bathes in Nemesis blood.
Good riddance.
Jeez. Take the vaccine. Okay. Okay, Jill. So I didn't really need bullets for that round too much. You right. Now we're going right through his body. Hold on a second. Oh, we can't even go that way. Alright, we're gonna go up this ladder. It's a good game. It's a good game. Have you played the entire like Resident Evil series? All right, here we go, guys. Nikolai's got to go. Hopefully Carlos got him. Hey, this is the Resident Evil 2 part. Oh boy.
I can still catch him.
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good series. I mean, honestly, I think it's much better when you know the lore to the game. Like, if you play from like the later series, they're starting to bring back the horror. You know what I'm saying? Like the latest, like what was it, 5 and 6? It became more action packed. People were complaining. Oh boy.
You're not going to stop. Promised you this, didn't I?
No! Do you have any idea what you've just done?
No. Don't care. My client ordered me to reduce Umbrella to rubble.
10 minutes until missile
Ah.
impact.
The missile has launched. And that is my cue. Goodbye, Miss Valentine. Shame you didn't listen to me when you had the chance.
Oh boy. There you go, Carlos. Chill, help him. Oh.
Jill! Shoot him!
I can't! I'll hit you!
Do it! You have to! There's no other way. Take the shot!
Carlos!
Hey, I told you I couldn't leave you in a Carlos's world. That would just be too cruel.
Oh, there's Nikolai. Let him rot.
Why'd you do it?
There's a price tag for everything. Even letting the world burn.
Who are you working for?
I'll tell you, if you get me out of here. I'll pay you whatever you want. You're a fool. You're a fool! If I die, you'll never find out the truth.
I don't mind a little detective work.
So what happened to Carlos? I'm kind of wondering like if they're ever going to bring him back into the game. Oh, you do know about watching the others. Gotcha. Okay.
Jill, you alright?
I think I just beat it.
There it is.
Hi, Raccoon City. Luckily, it caught itself. And the Nemesis too, Mr. X. Yeah, Mr. X. Oh my gosh. I think you had more Mr. X encounters than you did Nemesis in Resident Evil, but Nemesis was a little bit more harder to fight.
I felt empty and cold.
I felt like he evolved too much though.
monster-making virus. It was greed. Human greed. I decided then and there, the ashes of Raccoon City with the Umbrella's ashes too. I would end them, once and for all.
We did it, guys. We did it. Wow. We beat it. Let's see what happens next. So she still has the capsule.
Ahoy, me hearties!
It took me 8 hours, guys. I mean, I did go AFK a lot. And I got a C rank. Wow. Did save too many times. I died quite a bit. 10 deaths. Wow. Oof. Resident Evil. So what happens once you beat it? Completed challenges. Okay. The shop has been unlocked. You can now purchase items from the shop, which is accessible via the main menu. Points used to unlock the items can be earned by completing in-game challenges. What's bonuses? Oh, I only got 6,000? Jill Star's gear as she wore during the mansion. That's cool. Gradually regenerate health when held. Carry 2 to increase the effect. Holy mackerel. Greatly increases your defense when held. Huh. Make the game much easier now. Your attack. While held, increase the amount of ammo gained when crafting. Oh, thank goodness. We don't get enough when we do it now. A manual of compiled stars close range combat knowledge. Edited by Chris Redfield. While held, physical features such as perfect dodge become easier to perform. Gotcha. Lockpick. A specialized tool. Oh, okay. So you just like start with it. Field use to unlock simple lock. Blah, blah. Oh, so wait. What? Oh. Will not be available in assist mode, as this would exceed the maximum inventory capacity. Oh. Tool for cutting chains. For the hip pouch. The hell is this? Hot Dodger? As its name implies, this umbrella developed anti-bioweapon knife is used by those who like to show it off. The blade can be superheated, causing the target to burst into flames. There's the Samurai Edge, guys. 15 shot capacity, 9mm handgun. It's been Bill's personal specifications excellent across the board. Wasn't this the one in the original Resident Evil 3? Energy weapon developed by Umbrella based on airborne electrical phenomenon. It possesses great stopping power, but only when targeting weak points. Gotcha. Infinite MOP handgun. A very well balanced 16-shot 9mm handgun. Pinpoint accuracy has led to an adoption. That means we're gonna have to play this game quite a few times, guys. Infinite CQBR assault rifle. 62,000 points. Wow. But it is infinite though. I mean, the points are cool. I don't know. I feel like these might be beneficial. Health regen is good. These do greatly. Yeah, I'm feeling like I should save my points, but I think these can really help me like when I do the next playthrough, I guess. This too, give me more ammo. You know what I think? Attack power, defense, or recovery? I'm kind of thinking the recovery. I'm gonna save them for now. Yeah, we don't really get to see this guy. But he got bit by Brad. Nemesis, you've gone crazy, dude. How many of these have I grabbed? Did the old school Jill. Complete all challenges. So hold on, these are the ones I've done. Defeat 80 enemies with a handgun. Oh, I can get those again. I just gotta do more handgun. Defeat 200 enemies with a handgun. So I'll just do all handgun mode. Or round. Defeat hundreds with shotgun. 130 with shotgun. 80 with grenade launcher. So I mean, these were still a work in progress. So really, I just got to defeat enemies and then with certain weapons. That's pretty much what I'm seeing here. 2,000 macro. Knock the hats off 28 zombies. Nemesis down. I probably got to like fight them during weird scenes. Yeah, it's in pounds or even in euros. I think it's going to be a little cheaper. Because like even if you were to look in the store, it'll look cheaper in American money probably and costs more like all in all. Wow, guys, that's crazy. All right, you know what? First of all, let's talk about how long we've been on here. Okay, this is insane. Holy mackerel. I've been live for what? Wait, what? No way. I can explain. Holy mackerel. Do that again? Okay. Okay. Oh, I think I know why it says one day. So technically, I'm looking right now. I've been live for 11 hours and 14 minutes, right? So the reason why it's one day, 11 hours on here and 56 minutes was because before the, honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I got a lot of things I need to do here, guys. And definitely we're going to have to use the bonus because the story's not that long, but it's a lot of work. So I'm thinking defense could have a big impact and even attack. Recovery sounds good, so I don't have to keep using worry about health items, but I don't know if that's going to do much of anything. I don't know. Say the points. Maybe just get the Jill outfit. I don't know. When I click story, what happens? Results? You can always do hardcore. Rank requirements? Oh gosh. 2 hours and 30 minutes. What? Oh, they crazy. Well, it was my first time playing though. Alright guys, you know what? I've been on enough. I do gotta get going. Yeah, Kinky. I gotta get going, guys. We're at 12 hours right now, so Trixie's gotta go. So yep, definitely. I will go ahead and do some reruns for you guys. You guys are welcome to look about if you guys want to get points or level up and all that good stuff. It's completely up to you and optional. But I'm gonna head off. And thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys really enjoyed the game. I'll do some resistance soon. It's a very long time. Yes, it is. Very long time indeed. Absolutely. Oh boy. What am I gonna do? Well, I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for everything. You guys have a great night. And I'll see you guys next time. Thank you, everyone. See you soon.